Something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what has happened to us? And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. It's an open panel for people trying to figure out what's really going on in this strange existence and what we should be doing while we're here. Join us as we all find Gnosis together. Gnosis is knowledge. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing. Chat soon on the Finding Gnosis show.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
What the hell are you? You're just memories of things you can't remember all that well.
You're just memories of things you can't remember all that well.
Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell are you? Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell are you? You're everything that's happened and everything that's happening, and none of it was or is ever under your control. Because you're just an eyeball
inside your mind.
You're just an eyeball
inside your mind.
It's disturbing to find your whole system is just reflexive actions. Biology interacting with the environment and society. You're just an eyeball
inside your mind.
You're just an eyeball
inside your mind.
watching the world go by. You might be tormented until you go demented,
as your senses serve only to tell you bad news, bad news.
You're just an eyeball
inside your mind.
You're just an eyeball inside your mind,
with ears to listen as you talk, and feelers to feel as you walk.
thinking to yourself,
Wow, did I just say that?
wow, did I just do that? Ow, 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 that hurts. You're just an eyeball that can suffer.
That can suffer.
It's a lonely life you see
Inside your fleshy entity. It's a lonely life you see, imprisoned in a hole. Your soul, it cries in pain, because you've gone insane. Who the fuck are you deep down?
What the hell are you?
Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell are you?
Just
Memories of things you can't remember all that well.
Who the fuck are you deep down?
What
just an eyeball
inside your mind.
watching the world go by.
Bye bye. And then you die.
Alrighty, hey guys. So hopefully I'm hearable, and looks like we have a few people watching already. Different time today. So yeah, I've got a lot of things I can get into, and when people join, they can join in on those topics or bring up some of their own. One of the things I wanted to bring up was something that you guys were talking about the other day. I guess we'll just get right into it. That lady that unalived her children, I didn't see that stream. I saw like a little part of it. And because of the nature, and again, I hope I'm hearable. I wouldn't want to have to say all this again. But because of the nature of what I do for work and the nature of the work I do online, hey, Robin, I, just don't relish in hearing extra stories like that. So, but yeah, I've heard a little more about it. And there's some really interesting, weird things that I think. So I just like to share my thoughts. I don't know if these thoughts have already been shared, but I saw this meme today, earlier in the morning. Let me show that. So apparently there's been a lot of TikToks of like people supporting her, but in a very strange way. It's like they're supporting her in this idea that she just didn't like being a mom, and they're supportive of what she did or something, or that's what I'm hearing. I'm not on TikTok, but this meme, here's this lady, and we don't hear a lot about her, and she's got a little GoFundMe that only earned a little bit of money. She pulled all 6 of her kids. I actually used this in a video about Diane a while back, because Diane's also an example of someone that was fighting to stay alive to save her kid. So this lady pulled all 6 of her children out of a house fire, and then she got 93% of her body covered in burns. And I think her first words were, "Are my kids okay?" And then this lady, who has unalived 3 of her children, strangling them, she's got like an ungodly amount of money. I think it might be in the million range on GoFundMe, which is extremely odd. So let me take that down. But yeah, here's something though that I learned about this. So, and what bugs me is nobody's looking at the real thing. And I looked up some law because I wondered, is anybody ever checking on these kids? So this woman, obviously when she unalived her children, she was insane. Whether it was from postpartum depression or not, or whether, I think, looking more at what I read about it, I think she was medicated wrong, and she was in some kind of psychosis state. And I'm not saying that makes it okay by any means, but the real thing that everybody ought to care about is when these people have something wrong with them, who's checking on the kids? Like, is anyone checking on the kids? Because when you have a documented case of postpartum depression, and then obviously something's going wrong with someone if they're going into psychosis, is anybody looking to make sure that and right now there's no standards in place in most places, but some states are now getting a game plan at play. So let me read you what I found. Let me find it here. So I got notes on this here somewhere. And I got some more fun things to talk about than this, but I just wanted to kind of get this out of the way because I do think it's important. So here's the deal with the laws. So states already have what's called patchwork laws. Some of them relate, like they have mental health screening and mandatory postpartum depression screening and a few risk assessments. And before they discharge them from the hospital, a safety check, but they don't go and it doesn't create like an automatic double checking when they're at home or mandatory monitoring unless someone reports something. So now they're drafting laws in multiple states requiring mental health screening for high-risk mothers who have a history of psychosis. And we saw this already with Andrea Yates. She got more and more psychotic with each kid. And celebrities like Brooke Shields, who had postpartum depression and then started having weird thoughts about harming their children. But she, got helped right away. But other people, but even with her, it took a long time, I think, for her to normalize. So yeah, I think this lady actually went to different places saying she was feeling weird and not, her medicine wasn't working. And so that's where, to me, nobody should be making any kind of supportive of unaliving your children. This wasn't even about that. If this one had been in her right mind, she wouldn't have even done it. So the real thing would be supporting, doing something so that if people have these problems, and I think Big Pharma would like to fudge that issue, like maybe your drugs that she was on weren't so hot and were making things worse, and we need to look at that, and we need to look at somebody monitoring people in these situations to help them. We're taking kids away from normal parents and then leaving kids in places like this. It's very weird. Hey, Bex. My friend's mom was extremely schizophrenic throughout her whole childhood. Sometimes she didn't know when or where she was. She always knew where her children were. Yeah, I mean, people can have different mental health issues, but psychotic people unalive their kids. I mean, I heard of one that microwaved her baby. I mean, these people are, psychosis is psychosis. They're out of their minds. But then there are other mental health issues that just don't cross over into that territory. They're not harmful to their kids. There are drug addicts who don't harm their kids and ones who do. So, you know, I just feel like this is one area where, like, I saw a story, and it was a few weeks ago, I believe, of these whack jobs who tortured and unalived a little boy. It was his own mother and two partners, and, you know, it was like 3 people, and it went on for the course of a few weeks. So this was a horrible story, and he was a special needs child. His grandparents hadn't seen him over that period of time. So I just wish, I know grandparents don't have rights to the child exactly, but they could have reported, hey, we haven't seen our grandson in weeks. Can you go look? Just these things where you see it as preventable in cases where there really should be, because they would have seen he had injuries and those would have been noticed. So when you notice that a child's not around, please go find out why, you know. And we have people that are busybodies who go and check on things that aren't any of their business and make up stuff. And then in reality, you have things like this where nobody's doing anything. Hey, Bex, good to see you. And you said here, we actually can't say whether medication would stabilize her at all. True. We also can't say that she wouldn't have done this even if she was well. It's all speculation. Yeah, I mean, and I haven't looked at the case really heavily, so and I'm not a medical expert, so I, of course, you know, not sure what's what. But it definitely brings all those issues to the forefront that to me are the real issue, you know, which really has to do with, we want to prevent kids from being red-rummed by anybody, especially by their own parents. You know, it's a lot easier almost for people to sit around talking about zombies and devil worshippers unaliving kids than sometimes it's their own parents. That's much more horrifying, as well it should be. So off of that, and please let me share the link again. Feel free to come up and join. I'm going to share something positive now to balance that out. So let me pull this link up here and pop it into the chat. And we've got it pinned also, but it seems like sometimes people don't notice. Alrighty. So here's a story, and I'll read it to you after I... here's this man, and there's his family. And let me pull up the story and read it to you what he did. Because it was kind of, well, this is both, you know, happy and sad story at the same time, but just to balance out what kind of people do what kind of things out here. This man jumped into some water where he saw 2 kids in a riptide being taken away. And I want to read to you what he actually said after this happened, because it was unbelievable. He is now paralyzed after doing this. And his wife was standing there speaking for him. But here's what he says happened. So he made a split-second decision. His name is Josh Collette. He has 5 kids, and he's an avid surfer. He jumped in the water at San Clementine to save 2 kids caught in a rip current. He hit a sand wall. He broke 2 of his vertebrae, damaged his spinal cord. So his wife was reading his lips, but he said, I could feel myself dying. I couldn't breathe, and they pulled me out of the water. He said he shouldn't have dove head first, but... and this is the part that's kind of incredible. He said, my spirit, my heart is so full. I feel great. I've never felt so much love. So I think that's incredible. And if you go and you can search this on X, you can see the video. But it's, you know, hopefully, you know, sometimes they can do things for these kinds of injuries. Maybe he won't stay that way. We don't quite yet know, do we? So let me remove some of these photos. And so on to something that's a little bit more, oh, sounds good. Good to see you up here. And hopefully some of the other ladies, I talked to someone on the Machine Lives last night who I hadn't met before. She was incredibly interesting. She also worked in, I'm in law, but I work in healthcare and law at the moment. And we talked about that because she was in healthcare and she changed her career. And she knew all about crystals and stuff. Very interesting lady. So yeah, I'm just meeting lots and lots of interesting folks, and they'll have heard of me, and I'm not knowing that people have heard of me, so that's cool. So yeah, let me put this on the screen. This beautiful picture of some Japanese cherry blossoms, and read you something from the other day that I read that I thought was pretty interesting. And it has to do with presence. So we need to get more foofy since it's a lady show. So presence and the cherry blossom, and that was a joke, by the way. So this post was made by a man who was wrongfully convicted of a crime he didn't commit. He was sentenced to death, and he got out 18 years later. It says, one of the things I've learned about getting older is realizing that we usually don't recognize the good old days while we're living them. We recognize them afterward, when the people have changed, the places are gone, and an ordinary song or smell suddenly makes us ache for a time we barely appreciated while it was happening. But one day we will look back at this moment the same way. Presence to me is learning to recognize the value of your life before loss has to teach you what it was worth. This is part of why the cherry blossom carries so much meaning in Japan. Its beauty is inseparable from the fact that it doesn't last. It blooms, we experience it, and then it falls. Last year's blossoms were beautiful, but if we spend our time longing for them, we'll miss the ones blooming directly in front of us. I don't want to keep discovering the beauty of my life 10 years after it happens. I want to see the blossoms while they're still on the tree. The goal isn't necessarily to stop looking back. That would be another form of resistance. The deeper lesson can be in how to let nostalgia teach you how to look at today. When you find yourself wishing you could return to some ordinary Tuesday 20 years ago, remember that there may come a time when you would give anything to return to an ordinary Wednesday in August 2026. The ache itself can become a teacher. Pay attention to this time. So that kind of ties into what we're paying attention to, immersing ourselves in, and is it worth it? So point being, I was looking kind of at, hey, Sophia, good to see you as well. I was kind of looking at, the internet drama that goes on and that people kind of immerse themselves with. And obviously people do some of that to forget about their own life sometimes. And, oh, that's okay, Bex. Yep, we'll still be around. And, it's so worthless, and also other things too, besides this internet stuff, but things in people's lives, like their, oh, she's another one that I met, Bex, Zephyr. She's amazing. I love her. I didn't get to talk to her last night, though, because I came on a little bit later. I wasn't done with things early enough. This was another lady. So, yeah, I met several awesome ladies over there. And it'd be great to see them both. Worthless things like go on online, and people don't even realize, I've had a lot of people coming to me with different things that I'm thinking, and that's not to say that you can't care about an online community, but caring about things that are not your life or not your business won't make anybody's life any better. And some of them are orchestrated drama, and some of it's caustic and ridiculous, is not living your life. And the same thing goes on when we pay attention too much to things that in the long run aren't going to matter. When you're really stressed out about job deadlines, maybe you're in school, maybe you're whatever, and you can't even appreciate the environment you're sitting in, which could be amazing. It could be beautiful. A moment with your pet, a moment with somebody that's a friend, like a short-lived moment with a friend, but your head is just full of stress. All these kinds of things. And if your life isn't the way you need it to be, then change things so that it can be. Because it actually really is important. I think health is the most important thing we have. And these kinds of things, not to be too dramatic, but do they not unalive you at some point, to tell you the truth? I mean, really, they do. And another thing that hurts people, I think, is not being able to speak the truth. And that's the next thing I'm going to talk about. So let me put this to the stage. And I'm going to balance this out. I'm not just going to show something that Trump did. I will balance it out with something that his predecessor did. Let me pull up what this is about here. This looks like a lot of material when you get a few things together. Like the other day, I got a few things and stuck them in here. And then today I stuck a few here in the morning before I had to do other things. And then it ends up, it's not that much stuff because I feel like I'm going to get through this pretty quick. So I need to slow down. But let's see. Let me find this guy. Let's see, he's down here. And just give me one moment. There we go. He was arrested using Article 88. So this man's name is Major Jason Watson. And this isn't his first arrest. So he's a U.S. Air Force major. And he was arrested for the second time this month after a CNN interview criticizing President Trump was placed in pretrial military confinement facing multiple Uniform Code of Military Justice. So he's 40 years old. He's a logistics readiness officer. He was posted to a NATO unit in Poland, and he was on leave in Washington. And he went on CNN's Aaron Burnett program August 17th, and he accused Trump of unconstitutional actions. The next day, while he was on duty, he wouldn't wear his uniform, and he was taken into custody by the Air Force authorities. According to the Air Force spokesperson, Watson was ordered into pretrial confinement on August 18th on probable cause of continued misconduct, and he's being held at a county facility in Maryland. His attorney, Christopher Mutimer, said he was detained and told his chain of command that he would stop wearing his uniform. So, background. He was arrested for the first time back in July 1st of this year. He climbed the U.S. Capitol steps in his uniform with a sign reading Impeach, Convict, Remove. Impeach, Convict, Remove. During a Removal Coalition news conference, he was arrested under D.C. Code Section 22-1307 for crowding, obstructing, and incommodating. I don't know what that is. Anyway, so the charges in legal context, though. So as of August 25th, he faces 10 counts under the Military Justice Code. Article 88, contempt toward officials, Article 92, dereliction of his duties, and Article 133, conduct unbecoming of an officer. So you got to look at this Article 88 because I was thinking this sounds unconstitutional, but people in the military are not subject to the same laws as civilians exactly because of their duties. But let's look at that because some people disagree. So that makes this interesting, at least to me. Article 88. Their charges are rare. They involve contemptuous words towards the president, is what they'll say. So, or vice president, Congress, other named officials. It could be any of the above. The allegations can include violating regulations on political activity, improper uniform use, and leave rules. So this is the first Air Force major ever charged under Article 88. So the case has sparked a debate over free speech and military discipline and political dissent within the armed forces. He's still in pretrial confinement pending the investigation and court-martial, possibly. His attorney stated that the allegations, that the charges are allegations, and he's presumed innocent until proven guilty, of course. So let's look at that law. So under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, Article 88 makes it a crime for a commissioned officer to use contemptuous words against the president, vice president, Congress, secretary of defense, secretary of a military department, secretary of Homeland Security, or the governor or legislature of any state. The laws exist to maintain military discipline and civilian control of the armed forces. So him publicly calling for impeachment, giving interviews where he said that the president was violating the Constitution, breaking the law, corrupt, and killing Americans, and those statements were considered contemptuous under Article 88. He was also charged for disobeying orders and conduct unbecoming under the other two articles. So it's almost never used. So let's see, why is it considered to be constitutional? Why is this all right? Because we have our free speech rights, right? So courts have held that the military can lawfully restrict our speech or the speech of military personnel that would normally be protected for civilians from a couple of Supreme Court cases, Parker versus Levy and Goldman versus Weinberger. And those cases affirmed that military service is a special legal environment where discipline and hierarchy are essential, and speech that undermines the authority can be punished. But there's an alternative opinion on that. So here's what that would be. So serious legal scholars argue the other way. They say it violates the First Amendment and the principle of equal protection. And there's some JAG officers, First Amendment scholars, and military relations experts that argue that way. And what they have to say is Article 88 is content-based and viewpoint-based restrictions on speech. So it criminalizes only one type of speech, criticism, contempt, or a negative political expression, and protects only certain people, the president, the vice president, the Congress, the cabinet, and the governors. So that's exactly the kind of viewpoint discrimination that the First Amendment normally forbids. And so that matters because under civilian constitutional law, the government can't punish speech because of being critical of officials. That's like a founding principle of everything we're about here, right? The government cannot privilege certain officials above others, and the government can't criminalize political dissent. So Article 88 does all three, and those are the strongest constitutional arguments against it. So eventually that might change. So I thought that was extremely interesting. And let me tell you about another guy too. But, oh, we got some comments here. Sorry, I'm not paying attention to that because I'm reading. So, nice to see you, Robin. What did you say, Sophia? Some people, such as myself, have found that online connections are the only real connections that we have at this time in my life. Yeah, I mean, sometimes the people we're surrounded by just don't get it. And by get it, I mean whatever it is that we are most interested in, we kind of go searching. And the internet can be a useful tool. You can get outside of a small hub and find people that care about what you care about. Wait, this man had the courage to speak out against the tyranny of Trump and they've arrested him? Am I hearing this correctly? You are indeed. He's still being detained for words. What is his name again, please? Let me look that up again. I don't know why I can't remember it. It was Josh something or other. And I just read of it today, so I apologize for not having it in my memory bank like a good little computer. Jason Watson. So it's not Josh. It's Jason. And she says, there's a code law that the military is under that they don't have full First Amendment rights. That's correct. AKA J.A. Goffs. Alrighty. Yep, I agree about it being an oxymoronic standard. But let me tell you, this isn't the first time they've done this. So let me show you this other man and read about him. Because this did happen, to be fair, under Biden. And that which is thinks it's a controlled op. Could be, could be. But let's read this. You're welcome, Sophia. Okay, so this man's name is, you scroll down, okay. Under Biden, his name is Stuart Scheller Jr. And it seems like I vaguely remember hearing about this, but it wasn't big news. Or at least it wasn't to me. Maybe some people were more aware. He was a lieutenant colonel in the Marines. And he openly criticized Joe Biden for the Kabul bombing that killed 13 American soldiers. I do remember the bombing. He lost his rank and was court-martialed. But it was not under Article 88, I don't believe. But it would be interesting to go and read more about him. I just jotted that little bit down. So this has happened before, where they are being arrested for speaking. And, you know, whenever a soldier, I guess you have to wait until you're completely been used and you're a veteran. But if you're still serving, they really don't want you to tell what you've seen. And a lot of jobs are like that. Besides the military, you know, there are so many laws about making you be quiet about something you've seen that's wrong and not really being able to do anything about it, or you're doing something illegal. Healthcare is like that. Law is like that. Military is like that. And even other corporations where you would be considered a whistleblower and you'd have to go get protection to tell what you know, like the Boeing guy that told about how, hey, they're not making these planes all right. You're going to start seeing problems. And then we saw planes falling out of the sky. And then after we saw that, he finally got himself into a courtroom. And after his first day of testimony, he unalived himself in the parking lot, supposedly, which he'd worked really hard and gone through a lot and waited to get that day in court. And they were going to go the whole week. I don't think he wouldn't have wanted to be there for the second day of testimony. But anywho, now that we've got that out of the way. Sophia says, military are used and abused. My father certainly was. He served 22 years of his life for nothing. And sadly, that's what people end up, you know, it's too much for what you know, somebody super poor, and especially somebody super idealistic and made to believe that it's a certain way, you know, that they're fighting for freedom and to maintain our way of life. And, hey, I'm willing to, you know, go through something really hard to go to school. They'll give you all these benefits, VA loan for a house, and so on and so forth. They're willing to go and do it. And so if those people who are that type of person say it's too much, then they're being put through something that's too much, for sure. And, you know, when things are honorable and what they should be, it doesn't mean they're easy. You might have to do something hard, but dishonorable is quite different. And that's why it's so hard that people don't want to do it. So let me pivot into another heavy hitting political type story. We have this fellow, and let me find the story here. I didn't put things in order. I just had like notes and pictures, and I preloaded them because you can't show things. My audio will go out if I try to play a video. So I thought I'll just get, at least for this stream, I might try to do videos another time that are Creative Commons, but I got pictures and then have some notes. So I'll try to remember which thing is about whom and find it. But let me find this fellow. Let's see. Oh, yeah, this is about jabs. So this man's name, and of course I respect everybody's right, but a lot of people are talking about this right now. You know, OE had that interesting stream where he had a medical expert on. So this man's name, though, you know, just to balance this out, we do have people that have been like, this is legit. He was caught committing fraud. So this is a Danish vaccine researcher named Paul Thorsen. And he's going to plead guilty September 1st, 2026 to federal charges that he stole over $1 million in grant funding that he received from the Department of Health and Human Services. He's accused of using the Center of Disease Control and Prevention money earmarked for autism research for his own purposes. And that being what he was involved in, that type of research makes it even more interesting. The Danish-born researcher was studying the possible link between you-know-whats and the rise of autism rates. I won't say it on someone else's channel. Charges against him raised questions about whether he was deliberately falsifying you-know-what data to prove that you-know-what don't cause autism and have nothing to do with the rise of autism in the U.S. According to the author and investigator James Ottar Grundvig, Thorsen's guilty plea is a huge victory for justice in the generation-long controversy. He continued, the CDC hired mercenary scientists here and abroad to cook data on MMR and thimerosal studies to erase the autism signals in you-know-what research. They were desperate to keep the trust in the myth that you-know-what are safe and effective. According to U.S. Attorney Hertzberg, the charges and other information presented in court, from 2000 to 2009, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Division of Birth Defects and Developmental Disabilities, awarded over $11 million to two governmental agencies in Denmark to study the relationship between autism and exposure to you-know-whats, between cerebral palsy and infection during pregnancy, and between childhood development and fetal alcohol exposure. In 2002, Thorsen, who worked on as a visiting scientist at the CDC when it was soliciting the grant applications, became responsible for administering the research money awarded by the CDC. He allegedly stole more than $1 million of the CDC grant money by submitting fraudulent documents to the Danish government, Aarhus University, and a Danish hospital where scientists performed research under the grant. From February of 2004 through June of 2008, he allegedly submitted over a dozen fraudulent invoices containing the forged signature of a CDC laboratory section chief that falsely claimed a CDC laboratory had performed work and was owed grant money. Wowee. So yeah, real life fraud. And we'll take him off. But yeah, I thought that was kind of an incredible story. And Sophia says, you heard about her dad. That's the reason my father went to the military in the first place. He was very poor and had no other option at the time. Yeah, absolutely. You know, we don't see people of a certain ilk being encouraged to prove up their loyalty by putting their body on the line. So now on to, just to bring this up, I don't know, I'm just giving my own opinions here, sort of. So I'll just say, you know, we know Dolly Parton passed away, and I'll say, I think Dolly Parton was gorgeous. Pictures of her when she was a young woman, too, especially. She didn't need all that stuff that she did to herself by any means, but she liked it. Like she said that was what I liked. So, you know, do what you like. But yeah, she didn't need any of that. And she was a very amazing songwriter. I also saw somebody bringing up Miley Cyrus. I'll say, you know, like, Miley Cyrus, if you ever told me I would have liked Miley Cyrus songs about 10 years ago, I would have laughed in your face, like derisive laughter. But her covers of Led Zeppelin and of other rock songs and old 80s songs and stuff are amazing. She does have an amazing voice, and she is a good performer. She never needed to do all of that garbage that she was doing. And Sinead O'Connor actually, in the way back, sent her a letter telling her not to let the media, the music industry, get her to do all of that stuff, that she would end up regretting it, and she has ended up regretting it. I'll thank you so much, That Which Is. 10 Jules for finding Gnosis. We appreciate you so much. Thank you a lot. Yes, it was kind of you, That Which Is, very much. And I know D&W appreciates it, and so do I, and so do all of us. So yeah, she was Miley's godmother, so I do wonder if she helped her pivot out of that mentality into like just relying on her talent, which she clearly has. So yeah, but you know, she died of the big C, unfortunately. I guess she had a bad case and a short-lived battle. But I'm glad she didn't suffer for a terribly long time. But there are some hypotheses about what might have caused that to happen. But I'll just leave it at that. You can go do your own reading on that and make that determination. But that is a loss, no matter where you stand politically. She did a lot for her town. She did a lot for working class people. She created, you know, that whole Dollywood situation actually created jobs and made an industry for the town that made people want to go there. And that was her goal, was to give them something there. She did all the stuff for reading and for education. So she was a nice lady with talent. And it's nice to see that. So I'll get rid of that. And then I had another heart warmer, also mixed with something bad that made me, you know, when you're thinking about people doing things to protect kids and whatnot. Oh, yeah, exactly. So let me add this picture to the stage. You'll see why this, if you don't know this story, it's a little bit older, but it came up. And let me find the story and give you the full thing here about who these people are. And here we go. So in 2013, and it reminded me of something, because it was something that happened to me when I was little, and it reminded me of this. So, and the guy saving the kids in the water. This happened actually back in 2013. This little American girl you see at the top, her name is Jocelyn Rojas. She's 5 years old. She was playing in her yard, and she was only thinking about playing when a car pulled up next to her. An unknown man got out and began talking to her really nicely and offering her something that tempted her very much. It was an ice cream. So with just a few words, he managed to get her to get into the car. Then he drove off with her, and that turned into a kidnapping. So it eventually got into the media. But what made this case more amazing is you see those two little boys at the bottom. The kidnapper didn't know that those two were seeing everything. The 15-year-old boy, Timar, was nearby with his friend Chris. They realized they were watching a kidnapping, and they didn't wait for anybody. They hopped on their bikes, and they chased after the car. They went on a chase that lasted about 15 minutes, following the vehicle through all the streets with incredible determination, like a real-life E.T. chase kind of scene, refusing to give up despite it being bike versus car. The kidnapper started realizing he was followed, and under the pressure and fear of somebody doing something, he panicked, abruptly stopped the car, opened the door, let the little girl run out. She immediately rushed toward Tamar and asked to see her mother. And then everybody, you know, understood that these two teenagers, if they hadn't acted right when they did, that child probably wouldn't have been seen again, and it spread through the media. So they said this, the point of the story, I think I wrote this part. Yeah, the point of this is we're going to pay a price for the disconnect, and we have. Social engineering, which I think is quite real, has helped us fuel the creation of many a maniac out here. I know what I was thinking when I wrote this, so I'll explain it in a minute. And then people who are all right are busy making sure that they themselves are all right and not focused on even their own immediate surroundings. It kind of ties into the cherry blossom story. They're connected to what does not matter and disconnected from what does. So yeah, that was the point of that. So yeah, so by that I mean, we have all of this evil, nasty stuff that helps people that are already not all right become more not all right. And then we have somebody that, you know, is out here trying to kidnap a child to harm them. We have all these sick people out here. And then we have people who are not in tune with their surroundings. So like these two boys they were outside playing on their bikes, not in a, you know, looking at a tablet. And they sprung into action because they're not so disconnected from their fellow human being that they didn't want to help. So yeah, they really are credible. And I've seen a few stories like this, and they don't show them often enough. to get little kids to go with him. I didn't know about that one. Yes, it is horrific. Yeah, very much so. And what a great story. Yeah, the disconnect we will all pay for. But yeah, if anybody wants to join, I'm starting to run out of material. So you need to get up here and tell me what you think about that or something else. ASAP. I can come up with something else to talk about though, if I need to. All right. That's a word I just made up. Ifin. Okay. Oh, let me add this to the stage. Picture of meat. I know. I'm sorry, vegans. This is just to make a point about something that's going on right now. 30,000 pounds of this has been recalled. So we're killing wild horses while we're importing. I'll take that off though. I don't want to be upsetting to people. Oh, thank you very much, Sophia. I appreciate it. But yeah, come up here and talk somebody besides me. Yeah, I wrote something down about the wild horses. We have these wild horses being rounded up and sold for $25 per, I don't know. But yeah, this was actually on the killing of wild horses for meat was on page 560 and page 561 of Project 2025. And I didn't know that, but that's actually happening now. And while we import meat from other countries, that is being recalled. There's also a lot of other food being recalled. And we've always had problems with that. It has to do with how we treat our agri workers. They don't get bathroom breaks. They do things right there in the field. It ends up in the food. You get the picture, and things like that. So it all ties down to greed and selfishness. And but those beautiful wild Mustangs, there are some communities that have fought to protect them, and successfully so. But a lot of this is going on under people's nose. They just aren't aware until it's already in the middle of happening, which is another price of disconnect. We don't communicate with people who know things sometimes. And that's how the internet, in a weird way, though, gets around them, because people do use it to search for things. And that's what the Panelverse ought to be, is because since regular people have access to it, they can do anything they want. And some people are. There are some good shows. And you can really talk about things in whatever way you actually want. And that ties in. I wrote this down, too, the other day, the word brain rot, because of Cougar Doomer using it. And it's funny because there's a quote that I saw on X with the word brain rot in it. So I'll read this to you. And it ties into some conversations on here and on the Machine Lives last night related to like reading and audience retention. He was talking about how when he goes to read a book, half the audience leaves, and and they'll go in and out, but sometimes when you read certain material, they don't want to hear. And we were making jokes. He said, "We've got a reader," and and Cougar Doomer uses it here too sometimes. So this is from Deep Psychology on X. Follow them if you're not. There will be an illiterate generation with zero attention spans in the next 10 years. People will become more informed about everything, but lack any depth of knowledge. They won't even have surface level knowledge. With zero attention spans, it becomes very hard to explain things. Thanks to social media, the next pandemic is brain rot. So yeah, I think that is an interesting statement. And I just saw a weird video, I think it was today in the morning when I look at things on X. And it was a hamburger restaurant in California that is nothing but AI and robots. And they have like a full-bodied robot kneading the hell out of some dough. And they have another one. They have some that are just arms that can use the fryer. There's no humans in there. They also have a bioinformatic might not be the right word, but it's like facial recognition technology. Just second spec, man. I'll give 15 and then I'll let you up because you're a guy. Anyway, no, they will use facial recognition to remember you and look at what you like. They'll also remember on the menu who you are, what you like, and also what makes you look like you're liking something to market towards you. So it's just the full infused AI experience. So they're getting to where they don't need their flunky workers, and notice how that lines up with how they're treating our poor and our and people that come here that start out at those types of jobs. They don't need them anymore. Go away. So it all kind of ties together. And those robots won't need any bathroom breaks. They won't get burned in the fryer. And those are jobs that nobody really wants. They're grueling and horrible. But that's just the beginning. They don't like to advertise that they're training them to do data analytics, which pays $80,000 a year, and you can do it from home. They're training them to do work like I do to a degree. There's some of it they can't do. You'll always kind of need a little bit of a human hand. They're training it to do medical work. They're training it to do a lot of things that people get paid pretty well to do and want those jobs. They're training them to do those jobs as well. And they're paying people a lot to help train them to do the jobs. So add all that together, and it's not just going to be that they're going to replace you on the fry machine, but they're starting there. And they're starting there. I think it won't be long before we see that in a very complete way. They're just trying to get us buttered up to love the machines enough to not be like, get this thing out of my face. And you want to talk about bravery growing up. I would love for you to. I'll let you in just a moment. Let me run all these comments. Then I might just go ahead and open it up. I've made the decision to go vegetarian as much as possible. I can't do full vegan. Yeah, that was my experience. I've been vegan for a week and I'm okay. We'll just see how it goes. I was vegan for a year, and the only reason I quit was, I did have some issues with the way I felt, and I have a vitamin D3 deficiency that I still have as a meat eater though. So now I'm thinking of it as I just, wrongly thought that was probably why I had it. But that's, I respect everybody's own experience, because I had mine that made me and I was a vegetarian for 10 years. So I felt like that was fine. I've seen a few videos of the wild mustangs and what they're doing. Completely heartbreaking. Also, to not give us humans breaks, especially while working agro, is just horrific. Yes, it is. And I think there's two parts to that. It's almost as though we can't eat or drink anything. Yeah, and I even witnessed some of that. I have some land now, and I had some before, and I kind of was looking into how you would go about starting a little agro business. And I worked at a person's farm, like they had asparagus, and we were bundling it and weighing it, and I was watching how they did everything. But the workers in the field, they were just out there doing their thing, and nobody was doing much for them. And I've seen some horror stories. They weren't totally terrible towards them, but they also, when they give them free housing, the housing really sucks. And sometimes there are these workers that are in like tobacco fields, for example, and they just spray the pesticides right on them while they're in the field. And we have a lot of under the table child labor here too. So when you're talking about like a whole family out there working, and some of them are minors getting sprayed with pesticides, that kind of stuff, because they know also that they will be afraid to say anything. And there's other kinds of abuses too, if they're illegal. And some people are here, by the way, they get accused of being illegal. They're here on a work visa. They're not doing anything illegal. I saw people arguing during the pandemic, like, oh, why are they getting, those people that aren't Americans, why are they getting money? Because they pay taxes, and they were entitled to get money legally if they were here on a work visa. So I adore hearing him read as well. Sometimes I don't feel so smart, which bothers me, because like if we're talking about something that I know a lot about, then I'm very comfortable. But then, yeah, he's getting into things I'm not that into, philosophy. So when I'm listening to that, I get a little lost. I try to keep up. I try to look up some stuff he's saying while he's reading, try to figure out what he's talking about. But yeah, I love to hear somebody read it. And I love learning something that I don't know anything about. It's just a little hard to be part of the convo when you don't know. Yes, brain cells are few and far between all over the place. Everything I attempt to do that requires me to make phone calls or have business interactions, it seems that humans have lost their ability to think and communicate. Indeed. They have indeed. And Sophia also says, I'm not signing up to be served anywhere by robots. It's just so beyond inhumane. Yeah, it even makes me wonder if there will be this weird backlash towards family restaurants that won't happen normally due to people's economic situation. And, let's face it, some of the reason people eat this crap is that they need to get in and out of somewhere quick. They don't need to have time to get out of the car. So they're grabbing garbage and eating it, and they need to eat something cheap. Well, since nothing's that cheap anymore anyway, and then this creep show of robots making it is going to go on, maybe people will actually start family restaurants, and people will want to go and eat something made by a human bad enough that they'll be like, you know what, we're going to wait until we can afford to eat out, and we'll go eat at that place where there's a lady back there making the food and a man waiting on us, and normal human situation. So disgusting. I agree. Dirty Lola. I watched a vid from a guy who requested his big data. They gave him a 500-page report. God, can you imagine the nuggets and crap you could find out that in your childhood you've shoved in your gullet? It would probably be really horrifying. And no telling you the chemicals. That would be the list of chemicals you've ingested. And that would probably make you just have a stroke. Jesus, take the wheel. The world will take your soul if you let it. Carole King. Oh, I love Carole King. When people make the choice to see beyond the surface of what's really happening and how inhumanely humans are experiencing life due to other humans, it is heartbreaking. Absolutely. And I'm grateful for your comments. They are very truthful. Why is my scrolling button not wanting to cooperate? There we go. However, most people are very superficial. Yeah, I think it's funny because I think they want people to be. Obviously, superficial people are shoppers, and superficial people don't scratch beneath the surface. But I think it's almost a survival mechanism. You put enough pressure on people all the time, they just want to go escape. So they don't want to escape into anything thoughtful because, again, they'll feel the pain of like real life. So it's like they go for the most bland music, the most bland movie, the most, the most like escaping reality, unthoughtful thing. And then superficiality can rule that way, I think, because people are afraid to feel any feelings. Otherwise, I don't think entertainment used to be about real feelings. And if you couldn't evoke real feelings, nobody would want to go watch a movie that was about nothing. They wouldn't want to hear a song that was about nothing. But now it's almost like that's the, apex of something that's successful is did it make people stop feeling anything rather than the other way around. Yep. Thank you very much. And Dirty Little Life says, he realized the McData alone could predict his every move. It could get that serious where they're literally tracking us through fast food. Holy cow, that would be funny. Okay, Spec Man. Well, we are almost to 6, and I'm the only lady. So if you are the only other person that is joining at the moment, I'm going to go ahead and bring you up so I can have a conversation with someone. How's it going?
Yeah, life is pretty good at the moment. I'm up, my dad's up. Life is good. I just wanted to chime in what you said about those two little boys speaking up and saving that little girl. Especially here in the UK, we all know about this stranger danger and how schools kind of pretend to promote it, but they actually really don't do anything, in my opinion, that is beneficial for kids. It's too easy to ignore. There's not enough parent involvement inside it. And even worse than that, within your actual community itself, like where you live, parents never get together with their young kids together and say, look, this is our community, these are our kids, and if any of you in trouble, you need to shout out, shout out, get a grown up, do something, because uh, it is a real danger, and it's not a new danger. I mean, it's a danger that's been around for hundreds of years, So I think societies and communities could organize themselves way better to protect their kids.
Oh, for sure. And like I know I have seen, and they used to do this in the 80s. I don't know when that first started being a big deal in America with a lot of child kidnappings and whatnot, and people taking like John Walsh, his son was kidnapped. It was a very famous case where he turned that into his television show, America's Most Wanted. And he did a lot of things like on Saturday mornings, they would have specials showing kids what to do, how to get attention, yell fire, all of that kind of stuff. You don't see part of that has to do with our fragmented entertainment. Kids used to all watch, like Saturday morning was for kids on television. We all had the same like set of channels. Very few people in my neighborhood even had cable at the time. That was a luxury. So it was like, let alone like these 300 channel situations and the internet. So everybody was watching the same stuff. They were showing kids what to do if they were taken, or if some adult was offering them. Another thing would be like offering them something to drink or to eat. Don't take it, don't drink it, don't eat it. It's okay to say no to a grown-up just because they're an authority figure. You don't have to respect them if you feel unsafe. You can politely decline or even get loud if you need to, that kind of stuff. So there used to be a lot of that, and I don't see that as much actually. Interestingly enough.
In fact, when I was a young kid, I grew up in London, and my mum was considered to be an alternative parent, and always was. But we moved house, which was a little bit further away from where my school was. But I insisted, because I'd walked to school before when it was just, 5 minutes. I insisted that the 15-minute journey, that I was capable of the 15-minute journey, at 8. And my younger sister was 6. And it took me a lot of convincing by my mum. But one day I was actually walking to school, and it wasn't one of our school kids, but it was a kid. And there was a guy, and he's holding a puppy, uh, and I can see him pointing towards his car. And I just went into automatic. This is one of the. This is one. And I just started screaming. Told my sister, like, walk on, and I just started, pervert, pervert.
You can scream that
And now
also, yeah.
everybody's looking, but you never guess what? This guy packed up his puppy, got in his car, and he was gone.
Yep.
So I was given the cues, I was given the things, and I didn't even think about it. I mean, for an 8-year-old to start screaming pervert at some random stranger, but because all of the signs were there, and lo and behold, yeah, that guy, he packed up, he got in his car, and he was gone. And then, me being me, I told the little kid, did your parents not tell you about this? This is stranger danger. And
I can tell you've got that streak to help and to get community together, and so I can imagine you as like going into spec mode, as you're going to get these people to understand what the deal is with the puppy scam. Absolutely.
yeah, and it's kind of funny because every single year, if we could, we went to a very, very big festival in the UK called Glastonbury Festival. It's still on, and it was kind of like a tamed down offshoot of the original Woodstock Festival. And so we went every year, and we used to stay in, because they used to kind of like a theme park. They used to, stage area, blah. And there was one particular field called the Teepee Field, and it was well known because it was set up by single mothers. So it was a whole load of single mothers, and over the years they'd all gotten to know each other and all of that. And at the very beginning of the festival, all of the kids were called together, and we were all given, the rules, yeah, and we were all shown our kind of like head leader mums. If there's any problem, you can get hold of this lady or this lady or this lady, and it was really well organized. And even though there were at some years 250,000 people at this festival, nothing ever bad happened to any kid.
Yep.
Because people were organized, they created safe places, and they made it easy for kids to understand, okay, you're not at home now, the rules have changed slightly, and it really works, which is, I learned at a very young age, public awareness can make such a massive difference.
Oh, absolutely. And I'll tell you an example of something that I did as a kid, similarly, except I didn't yell puppy. So I was a kid that was told about stranger danger and all that kind of stuff. So I was aware, and usually I was pretty good to remember. Like I remember one time this lady at a party kept walking up to me, and I might have been 3 or 4, wanting me to take a sip of her Coke, and I kept saying no. And I was like, no, thanks, no. And she might not have had any bad intentions, but I just kept on and on and on. And my mom and dad walked up behind me and were real proud of me that and then they were reiterating, no, we've told her never to take anything from a stranger. And the lady finally quit. But I remember I was playing with a friend in the backyard, and we had a fence, and then we had an alley behind our backyard. And, parents usually a lot of times will let a child play in a yard with minimal supervision because it's all fenced in and nobody's usually around bothering anybody. And my mom was cooking and she had the back door ajar, and she would watch periodically. And I was with a friend who was much older, but me and this girl were playing there, and some guy started driving down the alley, and I don't know how he managed. It's just like the little girl with the ice cream cone. You think, didn't she know that was weird? He shouldn't have been talking to her. Maybe she should have been told something. You can be told something and forget when you're a kid based on feelings. Because like I knew, and I even thought later, like, how did we talk to that guy? But he was talking to us, and somehow he managed to start talking to us and cajoling us, and we were just having a good time talking to the guy. And then all of a sudden, I hear my mother, and I was very little, might have been 4 years old or something, but I hear her yell my name, and I start realizing we're talking to a stranger. And he even had the door to his car ajar at that point, so he was like on his way to getting out. And he slammed that door and bolted down the alley, and we both went bolting toward the door. And I was really sorry. And the girl with me said, Emily's talking to strangers. And I said, so are you, and she was like 10 years old because she was a neighbor kid. So she really should have known better. But yeah, that guy was up to no good. And that's really, really scary. I'm really grateful nothing happened. So kids do forget. And we just live in such a world where leaving them. And that's sad. Because there's that whole parental style where you let your kids and in Japan, there's a whole philosophy, and it's beautiful, where kids they call them capable little people. It's a Japanese term, but they let them like make their own food. They don't sit around coddling them. Not that you don't care for them and nurture them, but you let them do things. And I do think that's good. But then at the same time, when you live in a world that's this depraved, letting them wander around out of your sight too much could be a disaster, unfortunately.
Yeah, once again, it all comes down to structure. And even the Japanese are now beginning to admit that the structure wasn't really there because both parents were working, so they weren't able to be there for their kids. So they were promoting this independence. I'm not saying that learning to be independent at a young age isn't good, but they were promoting this independence for the wrong reasons, if you see what I mean.
Absolutely.
So basically, yeah, it's all about structure. And then, of course, mostly young women, sometimes young men, you think that once you've got past that 16-year-old mark, that danger is behind you, but a whole new set of dangers happens at the age of 16. And we have one rule in our house, and I'm pretty sure that rule will long outlive me. And it is, you go out together, you come home together.
Mm-hmm.
And my sister, who does have kids, has been telling her kids this from as soon as they could go out. This is the rule. If one of you decides that you're going to be doing something different for whatever reason, that was never the plan, and it cannot happen. And when you're very young, it's not that much of, but when you get to that 15, 16-year-old mark, especially young women, they all of a sudden, oh, I just met these wonderful people, and I'm just gonna, and they do it so often, and I mean, and it's dangerous, and don't do it, because at least if there's two of you, you got a chance. If there's one of you, and I don't care whether you're male or female, if there's one of you, your chances decrease. So
for sure.
it's about structure, and it's about creating rules for a lifetime, and hopefully those rules will serve you for your entire lifetime, and then you can pass them on to your kids and your family.
Yeah, one thing you touched on back there a minute ago when you talked about for the wrong reasons, where they're encouraging all this independence. That's what's unfortunate. I'm sorry, I've had it was actually kind of a mild pneumonia as it turns out, but I'm on week 3, so I'm almost well. But so I knew that was like some kind of monster cold was what I was calling it. So yeah, for sure. But no, so these children in these shows back in the 80s and 90s, and then it got progressively worse. look back, and even some of the shows that seem kind of innocent, like there was one in the 80s called Kids Incorporated. Some of you may remember it. And it was fun little show about kids that had a band and their own like all kid nightclub. You never saw parents on this show. So it's almost like the kids were raising themselves. And even if you go back to the 30s and 40s, the Little Rascals was like that. It's making them into mini adults who are complicit in making decisions that children don't normally make. So that's kind of the beginning of grooming a lot of times. So, and it's not like kids don't enjoy that idea. Who wouldn't love the idea of being a rock star with their own nightclub? And they don't think anything bad is going to be associated with that. But getting a kid to want to be away from their family and be independent can definitely have sinister motives.
Even to the point of Pippi Longhouse, Longstocking.
Yeah.
The messaging is completely off to a certain degree. You have this little girl who has hoards and hoards of treasure, and she's just out there on her own. Like the messing is completely off. Whereas other shows, like Skippy or the one with the dog, they had much better messaging because you had a friend that was there for you that would protect you, even if it wasn't another human being. It was this kangaroo, and the messaging was just so much better. And I think we as humans we missed a lot of that, you know.
Yeah, for sure. And the used to be like the whole community was kind of a family, and people have lost that a lot too. And they act like it's just a thing with people from non-Western countries to care about their ancestors or their elders or their extended family. And Europeans used to do it. I mean, they used to even live in large housing together, communally raising kids, depending on which culture you're talking about. It's only in recent time that we decided that. Hey, that person's old, they're done, and they, aren't part of the family anymore, and they go off to an independent facility, and your kids are 18, now they're going to leave the house immediately because otherwise you're holding them back. This idea that pushing people away from their family or you're holding them back is really weird, and really the obvious motive behind it is control of that person, getting them into the workforce or into the military or into the something. And into not believing that they're connected to anyone, from the programming on TV to the programming at school. It's kind of a common message.
On a side note, though, I've heard from many people that the military or the navy was their escape route. It gave them somewhere to go because they weren't feeling happy and comfortable at
True.
home. So, even though I wish we had no need of a military, it's not an entirely bad story, if you see what I mean. Even though I do believe that the military needs to go to greater lengths to make sure that it protects its so-called family, because all over the world you hear about terrible incidents where somebody feels so isolated, or other groups of people are allowed to gang up to them on them to such a degree that it causes harm for a very long time.
Yes, I mean, it's like, while you're useful to me, I'll take sort of care of you, and then as soon as you're not, pshaw, you're society's problem. Even having to fight, I remember reading about the dogs they got to help TBI victims. This one guy did multiple tours, and he didn't have anything happen to him. And then some freak accident with something they were just working with, it detonated, like an IED or something, and he got a traumatic brain injury. And his family, who believed that he wasn't really being manly if he was having these flashbacks where he would get sick and scared and couldn't function, they didn't understand. It's like, you don't have any physical wounds, what's wrong with you? Well, it's internal, the wound. So the guy ended up working with a dog, and it helped him so much, and then he started that whole program where they can get therapy dogs. But no, it would be nice if, first of all, yes, I mean, I do think, obviously, you have a military for when you really need to protect yourself. It's the same reason you have a lock on your door or anything that involves putting up barriers or protection, like having a gun or anything like that. It's to protect you for when you really need it. It's not to go out here and establish domination over somebody else and their stuff. Let's be real. And in a way that doesn't really benefit your people, it benefits a few people. That's even worse. And then they're going to use the many to support the few. Definitely not what militaries should be doing. If they need to exist at all, it should be for those limited situations. And absolutely should take care of the people that they've used when they do that. But it's just too bad we don't have something better than that for people to go do when they need to get away from a bad situation and grow up and work hard on something. I think that's what Peace Corps tried to be in America, and it's kind of fallen by the wayside. Do you have things like that there?
Yeah, unfortunately, no, we don't have anything like the Peace Corps, and I really like what the Peace Corps stands for, and I think that to a certain degree it would be a perfect replacement for that military body. Yes, uh, train young men and women to defend their nation if they have to, but alongside that, train them for disaster relief, community relief, uh,
Mm-hmm.
because, um, well, hopefully, uh, that would be more beneficial to the world, helping after a disaster than going halfway across the world, which for some reason it always involves that right now. I mean, since in the USA, since the Civil War, everything has been going halfway across the world
Yeah.
to save America from something 7,000 miles away.
Yeah, it's like you can't find anybody. Like literally, when you go to any major city in this country, you can find a tent city that rivals anything you could see in the third world. And yeah, you don't really need to go very far to see people who desperately need assistance by any means. And this,
Yeah, it's just a shame, and their budget is tremendous as well. And if you look at the tiny fraction that actually goes to the military personnel, the joke becomes even more apparent. So yeah, it's the world has got so many glaring problems and so many glaring mistakes. Mind
Mhm.
you, I'm a bit scared in the UK now because they say that the British military would easily, and I mean that's the whole of it, would easily fit into Wembley Stadium, which is our big football stadium,
Wow.
and that's kind of scary. That um,
Do you think they'll
peop
impose a draft? Because in America, they've put the first step in place that would be the step you'd take before you implement a draft. So, what do you think about that?
yes, because they're desperately scared now that with the new technology and the automation, that they just really won't know what to do with the youth because educational programs they'll give you the theoretical but they give you absolutely no practical, so it makes it harder to move into into the job market. So what are you going to do with all of those young men and women that are bored, have nothing to do? They're going to start lashing out, causing trouble.
Mhm.
So I think the draft is the world's way of trying to combat a problem before it becomes a problem. Not that I agree with it.
Right. And another quote here: those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. Voltaire said that. Boy, isn't that the truth. And, but then it depends on some absurdities are true. So I think it's more important learning how to determine what's true, even if it's absurd, versus what's not.
Yeah, there were those school experiments, weren't there, where they rigged up a chair with an electric shock and then asked you random questions, general knowledge questions. And it was never about getting the questions right or wrong. It was all about can you convince your fellow students to give other students electric shocks? And
Mm.
they told them it wasn't true, but they told them that the electric shocks would ramp up the more that the answers were wrong, and there were so many students that were quite willing to electrocute their fellow students, and it was pretty easy to achieve.
Wow. Speaking of which, easy to achieve. Let me just put this on the screen real quick. So this is a picture of one of the robots. This one's cleaning a house for $30. So they're starting this out cheap. So you can imagine that a person that comes in to clean your house is going to need a lot more money than that. It's going along doing all kinds of things. It can climb the stairs, it can vacuum, it can do everything. Not that we think people should while their life, like you can see the good and the bad in this. Who wants to while their life away cleaning houses or making burgers? So part of you says, well, isn't it great that we could maybe have some humanoid clunky machine come in and do that stuff if it doesn't get too out of control? But we also can see that if you don't concurrently while you're doing that, you know, why is college so expensive where you have all this debt? Why don't, if people really had equal opportunity to get in there and learn and become whatever they want, then yeah, you could let the machines do the grunt work and people could go do amazing things. But it's not going to be like that. It's going to be like they're still going to have the income disparity while also letting the robots have the crap jobs and even some of the good jobs. And that's going to make it very weird.
Yeah, this whole notion that humanity will be able to reinvent itself. Let's go again. Let's go back another 200 years. 200 years ago in London, there were gangs roaming the streets, causing chaos and mayhem, which forced Britain to establish the first civil police force, national police force. And then we look 200 years later, we've still got gangs roaming the streets, causing chaos, even though we have a civil police force. This notion that humans will reinvent themselves, I don't think humans have truly reinvented themselves for the last 50,000 years. So what they're doing is replacing us. So
Absolutely.
it won't work well. So
And I think they're going to want a much smaller population. And you'll have the elite class, you'll have the machines, and then maybe you'll have some sort of transhuman class and a little small class of underlings, maybe. I don't know what their vision is. I've never read Project 2025. Have you ever read that?
I've never read it, but I had a vision of the future. Um, may it be, for whatever reason. It could be completely fabricated, my brain putting tricks on me or whatever. But I had a vision of the future, and I went to the world, and it was empty. It was beautiful. I was floating above the world. I was awake at the time, but I was floating above the world, and I looked down, and everything had returned to pristine, beautiful nature. I was flying over broadleaf forests, and I couldn't see a road. I couldn't see anything. And then I saw this massive kind of glass pyramid-shaped structure, and I mean, it must have been a mile tall. Uh, and it was absolutely massive, and I'm like, whoa, that's a bit weird, like because of the pristine nature. And then I kept moving over the earth, and I saw a desert region, once again completely empty, one of these massive pyramid-like structures. And I definitely got the feeling that the population was, because there were no cars, there was nobody going anywhere, I didn't see a single city, I didn't even see a small village, and I must have traveled 1,000 miles.
Wow.
So I definitely get the feeling that the population of humanity is drastically going to shrink. At the moment, we're doing it completely voluntarily. There's no,
Or
I mean,
subconsciously, you could say.
subconsciously, yeah. So I mean, South Korea is a perfect indicator. They say that in 100 years' time there won't be any Greeks left in Greece. They're
Oh, I'm sorry, Spec. I removed the wrong thing. Let me put you back up there. Continue.
Thank
I
you.
was getting something ready for later. Go ahead.
I think we're going to do it naturally, but how much psychological damage is, halving the population going to be? And is it going to be everybody chaotically acting out of desperation, or is it going to be a concerted effort because we want to improve the quality of everybody's lives? If you see what I mean. If you've got one, if you've got one big bowl of food and there's 20 people eating from that food, or there's 10 people of course, when there's 10 people, everybody's going to get a bigger portion. It's going to be great, right?
Right.
But I think that the way that the world's trying to do it is that we might psychologically damage ourselves so badly in the process of, combating the problems that we're going to face in the next 200 years, that it won't even be worth the effort.
Yeah, and what's scary is, they'll get us to turn on one another because we'll be in a panic and fight each other. They already have people doing that, hey, that lady with that SNAP card is getting, food, and it might have come out of my tax dollars. Meanwhile, they've taken $300 billion for a war, and no telling how much for a couple other wars. I just read that Ted Cruz got $7, I don't know if it was million or billion, for a project for Christians to go to Israel, but it was like funneled in a funny way. I'll read more about that, but that looks like treasonous stuff, depending on, right
And
now
you can see how that
we
would
have
be
legal
a
treason.
fantastic idea, right? Because the political and religious elite in Israel are the ones that get to walk around with the automatic rifles, and they're the in crowd, and then they're the beautiful people. And you can definitely see that there are quite a few, government bodies that would like to have an elite group of people lording it over everybody else, and basically torturing everybody that they deem not to be worthy of, the top dog position.
And then they'll use the insanity on the other side that they created with, when you do enough to people. Hi, Sophia. Let me get you up here. Yeah, when you do, hi, good to see you, Sophia. When you do enough to people, then you create Hamas. Hamas is born of orphans, and yes, they are wacky, and they also lord over the people. What help they have gets robbed by Hamas. And so those, imagine if you were born in a situation where you're between a rock and a hard place. Your own government is against you potentially, and then the one on the other side wants you not to be alive. So
Hamas is playing the same game. They're being the elite
yes.
ones that have the right thinking and the right things, and the ones that get to carry the. Or there is absolutely no different. And I've actually known quite a few people that were born in Israel, and it takes a very long time. You need to get to know them before they even tell you that they came from Israel, and they've left because they don't like it.
Yep, they're beating them in the streets, the ones that are protesting what's going on openly as Jews who don't support what's going on. And I don't know why you would be an anti-Zionist Jew in Israel. There could be, I think there are some who are, some do generationally go back that far, small percentage. And they are, and then a few that maybe just have come to that mindset where they want to live in a, have a one state with their neighbors peaceably living, which, anytime anybody came close, plenty went on to stop it. And the closest I think they came was when the PLO leader, that was when they did the tests, it looked like he had been poisoned. And I think that's probably accurate. And then they killed the leader from Israel at the same time. So, yeah. Sophia, you dropped out. I don't know if you did that or if I didn't hit anything, but I don't know if you dropped out because you needed to go or because of like anything technical. Oh, have to fix my sound. Be right back. Alrighty. Sounds good. Yeah, and once again, we all have our opinions. So I was thinking, did I offend somebody? Hey, Sophia.
It's been
Hello.
lovely
I had to
talking
fix
to you.
my
I'm
sound.
gonna log off. I'll speak to you later. I'm enjoying the show. Bye bye.
Bye-bye. Have a good one, Spec-Man. Appreciate you being up. Hey, how's it going?
He had some interesting perspectives.
Yes, he does.
I don't know what I can add other than you were up here by yourself, and I thought maybe another woman could join you and see what we can talk about. You've had some interesting subjects so far.
Yeah, I appreciated your seeing you post about the Ethiopian Bible. I too have wanted to read that, um, and they say that you need to get the right ones, or because there's some people like marketing fake ones. But
Yes, that's why I posted a picture of the one that I purchased. Excuse me, because it was recommended to me by a friend who has studied what you just said, that they're not all the same. And they had researched and found that this particular one is allegedly the most accurate, especially the books that we weren't allowed to have, the Book of Enoch, the Gospel of Thomas. There's just a lot in there that it seems to me was withheld from, it was withheld from us. So
yeah,
I am curious to start reading it. I have not yet done so. I'm looking forward to reading it.
yeah, you might want to make content, and I too want to read it. And I have some Gnostic Gospels, which I looked at a little bit of it, and I know in the way back I read the Book of Mary. I thought it was just the Book of Mary, but it is Mary Magdalene. That gentleman who said that on here was correct. It's just been so many years since I looked at it.
Yes, I want to read the Gospel of Mary Magdalene as well. There is a lot. I'm sure you've heard, the lore that Christ and Mary Magdalene did in fact become married and had children, which would make sense to me if he was a good Jewish boy. That was expected in his day and time, that he would marry, have a wife, and have children. But some people are shocked at that. Some people are like, how dare Christ get married and father children? And to me, it just seems normal and natural.
Yeah, and
some people don't.
That added to that demonization of being a normal adult human.
Just being a human. And was Christ not fully human and fully divine? And do we not also have that same potential? Can we not also choose divinity rather than lower frequencies that do cause harm and injury to others and ourselves? And I guess I'm learning and growing and seeking to have that kind of spirituality rather than, and I love that your name is Personhood Over Dogma. I absolutely love that, because for much of my life I was so trapped in doctrine and dogma, and what is now I can see is just legalism and control of others rather than me being in control of my own self, within myself, with my relationship with God. Um, I don't find doctrine and dogma to help anyone. I find it hurtful, divisive, harmful. It was for me in my life. And so I'm not saying that I'm throwing it all out the window. Some of it served its purpose for me and helped me in some areas, but I have found it to be more harmful than it is helpful.
Oh, absolutely. And, for me, also, the name there is the idea that, and I too am a person, like, if I believe in something, I will sacrifice myself to do that something, or to adhere to that thing, to the point where then you stop listening to yourself. And I believe God, if there is a God in this universe, God gave everybody personhood. Everything alive, including animals, have their own personhood. Anything sentient does. So,
yes.
And that, if it does,
yeah. That's another reason I'm exploring trying to become a vegetarian, because now that I'm older and I realize certain things about animals, I really don't want to eat anything that had a face. I really don't, because especially with the factory farming that's going on, it's not as though these animals get to live the way that they used to on farms that our great-grandparents had. They don't get a good, decent animal life in the sunshine and the grass. They're exposed to so much, and then I just don't think I want to put that in my body. I don't want to put that in my body anymore. But I am concerned with the protein. I'm going to have to figure out what vegetables to eat that have proper protein, because our bodies do literally need amino acids and certain things that usually only comes from meat. So I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to work on it.
I know, aren't lentils pretty high in it? Oddly enough, I could be wrong.
I think
But
so. Lentils, legumes. There are some high protein. And of course, I don't think I can go full vegan. I will still eat eggs. I will still eat cheese and yogurt. Greek yogurt is my favorite, with some honey on it, with some fruit. I will still eat things like that. I'll eat peanut butter. I see in the chat someone saying peanut butter. Yes. I'm so glad that I'm not allergic to things like that, because that is high protein.
Oh, yeah.
And so there has to be a way to do it. There are some local places where I live that have their own, they do raise their own cattle and their own chickens, and they do sell them. So they did kind of, they lived an animal life. But I'm still, for some reason here lately, I'm freaked out about eating anything that ever had a face on it, especially if you think about how cows are. Have you ever looked into a cow's face? I have, and they are so beautiful. And their eyes, I just get lost in their eyes, and I just really don't like steak anyway. I don't care to eat a hamburger anyway. So I don't know. I'm changing.
They're big dogs, and like the Highland cows are so cute. One thing though, like I love dairy, and of course we know why people love dairy. The caseomorphines, your brain is like, yay, cheese, right? But
and it tastes good too.
Of course,
I like the savory cheeses. I like feta and Gouda and
love all that.
Those kind of cheeses, and they probably have protein in them.
Yeah, but if you go back to our ancestors, who, like the Europeans that were cultivating a symbiotic relationship with these animals, and also the Ayurvedic in India cultures, that was a totally different lifestyle. And in Africa, there's a community.
It was. The Native American Indians who would hunt the buffalo, they did it in a very spiritual way, and they were very, after the hunt, they would thank the animal. They would thank the spirit of the animal for providing for them, and nothing was wasted. They used all of the bones. They made tools out of the bones. They used the stomach for, to put liquids in. I mean, it was amazing what they were able to do. So nothing was wasted. They did it with as least cruelty as they could. And that is what they had to eat, because they didn't have a lot of agriculture back then. They had maybe wild berries growing and things like that,
and vitamin K from fermented foods.
Yes.
A lot of fermented dairy played a role in keeping people healthy. But when you abuse these animals, there's consequences. And what's sad to me is that like the most abused animals in some instances are the dairy ones.
That's true.
And it doesn't have to be that way. Like I'm not haven't eaten dairy in a week, but like before that, I have a lady that has goats near me, and I do know she probably does send some off to be cold at some point, but the babies are with the moms when they're nursing, and not separated too early. I think they get to stay with the mom for a good many months, maybe not as much as they would want to naturally, and they live a very beautiful life on that farm. So I felt like, okay, I'm not doing anything too terrible here. But
there's a lot of things you can do with goat's milk too. I know some people that make goat's milk soap, and of course they make goat cheese, and it can be used.
Oh yeah, there's a family that managed to find a way to make like mozzarella cheese out of the goat milk, which is interesting. But no, I know the extreme vegan perspective as well. You didn't obtain the animal's consent to work for you and give you anything, so leave them alone. And in a way, you can see some agreement with that. But for me, it's like, I always make the argument that nobody would support factory farms, really, especially the ones we see that are so horrible, because the animal didn't even live a free, decent life before it died.
They didn't.
I don't know. Say that they deserve that,
I don't know if it was here on YouTube or where I saw it, but apparently someplace in the state of Kansas, and apparently it happens elsewhere, they take cattle and put them in a pod and just set them out on the land, and their whole life is spent in this pod, and they can't move, and they just force feed them all the time, and then they're sent off to slaughter. I don't want to put that in my body. Think of the cortisol that animal has in their body from that stress. Think of, and this is a terrible word, I have to be careful how I say this on this channel because I don't want to cause an issue. So I'm just going to use the word A. The A will also develop in animals that go through this extreme stress and pain. It develops in their blood. I don't want to put that in my body. I'm done. I'm done with eating stuff like that. I grew up kind of a country girl from the age of 10 on. And so eating certain things was normal to me. But now that I'm older and I know more, I don't want to eat that stuff. I think it's cruel. Yeah. And I think it ends up hurting our bodies. We're taking on the pain of that animal and putting those hormones that are cultivated from the pain and the stress that they endure, we're putting that into our bodies and making our bodies sick.
I think there's a lot of
just my opinion.
Yeah, and not to mention all the antibiotics and disease, and they're always combating disease because you can't raise animals in an unnatural environment without creating disease and then combating it all the time. And then to, get your profit up, you're going to fatten them up, feeding them garbage like all that sugary corn. Then we're eating that. People get diabetes from eating meat because it's got all that sugar from the corn in it.
Isn't it insane? Really it is a vicious cycle. And one of my dreams is to have my own vegetable garden and to be able to, have some laying hens so that I can have eggs and let them have a proper life. I would dearly love to be able to do that sort of thing. And there's many people on YouTube that are trying to do that kind of thing. It would almost take a community. If enough people could get together and become self-sustainable in that way. I mean, if something really goes bad, if the stuff hits the fan in a really bad way, the Amish people are going to be okay, with the exception of they are not violent people. And unfortunately, there will be people to try to come and harm those Amish people and take from them what they have. The Amish and the Pennsylvania Dutch, if something happens, those people are going to be okay.
Especially since the whole doctrine of toucheth not the unclean thing, saith the Lord, meaning guns and weapons in their minds.
Yes, they are very peaceful and they will not have weapons. And I've even heard they won't even defend themselves if someone does, strike a hand to them or go to try to harm them. Yeah. Which I'm not that evolved. If someone tries to harm me, I'm gonna try to harm them first. I'm okay with self-defense. I'm not okay with harming for harming's sake. But if someone's trying to harm me or someone else and I can help them, I am going to help them. And that's why I typed in the chat earlier, it's very possible I'll be in jail one day, depending on the circumstances, because I'm not going to stand by and watch someone be harmed. I'm just not going to do it.
Yeah, it's funny you bring that up in connection to the Amish, because I don't know if anybody's ever seen or if you've ever seen that movie, The Witness. It's kind of a 80s-ish, 90s-ish movie. And it's a little boy who goes into an airport bathroom. He's Amish. He witnesses a crime.
Yes, I have seen that.
Yeah, they don't see him in there, but then later he ends up being a witness in a prosecution. And because of what he saw with the violence, his grandfather or father sits him down to have a conversation. That scene is so powerful because he says, he tells him not to ever touch the unclean thing and why we don't be violent. And he said, what would you do? And he said, I would only hurt a bad man. And he said, how do you know the man is bad? And that's that whole conversation. You can tell that the little boy is just never going to be able to accept this pacifist thing anymore once he sees what these kinds of people can do. So it's interesting. Yeah.
There's a fine line with many, many subjects. There is a fine line where we have to look at it as objectively as we can and make, sometimes we're forced to make a decision within a split second.
Yes.
So if we aren't already grounded and know who we are and what we might do or how we might respond, we could do something that we would regret. So you have to already kind of think ahead. What would I do in an XYZ situation? How would I handle that? Because we never know what we're going to be faced with. There is nowhere to flee to. You might hear the old stories where people would say, "Oh, flee to the mountains." We can't even go to the mountains anymore. Look what happened to North Carolina. Look what happened to those people who suffered something which I believe was not from nature nor from God. I believe it was from manipulating blank, blank, blank. I don't want to get Finding Gnosis' channel in trouble. And maybe that sounds conspiratory, but I just do believe that there is that kind of evil in the world. And it started with the fires in Maui, where certain homes did not burn down, but very poor people lost everything. It started there, and it's still happening. And nobody's talking about it. Nobody's talking about the fires in Canada. Nobody's talking about very much about the fires in Spokane, the floods that are farther, on the other coast. Like we've got the fires on the West Coast, the floods are on the East Coast. To me, that's just not natural.
And then globally, it's happening at the exact same time in England, France, and Spain.
Yes, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It is.
And, some people would fall back on, oh, well, it's just the end times. It's just the Bible. It's supposed to happen. And I'm not going to be in that camp. I'm not going to be in that camp. I'm going to look behind the curtain and see what's going on behind the Wizard of Oz curtain and who's pulling the strings. Because I just don't think, it's not my opinion that we're just supposed to sit idly by and do nothing just because a book says something. I can't do that anymore. And I have been, in my small circle that I do have, I now have nobody, because I've dared to ask questions. I have dared to want answers. I have dared to think outside the box and look at things differently spiritually. And I did not stay conformed to their image. They want me conformed to their image rather than me conforming myself to the image of God, is what I aspire to do. Mm-hmm. And so now that's why I made the comment earlier. I hang out with you guys. I don't have anybody else to hang out with except my cousin, but she has moved. She doesn't live as close to me as she used to. It's an hour's drive, so I don't get to see her very often. Mm-hmm. So when I do get to join people like you all, I don't feel as alone. So it does fill a void for me, and I'm appreciative of it.
I think it's doing that for a lot of people. And like also when you get confined into an office situation, and then, you only have that one person there with you, and you have certain things you might get along with them, but it's just not going to stimulate your brain too much. And you're not going to share a lot with that person. If they're, we get to know people, and we kind of know where that friendship or whatever is limited.
You learn real fast what you can say to who.
Yeah.
And then sometimes I've gone out of my comfort zone knowing full well I was going to be rejected, but I was being true to myself. So I said what I thought, and now I'm blackballed. I'm blacklisted. And that's okay. I've always been my own best friend, and I can do that. It does help to have people like you and others to talk to. For sure. It's very helpful, but on a day-to-day basis, I'm fine. I can be my own best friend. It's always been that way.
That's the baseline foundation for being all right, and is knowing that you're all right, no matter, if people, that way, if something happens where there's, people turning on you or a trust issue, you're okay until that next moment where you're around a better set of people in a good situation.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with, I'll quote the proverbial, wipe the dust off your feet and move on.
Absolutely.
Which I've done, and it has shocked them. And that's not my business or my problem. That's a them problem.
Absolutely. And another thing, I'll pull this file up real quick and share. If I can get it to come up, it's being a little bit slow. So here's a thing. Here's a reason why people might have a little trouble finding anyone to talk to. This is what people are doing nowadays. So this girl is real famous for face dancing. She's really good at it. She's performing for a group of kids and has 1.6 million followers on Instagram. If it's not your thing, don't watch it. Let her do her thing. I saw the funniest thing on Joey B. Tunes. If you haven't seen him on YouTube, please check him out. It's called, he has this little series, and it's called something like, Why I Don't Go Out. That's what it's called. And he'll show a series of stupid crap that people are doing that is insanely popular, including like that girl. And,
which goes back to what we were talking about earlier. What happened to all the brain cells? Where are the brain cells?
Collectively destroyed. That's the one thing we can do collectively is destroy brain cells.
It seems to be. Where is DNW? Is he resting and just kind of gave you the to be the host tonight?
Yeah, when I do the women thing, he's not around, and back then he wasn't doing content for a while very much, and then he now is back to doing a lot more, but this still is a thing.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah,
well, I just hated you were up here by yourself. I really don't have much more that I know to say right now. I appreciate speaking with you. And I'll go ahead and pop down and see if somebody else wants to come up and speak with you.
We have an all-star to join you, and you're an all-star as well, TML, but it was so nice talking to you, Sophie.
One of my favorite guys.
How's it going?
Hey, blessings, ladies. How you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah, how's everything?
Great. Did you have anything that you wanted to share about what we've been talking about? Or
I just now got into the house, so I'm not sure what you guys have been discussing.
A lot of different things. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, just saying you guys are the homies, so I thought I'd join.
Sounds good. Appreciate it. Yeah, did you see the man, earlier I talked about this, who was arrested for wearing his military uniform under Article 88 and for talking about the president needing to be removed for a variety of reasons, treason being one of them. But yeah, under Article 88, he was removed, and there's a whole line of thought other whether Article 88 violates our constitutional rights to free speech or not. It has to do with contempt towards officials. So, and the argument for it is that, their rules it doesn't violate the Constitution because the service members don't have the same speech rights as civilians. They have this duty of care toward, their service. But the flip side is that because it's such a narrow scope, like they're limiting, they're only protecting certain people, the president, the vice president, Congress, and whatnot, that it does actually violate the First Amendment. So I thought that was super interesting. Biden did it too. We had a guy that when that Kabul bombing, when he criticized that guy was also taken away and arrested under the same thing. So, but this is something a little bit different. There's several articles, but this is the first one under Article 88 that's ever been like he's still in jail. So it'll be really interesting to see what happens with that.
Okay, I'm going to look this up. Article 88. Let's see.
Under the military code.
Okay. So this is in regard to treason against the government?
Yep. Let me get his name for you. I put his picture up a while ago, but because of the bandwidth, I've taken the pictures down. His name.
It says contemptuous words against top civilian leaders like president or Congress. Yeah, I wasn't aware of this charge.
Jason Watson. Yeah, and it's a second arrest.
Okay, so if you're in the military, you can be charged with this. Interesting stuff. Yeah,
because he wore his uniform while he said these things, and because he's still serving. Now, once they've chewed you up and spit you out, you could say whatever you want, I guess. But while you're wearing the thing, you can't express. And I was talking about how it's the same way in like healthcare, law, other professions that keeps people quiet while you're in the they make it actually a crime, to talk about certain things, even if you're witnessing something illegal, like in a hospital or in another type of job, you can't go talk about it, which is interesting.
Yeah, So that's why, like, as I pointed out on the show a lot, right? There's obviously secret societies, there's foreign intelligence, right? There's corporations, right? There's corporate espionage, right? And there's all sorts of people, right, in the military, and that have taken secret oaths, and obviously it goes to the public of whether we can even trust these people who have taken these oaths, who are part of these organizations. Granted that they filled out contracts and non-disclosure agreements, and or they've been sworn in somehow by unveiling some dark details about themselves or participating in some dark ritual, right, or something like that. So it's like yeah, I mean, it's a huge deal, right? I, for one, am really resistant to have people joining groups and organizations, right? I try to tell them that joining a group and organization is probably not good, right? Whether it's a religious organization or a military organization or some sort of other group. You want to keep your head about you. I think the best groups are like families, and people that are trying to create that in the world, right? A family or a small community, they're tied into their local communities, right? And they have some kind of stake in the game.
Yes.
Those are the people that I think
Your mic is kind of doing something funny. Let me see if I can help here.
Yeah.
There we go. There you go. How's that?
Switch to this.
There we go.
Yeah, maybe that'll help. There's one that says line audio box. There's the one that says communications line audio box. I don't know which one is the better one. But...
I hit reduce mic background noise and echo cancellation. So we'll just see what that is. There we go. That sounds good. Whatever you're doing right there, do it.
Okay. Yeah, I might unplug my thing and plug it back in before my show, and this is how it goes.
No worries. I totally agree with you. Once it has a name and a structure, what's sad about that is, when you want to get funding and you want to grow something, that's when they'll take note and want to stop you. Even a guy that I noticed, he had a radio show just talking about something a little different but similar. It was independent. He was on a shortwave radio station. It got super popular, and then they came in and kind of wanted to buy it from him. And when they couldn't, he had problems like you wouldn't believe, like legal problems, weird crap happening to his family. And this ended up being worth a lot of money. I won't say what show it was, but eventually they wrestled it away from him. But that's what they do.
Yeah, this is why the Taoist avoids fame, right? Because honestly, as Lao Tzu says, the best place is second place, right? He says remaining in second place, right? That's the better option, right? Than getting all of the, fame and notoriety, right? And obviously that can ruin something, and obviously keeping something at a low level, keeping it underground, staying underground, right? That's really important, right? If you're not an underground operation, right? Like, for example, if it's higher than 5K subscribers, I start to doubt the entire thing. If it's from 10 to 15K, right, I'm seriously wondering if there's any production companies or other apps and studios that are attached to this production, right? Especially if they have really nice camera equipment, right? As you could see, I'm fading in and out, and of course I have this $20 microphone, right? And I'm not an audio or a video expert.
Same.
So this is the thing, is like you have to question when people don't seem proficient at those skills. They don't have those. Obviously, somebody's doing that for them.
Yes.
Right. So what kind of people would have people at their service? I can't even get one person around me to contribute to my show or what I'm doing. What type of people are these that have a network already set up that supports their content? right? In terms
Absolutely.
of even producing thumbnails and videos, and they have a nice studio, they have a nice camera setup, and obviously somebody else is holding the camera. You had to
Yeah.
start to question. Now, 50K to 100,000 subscribers, that's obviously something that's been set up by the system, in my opinion.
Mhm.
Right? So I will not be giving that any credence, right? Until I figure out what the audience is, what the purpose is, and a lot of times, yeah, I just don't trust large networks,
Mhm.
and I do think that they have figured out this strategy, and they've created smaller channels that correspond with the larger channels. That are seem to be like unassumingly small, right? So they've obviously gamed that system that way,
Mhm.
right? So I think there's a lot of people who are engaging in, occult behavior, corporate espionage, right? Foreign espionage, right? Or they're just part of the military, or they're, informants or something like that, or they're failed actors that have been paid to troll or something like that. There's
Mhm.
a lot of them in California, right, where they use these guys that are sort of failed actors and thespians to sort of, you could pay them a little bit, amount of money and get them to troll some guy on the internet, right,
That is so
and
funny
so on
you
and so
say
forth.
that because I work with someone who's both ex-military and a former actor, which I always thought was an interesting combination. And now he kind of works in this
There's a lot of them.
security type job. Yeah. But yeah, what you just said really resonates with also another part of YouTube that I noticed back. I even wrote a thing about it in the way back. So I noticed these different content creators that were targeting kids as their content base. And you know how they did that whole separation of YouTube Kids versus YouTube Adult, partly because of this crap. They had they all knew each other, first of all, you would notice, and they were all going viral all of a sudden off of the dumbest videos you've ever seen, mostly with some weird, like, innuendo directed at kids, let's just put it that way, with the target market being like maybe 12 to 14-year-olds at most, and even a lot of times younger kids watching. And and they did this content for a long time, and then all of a sudden they kind of clean it up and stop doing it, and then people start talking about how crazy it all was. But back when it was going on, people that would make comments, they'd say, oh, if you see something wrong, it's you're the one that's maybe got something wrong with you, that's why you're thinking there's something wrong with these people, which is what they do. A good example, I'll use a mainstream example, Sia, the singer. Her music video to Chandelier with the little girl in it who looks like she's not wearing any clothes and she's dancing around the crack house looking apartment. I remember leaving a comment on that and saying, like, what in the hell? And then that's what they were doing. Well, if you think this is weird, maybe it's you. They were scrubbing the comments, anybody that said that stuff. And this was a super popular video too, like millions and millions of views. She went on the Ellen show doing the dance. They were on the Grammys doing the dance.
That is interesting that specifically on the Ellen show, they've exploited a lot of children and their careers. And obviously we've, seen that, like Justin Bieber is one of the examples, right? He was like ushered in, and then he was groomed by a guy who was like groomed by another guy.
Yes.
Right. Which is like, he was brought in by that guy Usher, who was
Yes.
groomed by P. Diddy or whatever, and right, and he was forced to go to Diddy parties and do, I don't know, like I don't know,
Well,
what
in
he
the
was.
way back, do you know what he did? He joined a church, and now I kind of, the church he joined was kind of kooky, but now I kind of feel like he did it for protection. He talked about going to a party and that there was a young boy at this party that was drugged and passed around, and he left, and he heard later that that boy was deceased. So I remember hearing that story thinking, wow, now we know why all of a sudden, after shoving him on us, I didn't like Justin Bieber, but he's just a kid. It's not his fault. And then now we hate him. We're supposed to hate his guts. Same with Britney Spears. Get this idiot away from me, and they won't leave you alone, putting her in your face all the time. And then we're supposed to hate her all of a sudden and think she's a stupid idiot and a weirdo. Yeah, after you're done with them, they are. It's a meat grinder.
I am convinced that the majority, I won't say all, because I do still think there are some true musical artists, possibly even some good actors that make good movies for us to learn from and enjoy. But I would say, as a whole, the music and the movie industry, I am convinced that those people are forced to sign some sort of contract, and they're promised fame and fortune, a lot of money, a lot of popularity. They're promised all these things, but it is absolutely at the expense of their own soul. And how many times have we seen horrific life endings that has happened to these kind of people? Over and over and time again, it's almost like, okay, their punch card is up, and then they pass away from this earth in the most bizarre ways. And I
Yeah.
don't think that is happenstance. I think that is ran off of just plain evil. I can't see it any other way.
Yeah.
And even like River
Absolutely.
Phoenix. Yeah, River Phoenix's death was odd to me. He had started talking about his Children of God connections, which I wonder if that wasn't a CIA psyop. I don't know if you've ever done a dive into the Children of God, but
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think it was ran by a lady who was actually escaped from a different cult. So so this lady was actually a part of another well-known cult that she escaped from, where they made her into a thing, and then she started a different thing. I could be mixing it up with something else, but
yeah, because Moses David Berg founded this, but he and his wife were, and now it still exists. It's called the Family International, and one of their adherents who wanted revenge for all the abuse he suffered did unalive one of his abusers. He wanted to go get the leader, which was his mother, but she didn't get unalived, and she's still running it. But they did something called flirty fishing, so you should look into that, where you toy with someone's emotions and sleep with them and whatnot to gain their acquiescence into your faith. But this was a covert way to work PDF into the cult. So River Phoenix's whole family were involved in that cult, as were several other actors. One is Rose McGowan. Her father was very high up in it, and we see what happened with her. But River Phoenix, who died from maybe getting that bad speedball at Johnny Depp's nightclub that night in 1993, I think it was, had started talking. He started talking about all these experiences in his childhood. So I thought that was always very
Rose McGowan. She had the courage to tell people what was going on. She couldn't go into too much detail at first, but she did have the courage to say, hey, these people are dangerous. And she has been persecuted ever since for her speaking the truth.
Yes, she was one of the first Weinstein, and she actually sued them and got a settlement. But yeah, that was really something to find out that she had connections to that as well. And there are several others. I think the singer Jewel has a connection to that. But yeah, I just think it's interesting that some of the same technique, and they even call it tech in the cult that starts with an S, it's the same as CIA stuff. If you read about the techniques that are used to
MK Ultra never went away.
No.
All of these different things, that they tell us, oh, it's just a conspiracy, that's just science fiction, none of that's true, which always means all of that's true. When they use the words, oh, that's not true, I can guarantee you it's true. Because they don't want us to know, but we know.
We do.
We know. I'm going to have to hop down. I've got to finish some things for the evening. I appreciate you allowing me to join. It was a lot of fun.
Appreciate you being here.
You guys are awesome. I always enjoy being anywhere near where TML is. And
Same.
I've enjoyed meeting you, Emily. It hasn't been very long since I've even became aware of you. And it's been delightful to meet you and hear you speak several times now. So you all have a good evening, and thank you so much for allowing me to be a part. And you all take care.
You as well.
yeah, blessings so for you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, TML. One of the things I was going to show, I'll add this to the stage real quick, is this little quote here. Can't see the whole thing here. People who collect interesting rocks, pause to watch clouds change shape, and feel compelled to put their hands on ancient trees understand more about the universe than most physics textbooks, blah, blah, blah. take it off. But the point there being, and I read something from, again, the same, I had a cherry blossom thing that I read in the beginning from a wrongfully convicted man. He was put on death row for something he did not do, and he got out 18 years later. So he does a lot of writing about how he got through all that, and he talks about the importance of presence and how, cherry blossoms are here with us for a very short time, is a Japanese thought, but then they go away, and you always miss something once it's gone away. And the same thing goes with your life right now. Like these times that you think kind of suck sometimes, 10 years later, you'll be remembering it, and you'll be remembering the good parts, but you need to learn to remember the good parts when you're in the moment. So this idea too, that we need to do things with our hands kind of came to mind, because he did a post about that as well. And what you talk about on your channel a lot, tech versus, real life, and when it does and doesn't take away from real life. And I think people, and there's a whole philosophy also in Japan about like people that work with swords and do all kinds of things. We need to do things with our hands. We need to make things, and we need to care about what something looks like and feels like and what it's made out of. And if we don't have that, we kind of lose our minds. And what say you about that?
Well, I think there's a huge concerted effort in terms of two things I talk about a lot is the desacralization of nature and the desacralization of knowledge, right? And I think this has a profound effect on this thing called loss of meaning, right? So I mean, most people have a foggy somatic detachment, right? In terms of how they relate to the world, right? And part of that separation comes from this feeling like obviously you're inside your head, right? You're sort of like the beginning and end of history, as it were. And it's as they say, if you don't know where you came from, you don't know where you're going, right? And if you don't know where you're going, any road will lead you there, right? Of course, so that's kind of some of the things. I think those things have been designed that like people have been separated from nature on purpose and made to live this sedentary life, and they've been made to think they're like individuals, and that this individualism is a sign of progress, and that they should trust in progress, right, and be an individual. And I think that's the huge thing of the separation, is that it makes sort of a community impossible, and I think that's what most people are facing: a profound sense of loneliness, profound loss of the sacred, profound sense of boredom, and foggy somatic detachment from thinking that most of their life is like data or information or something, that they don't have access to it.
That is really interesting. Yeah. I know you. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, that's it. Yep.
Oh, yeah, you're making me think of something. How people, speaking back to celebrities, they're so desperate to be admired by groups of people. That's just a symbol of that loneliness that people have. And we're taught to believe that people that are more collectivist, like they care about their community and their family, and they're connected to their family, that's primitive, and that's they don't admire, they don't have mavericks, they don't have these maverick type people. And I do think you do have to be willing to be outside of the box. I mean, even talking about this, about the importance of connections to other people, is now outside of the box. So you're always going to have that need for some people to have kind of a pioneering spirit. But to be so fragmented, we talked earlier about a situation where a man dove, he's now paralyzed. Hopefully that might not be forever, but he dove headfirst to save 2 kids that were going under in a riptide. And but he can't speak. His wife was interpreting his words. Those kids were saved. And he looked so freaking happy. And he said, I shouldn't have gone headfirst, but it was just in the moment that I did that. And I'm so happy. I've never known love like this, or something like that. And then we saw also a little girl that was kidnapped, because I kind of wanted to share some positive things because we're seeing all these terrible stories, which they're real as well. Like the mother that unalived her kids, that's probably big pharma covering up for their cocktail of drugs, making her psychotic. And that's the real issue that nobody wants to talk about. But then it's going to be this other crazy stuff people are doing on TikTok or whatever. But nonetheless, these heartwarming stories that barely get any attention involve people that aren't so fragmented. They're in tune with their surroundings. These two little boys saw this little girl being tempted with an ice cream cone, getting into a car with a man, and they know instantly we got to spring into action. We don't have time to get help. They get on their bikes and they chase the car. The guy gets freaked out that he's been seen, and he lets the little girl out of the car. Most people nowadays don't have, this was a little while ago, like 2013, they don't have the presence of mind or the awareness of the people around them to do something like that. So it's like we are too fragmented. Flip side is Sophia mentioned getting online and finding people like you or me in the way that we talk to each other being something that draws them into something that makes them feel a sense of community. So it's a very weird situation we're all in. I threw a lot at you.
Yeah, Sophia's been one of the top supporters. She's watched the show for one of the longest times of anyone. So I would trust her to, reiterate a lot of my, thoughts and opinions on some very central matters, because there are people that have been there for a while, listening and corresponding with the material. And Sophia even bought a copy of my book. So she's been.
I didn't know you had a book. Let's plug your book. What is your book?
No, it's okay. I'll send one to you. One time I'll get your email and stuff, and I'll be happy to send it for you. Awesome. My email is themachineline0@gmail.com. So if anybody would like a copy, I'll send you a free copy. I'm not trying to make. It is available online, but I would like to send it around. Maybe take a look at it and see if you want to buy it. And of course, you're free to buy a hard copy if you guys like what's in there, or whatever. But yeah, the entire thing that you're talking about, I think, can be related to, again, this feeling that people are, and I think it's psychological, in terms of the moral paralysis, right? And this is a word when we were reading Dubliners by James Joyce, right? And our modern art literature teacher, she pulled out this word that Joyce is referring to this mood of moral paralysis, right? It's like when you don't know what's the right thing to do, and it's like this, malaise in the society, and and so on and so forth. And I think it's funny that DNW has that introduction, right, where it says, don't you feel like you should be trying to figure out what's going on, or something like that.
Yeah.
Something to that effect, right? Where it's like, isn't there a gnawing feeling? and you notice, like, people that don't have that, something's wrong with them, right?
Yes.
Something dark is going on with them, right? That they just block that out and they just go ahead with life, and they never ask questions. And of course, there's a concerted effect of, things that I talk about in terms of voyeurism and escapism, right? And of course, as there's this idea that your individual, right, you sort of interface with the world, and people like collect these bits of data and information, and they relate it to themselves. And so this increased sense of voyeurism, that the real life is behind the screen, right? And if you could make it there, that's the big thing. And you'll see that there's people that are inundated with celebrity philosophers, pop scientists, right? Pop political commentators, right? Pop theologists, right? Their head is filled with this, it's almost like third level, right, intellectual like morass, right, because it's not from books themselves, right, or writers that have produced notable ideas throughout history. It's not even from the people that have studied them, right? It's from people that are creating a hodgepodge of familiarity with these concepts of themes that other people have studied, right, brought to the table. And so it's like third hand, you know eh, uh information, pretty much, that these people are inundated with, right, that they fill their heads with, right, that comprises most of what they determine about the world. And that level of detachment, right? Whereas we used to know things because somebody we know or somebody we know knows,
Mhm.
right? Said it. And people used to kind of block out any other piece of information, right? If it didn't come from somebody you know or somebody you know knows, right? It's kind of like way removed for your concerns, right?
Right, right.
Whereas people are sort of, inundated with this information. And of course, the projection of, this idealism of what comes through the screen is, is what I've termed voyeurism, right? Then there's this
Right.
other feeling, that people have no place, right? And this is that families can go anywhere, right? You can move, hours away from your parents and, see them, once a year and fly in, and the whole family flies in, and that there's no actual community or place where, things go down, right? And there's always a way to leave, get a new address, a new name, like Ted Bundy, and just start a whole new, a whole new thing, right? Get a whole new, you get a whole new lease on life.
Yeah, you're hitting on everything there because the voyeurism is so correct. Because also, I don't know if you remember, but in one of those books, I believe it was Fahrenheit 451, they had a thing in that book about these flat screen, what would be a flat screen TV. They had these giant TVs and they were flat against the wall. And the woman was obsessed with what in the book was obsessed with watching her relatives, is what she called it. And that was what they called the people on these shows that they would watch. And it reminded me of reality TV and the internet, how people are obsessed with family vlogs. Like they'll ignore their own family and they'll be watching these other families as the ideal family. And it's very bizarre voyeurism, absolutely. And now kids have grown up that have been on these family vlog shows talking about how they feel used, how their family was fake, everything they did was for the camera, but their real family life was just, very different from that. And it's very, very bizarre. And then what you said about fragmenting the family, we were kind of touching on that a little bit earlier, about how, you used to have the extended family all living in one house. There wasn't this expectation that at a certain age kids moved out. And that's now seen as something that primitive or people that are just not as well off as us do. When in reality, first of all, Western people, Europeans did this as well. They've kind of convinced them that they never had a history like that, and that's not even true. It's only in more really recent times that we've had this institutionalized life where it's like you must go to school, your parents that are old and they're a burden and they must go to this facility, mom's best place or something is what they'll name it. And like mom's best place would be with the family helping take care of her grandkids. But, we don't have that kind of a life nowadays. That's, that's something that only those poor people over there have to deal with, is taking care of their mom. It's just so backwards, really is.
Yeah, I think the idea of being more isolated, yet more interconnected, right? I think that is the intersection of voyeurism and escapism, right? Because we're interconnected, right, because of this sort of universalism or sort of monoculture, like the technical means that sort of integrate our lives, right? And then in terms of isolation, right? There's this idea that somebody can live in a city today, a modern day city, right, and not know anyone, right? they can sort of die, and the person in the apartment next to them, until their body is literally rotting away, and they smell the putrid remains, right, from this individual who's been dead for weeks. Nobody called, no family, no friends, right? Went to go check up on them, and even their neighbor didn't know that they off themselves because they don't say hi to their own neighbors, right? People don't know each other. Even the people they live next to could be a raving maniac, right? And they have no understanding or security, right? And these are people that live in these high-rise apartments, right, where it's extremely expensive, right? And these are real life stories that you hear, right? So you see that the sense of isolation that somebody may grow up, live in a city, right, die in that city, right, be totally furnished by technical means, right, and not need anyone, right, anyone's help, right, anyone to cater to them. And of course there's many people who have lived this way, right? So it's like this idea of alienation and integration, and is really crazy. There's this lady named Sherry Turkle. I don't know if you ever heard of this lady.
No.
But she wrote this like book, right, called Alone Together, right? So here are some of her quotes. She says, "Human relationships are rich and they're messy and they're demanding, and we clean them up with technology. Texting, email, posting, all of these things let us present the self as we want to be. We get to edit, and that means we get to delete. And that means we get to retouch the face, the voice, the flesh, the body. Not too little, not too much, just right." And then she says, "We expect more from technology and less from each other."
It's so true. Oh my God. And yeah, pivoting into just like that touches on the porn topic that people get to where not to be too gross, but like they can't operate with a human after they've done that long enough. And maybe also mentally, spiritually, and emotionally, they can't commune anymore without something buffering
That's
it.
a huge thing. And it's not like they're not having interactions, right? And so on and so forth. They maybe even be paying a cam girl, right? And be having a personal interaction with somebody, yet the loss of intimacy is still there. And they're still engaging in technical means that are causing them to over socialize, right? To share information and, credit card
Trauma
numbers.
dumping. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. And all this stuff into this person, right?
Yep.
And of course, they don't even know if the person they're talking to, right? Like on the website, right? Like one of the ways that the these people get really popular is that they'll have operators behind the scenes, right? That are trained, like usually men, right? That know exactly what other men want to hear, right? And they're the ones typing messages back to these men, right? So they're getting them to dump all their bank account and information, because they are, trained to, and these women are not even reading what they're saying, right? But they think they're interacting with this woman, right? They're talking to a person who's sending them text messages, right? Where they're sending text messages to the guy, right?
Who has
And
probably studied psychology and mind control to such a degree that coercive,
yeah,
the ability to coerce is there.
exactly. That is what was happening in these cases. They put trained people who were, had the ability to manipulate people behind the scenes. So these men thought they were having interaction with a real woman, and of course, the whole thing was set up to psychologically game them, right, into having this intimate experience. So it's a loss of intimacy, total loss of intimacy, and that is the obviously, these women on the website, right? This is extremely crass to mention, right? But they have automated orgasms based on the money that people give them. So they have an electronic device shoved in, where, right? And every time somebody donates money, it vibrates and goes off. So they're
Wow.
so automated orgasms, folks. I have no other way to explain this. I mean,
No,
but
I've never heard of that, but look where we're headed. It's not surprising me. That's way worse than the robots that I showed earlier that clean
yeah,
houses and make burgers. But in my opinion, but yeah.
yeah.
And speaking of people not knowing each other, by the way, I saw a story a while back. I don't remember how long it was. It was so many hours, but a guy died in his cubicle and nobody knew he was dead. He was there for maybe the full day or whatever. And the next day it was like, hey, he hasn't moved in a while. So literally, and that shows you how much your workplace and your work homies oftentimes know you or care about you. And that's sad to realize. And I think they said he'd worked there for like 30 years or something, but he was just sitting at his desk dead. And it makes you really evaluate where you spend your time and, who you consider a buddy for sure. So, yeah. So you're going to do a show here in a bit, aren't you?
Absolutely. I gave a preview to the show I'm going to do yesterday, and the preview was extremely unpopular. So we'll see where it goes. People were not biting on the topics, and there wasn't enough there to entice their interest. So we'll see where it goes. But yeah, I sure did try to sell that show I'm doing today. But
yeah, I couldn't join till toward the end, but a lot of times I'll crank it back and listen to you. If you haven't checked out The Machine Lies, please do. He does readings of some amazing philosophers. And nowadays, unless that's a niche interest, it's not the most pushed topic out there. And especially how, even though people are talking about machines and robots and stuff, and some are dubious about whether we want these things in our community, usually it's because of the water. And that's a valid interest, obviously. We don't want someone to own all of our land. We want the, water and food supply and soil to be safe. But the bigger issues that tie into a long-held tradition of exploring how we live our life and why, and maybe even getting spiritual and wondering what that even means to get spiritual. And when does science become ethical or unethical? These are things that tie into this as well that he covers on his channel. And we have Specman with us again. What's up, Robin? How are you doing?
Yeah, let's get objective ethics up here. Blessings.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah, I literally saw a documentary about these machines that are supposed to be like a robotic maid. And I heard that there's actually a human being that's helping these machines perform basic tasks because they don't yet have the ability. So if you take a shirt and you want it to be ironed, yet the shirt is crumpled in a distinct way, that the machine can't recognize it as a shirt because it doesn't conform to the pattern that it believes that a shirt should take. So they literally need human operators to assist them in assisting you, and hopefully that way they'll train them over an amount of time to actually be able to do the job. So you're paying 3 times as much for a human to do the work so that you can pretend that a machine is actually doing the work.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I was telling OE that they're going to actually have that this guy Elon Musk, who's creating these like Tesla robots or whatever, he literally proposed that people would have these robots do work for them, go to work for them, and earn money for them, and then they could just sit at home and do nothing, and that there would be like no more capitalism because everybody would have robots to work for them. So, pretty strange concept.
It was really funny because shout out to Elon Musk. When he was talking about his universal income and all of that, everything that came out of his mouth was so illogical to me that it literally forced me to spend 14 months racking my brain on how to correct him, and it resulted in a 150-page book, which is totally ridiculous, I know, but it's so absurd that to think that in a world that's extremely unkind to each other, that if we just let billionaires take care of everything and replace the physical need for other human beings, that the world will be a better place.
For sure. And welcome in Objective Ethics. How are you doing?
Oh, it's good to be here, sister. Thank you so much. Good to see Machine Lies and Specman. Always nice to share a stage with you guys. It's really interesting stuff that you guys are talking about here on so many levels. And yeah, I kind of piqued my interest because you guys were talking about what happens in the adult industry, and as you guys know, I used to work in the adult industry, and that's what Machine Lies is saying, and what you're talking about, Emily, is actually very true. There's a tremendous amount of what would be in mainstream businesses. It's actually illegal. It's called bait and switch, and there's a lot of that goes on. Is just for one example, at one point I was working as private security for escorts, and what happens is they oftentimes, most of the escorts will have a pimp. Not all of them, but many of them do. Some are independent. But what will happen is they will get in a contract with a proprietor of a magazine that circulates through the adult industry, through the strip clubs and bookstores and whatever else it might be, video shops and whatnot. And the magazine is generally offered for free to people. And the magazine advertises for your local escorts and other novelty shops and things of that nature. And the magazine editors will just get sometimes strippers from random clubs or models or girls from anywhere and take pictures and have a portfolio of all these pictures, and they'll attach these pictures to ads for the escort services, and none of those girls are actually tied to the escort services whatsoever. So when customers are calling and ordering up escorts, in many cases they actually think they're getting one girl and a totally different girl will show up. Another thing that happens that's really kind of crazy is that a lot of the escort services, especially the low end ones, will have, like, the pimp himself will answer the phone, and he'll use a high pitched voice and talk like a girl on the phone. And over the phone, you can't really tell, as long as he can get his voice high enough. And just like the Machine Lies says, the pimp will flirt with the customer, knowing all the things that the customer is going to want to hear, and get the customer to basically book the girl that way. It's really wild, the stuff that goes on in those industries. A lot of people have no idea. Even
I would pay to be a fly on the wall to see the pimp doing that, frankly.
it was the first time that I was in a room with one of the girls and her pimp in the phone, and he's got like four, I kid you not, like four cell phones all on his belt there, and he looked like just this idiot as far as I'm concerned. I mean, the guy just looks like such a weirdo with his clothes, the way he dressed. It was just so funny to me. I couldn't help it. All these cell phones are ringing and he's answering them all in this high voice, and it was just like, wow, that was the stuff he was saying. And I'm thinking, this is so crazy that people actually believe that this is a female talking to them. But I guess they would make thousands of dollars a day. So clearly people are buying into it. Now a lot of the customers are not necessarily fluent in English, or what I mean. So that could be part of the problem, where they're just not getting it or whatever. But I don't know. It was so wild to watch that firsthand. The other thing that was so crazy is usually what would happen is, for high end escorts, it's a little bit different. But for the low end girls, a lot of times what would happen is the pimp would like rent an apartment at some shitty apartment place, really cheap apartment, and they would have the customers come to the apartment, and I would actually be located in a bedroom in that apartment just in case something went wrong. Right, that was my job as the security, and customers had no idea that I was in the actual apartment with them while all that was going on. Or sometimes if it was high end, sometimes I'd be like out in the car or in the hallway, or sometimes if it was really nice, really high end escort, we'd have a room like right next door or something like that in case, something happened, we'd be able to come in. We'd have a key to the hotel room, but customers have no idea any of that's going on. They think it's just them and this girl. And
I could kind of see how you ended up in the joint now. Because that seems like a highly action-filled situation. Like,
you're not wrong.
Denzel Washington type of action.
I'll just say that.
Wait a second. There can be something extremely ethical about protecting these ladies while they do their job.
Yeah, you're like a hero in a way. Yeah, you're like the fire department, pretty much.
But it is amazing. It is amazing to hear how modern technology has managed to make something that lots of people consider to be unethical even more unethical. So
Well, I'm actually glad to see this shift towards technology because there's a lot of abuse that happens to real people. You know what I mean? So when we can replace those real people with machines and AI robots and stuff, that those are actually real human beings that are no longer being, hurt or harmed and stuff like that. No, I'm not fundamentally against, adult content. I think if people want to, consenting adults should be able to do whatever consenting adults want to do. I'm not a religious person, so I don't have any objections to people watching dirty movies or whatever people are into, whatever their kink is. I'm not going to kink shame somebody. The unfortunate side of it is that there's so much harm that happens to people, and people who are very vulnerable. Typically, they have a lot of emotional problems that come from being abused as a child. That's a big thing in the industry. So many of the people involved in the adult industry have a history of SA abuse by family members or pastors or teachers or whatever, and that's clearly a link to what gets them into that adult industry. They have a very broken idea of sex and what their body, their value as a human being. It's really crazy, and so that is very unfortunate.
I think we shouldn't forget how much student loans pay into this.
Yeah.
And I've known both male and females that have got into the escorting agency so that they don't have to take out student loans so that they can easily afford higher education. And I think that that is a big problem as well.
Well, I mean, you're not entirely wrong. But I've worked with literally hundreds of people in the adult industry. I'd say 80-90% of them are females. Not always though, but especially once I got into porn. But hundreds and hundreds of people in that industry, and I can think of one girl specifically that I'll still remember her. We had a great interaction every time she'd come. This is when I was, I think I was working as a bouncer at the time at the strip club. And she would come in, she'd work the day shifts. She wouldn't be there on the weekends. So she avoided most of the crazy shifts because at nighttime and weekends are when shit really gets wild in there. But she would mostly work day shifts, and she would do her homework. She didn't do lap dances. She didn't mess around. She didn't had no drinking, no drugs, very strict. She was just there for the money. One girl, and and all the girls, the hundreds and hundreds of girls and guys that work in that industry, I could think of one girl that did that. And I'm not saying other women don't do it just to make money, because in 90% of the circumstances, money is the draw, but there's other things they get into. Like a lot of girls, and I say again, girls, a lot of people, because it's guys and girls that get into that industry, a lot of them get in there they don't have a drug problem necessarily, or a drinking problem. Drinking is a little bit more common, but they don't necessarily have a drug problem. And once you get into the industry, drugs and alcohol and sex are free for everybody. It's just everything's being passed around, like bodies, substances, everything is free. And so people, if you don't start with a drug addiction, you're going to end up with a drug addiction. And once
That's what
you
I
get
was going
that,
to ask you. I was absolutely going to ask you if you didn't touch on that. Do you think that they, or did you witness them in getting people into drugs, basically?
yeah, huge, especially when you start getting into, by the time they get to porn, it's almost always drug related. I mean, it starts out as money. That's like the big motivator is money. Now, I wouldn't say it's as innocent as just paying for college debt. That does happen, I'm sure, but that's pretty rare. But it is a money thing, right? Girls wanting to pay their rent, wanting to have nice cars, nice clothes, whatever it is, and the money is fast. The problem is that they usually have. It's so crazy. It's so wild to be there and see all this firsthand. But like, these girls have these shitty ass boyfriends who are fucking worthless pieces of shit that won't work themselves, that are basically pimps themselves, right? They'll drop their girlfriend off, depending on the bar. Like whenever I worked a bar, especially once I started managing bars, I was like, one of my rules was no boyfriends allowed. You could drop your girlfriend off and you could pick her up, but you couldn't be in the club because it's way too many problems with that bullshit. But there were clubs when I was working as a bouncer and I wasn't making the rules, that they would let boyfriends come and go. And I've seen so many guys bring their girlfriend to work her shift. They would go into the video poker room, gamble all of her money away, and she would leave broke. Hundreds of dollars she'd make in a night, and they would leave broke, maybe get some drugs or something like that. It was just so wild how many times I would see that happen. So sad too, because just really, it's such a degenerate lifestyle. It really is. I'm glad to be out of it.
You're right. The trap is always there, and the people at the top of these organizations, they know that the trap is there, and it works out extremely well for them if they can extend the amount of time that somebody's willing to work for them, especially if they're a popular person. So yeah, I agree with you.
I only worked in America, and so I never traveled out of the country. There were girls I would take up to Alaska to do deals. That's big money doing a trip up to Alaska. It's wild how much thousands of dollars a day girls can make doing a weekend up in Alaska. But I've never been outside the U.S. But I have heard and worked with girls who have been all over the world, and there are countries where it is a trap. Like they will pay your room and board. They'll get you hooked on drugs, and next thing you know, you literally like owe your entire life to a person, another human being. It's a type of slavery, and it's sex slavery. It's wild how that still happens even in the modern age. We just wouldn't think about that living in America, that's even really a thing, but it happens in more countries than you'd care to imagine, actually.
I was a young, a teenager, 18 through 2 in the Netherlands, and I used to be an MC, which means that people used to pay me money to talk over their live DJ sets, and English was considered to be like gold dust. If somebody said something in English, it was considered to be gold dust. So I got into the entertainment industry. Never never fully, because well, basically I had my 40-hour work week, but then I considered it to be like a fully paid, getting to go out, give my friend vip tickets, and you meet people. And I spoke to young women that had literally had all expenses, trips paid all over the world, to talk with people and be friendly with them. And yeah, they try to trap you in that for as long as they can. But of course, there's going to come a moment where you're not young anymore. You're not, and then you know the transition from that can be horrific.
It is really always interesting. It's hard for me to, especially depending on what city I'm in, because I'm all up and down the West Coast from San Diego all the way up to Seattle because of business. And I've got somewhere to live in all 3 states. And so just depending on where I'm at, spending the most of my time, but in particular in a couple of states, because that's where I spent so much time working in the clubs, I'm still to this day running into girls that I used to work with. And it's so sad for me to see how tore up they are. I'm absolutely just fucking shredded, and it's so sad. And they're not even in the industry anymore at this point because they don't have anything to offer. That's pretty sad when you can't even, people don't even want to pay you to have sex anymore or be naked. I mean, that's a pretty, for a girl that's used to being so hot and so high dollar and stuff like that, and her body is so valuable to her, the drugs, the alcohol, the lifestyle, it chews people up really bad and then just spits them out. They have nothing to offer society, nothing to offer a family, nothing to offer a relationship. They're hollow inside and broken, tore up outside. It's really sad.
And like you said, so often they have a boyfriend that enables all of those things, encourages them, and literally becomes like the major beneficiary of any money that these ladies earn. And yeah, and I don't think there's nearly enough energy spent with people, talking about it and highlighting that, you know without judgment. Like I said, I don't judge people. Your body's your body. You can do with it what you want to do with it. I hope that you remain safe and healthy, but there's so much more that goes on behind the scenes psychologically that just isn't good for a person.
Before I welcome in, I want to first say welcome in, Cornbread. It's nice to see you.
Oh, it's nice to see you too.
Yes, I just wanted to throw in one thing there, and then I'll pivot over to Cornbread if she wants to add something. But yeah, Oe, what do you think would be the thing to prevent? Because you went through a lot in your early life, and then you ended up in that industry, and you got out, and you're a positive person with a positive outlook on life and something you care about that you're working on. Especially for those young women you're referring to, like what could someone do to restore them back to their authentic self, to where they do feel like they have something to offer themselves and the world, or and also what would prevent somebody that's just getting going in that from going down that road?
That's a really good question, Emily. And I don't know off the right now off the cuff, if I could give the best answer, because an answer to that question deserves to be really seriously considered. My situation is going to be a little bit unique to me. And not everybody's going to have the same road that I have. And every human's an individual too, but there are some things that can help lead people to success. And I would say the only thing that I can really relate from my situation that could adapt to anybody else, or anybody else could adapt to themselves, would be the mentality, because it starts there with the mental process, your perception of yourself and the world around you. And I think I've said it on this channel before, but it was the fundamental thing that happened that was paramount to getting my shit turned around. First, for one thing, I was in a sitting in prison, and I was looking at 75 years for the high-speed police chase. And it was only by some insane set of circumstances, which I still can't explain. My religious friends say it's a miracle. And it's certainly insane that I'm sitting outside of prison today. And, but that was wild. They were going to charge me with a measure 11 for every police officer that was involved in that chase, because we went well over 100 miles an hour. And they said I was endangering all those police officers' lives for chasing me. And they were right. It was extremely dangerous, very foolish stuff. And so I'm very fortunate to be here, but I was sitting in this cell before I had a chance for my actual sentencing. And I was thinking, holy shit, how did I get here? This is wild. I mean, I've been from the bottom to the top, so to speak, when you're talking about like growing up on the streets and all the stuff I went through before I started in the adult industry, then getting into an industry where I was making a shit ton of money. I mean, I had very nice cars, very fast motorcycles. I was surrounded by beautiful women. I was being paid to have sex in front of a camera. I mean, I just live in this quote unquote dream life, that for what I would have thought as this homeless teenager. And then here now I am sitting in a fucking jail cell looking to go to prison for the rest of my life. And I'm thinking, wow, this is so insane. And that sense of the severity of that situation and the isolation of being locked in a cell without being able to run away from my problems anymore forced me to do some real soul searching. And I realized that the reason I was sitting in that cell was because I had spent most of my life blaming myself for things that were outside of my control that happened to me when I was a child. Things like my father's murder, things like my parents' divorce, and all the bullshit that the adults were doing to me that I had no control over. I was carrying this guilt around for that. On the flip side of that, what that did is it taught me that you can't really do anything to fix that type of guilt or to address it. So there's no sense in worrying about the things that I could control. And I wasn't taking responsibility for the decisions I was making, like the high-speed police chase, right? Like I'm the only person that made myself do that. Nobody coerced me into that. That was a very foolish decision. And I have a list. I had a litany of decisions I had made that were very foolish and I regretted. And I didn't have anyone to blame but myself, but I just wasn't taking responsibility for those things. And so I realized I needed to flip that around, right? I also realized that I owed it to the people who had made a sincere investment in me, like my wife, for example, because I was actually married at the end of when I was working in the adult industry. In fact, my wife and I met when I was working as a bouncer at the strip clubs. And so she stayed with me through all the whole time I was basically working in the industry, at least 3 years of it. And she's an amazing person. And she, her family hated me, as you could imagine. My wife worked at the hospital. She's a good girl, never been in trouble, no speeding ticket, nothing. And here she's married to this fucking crazy wild man. And my wife saw something in me that nobody else saw. I didn't even see it in myself, or I shouldn't say nobody, because I did have people in my life who were like, you have so much to offer the world. You just have to realize this, right? So even though I felt like I was going to be spending the rest of my life in prison, I felt like it would be the only way I could repay these people is to do better. And I told the judge that actually at my sentencing. I says, my one promise is to be a better man inside of prison than I was outside of prison. And among other things I said, that judge had to take his glasses off after I was done talking, wipe the tears from his eyes, and he literally just I had a file that was at least 8 to 10 inches thick in front of him of all my charges and everything. It just over, because I've been incarcerated multiple times, and he was going to throw the book at me, all 75 years. And after I told him my story and told him how, after I made my apologies to all the police officers for endangering their lives, all the people in the courtroom, I turned around and faced everybody in that courtroom, because those people live in that same city, that county that I was running my ass, these crazy all over the place. And I said, I could have killed any one of you. You could have been out there walking your dog or something like that, and I could have fucking done something horrible could have happened. And I apologized to every one of the people in the courtroom sincerely. I really thought it was like my one opportunity to do the right thing. And after all that, saying all that and whatever, the judge says, I'm going to do you a huge favor. And he just wiped it all off. And he says, I'm going to give you 18 months, which is still prison time, but 18 months compared to 75 years. Fuck, I was the happiest dude in prison you ever fucking did see. I'll tell you. But at any rate, before all that happened, I said the one thing I can do is I could do it right. I could spend that 75 years doing it right, by taking responsibility for my own choices and freeing myself of all this guilt for the things that I don't have any control over. And that's all I needed to get myself on the right track, right? Once I got out of prison, I started a small cleaning business because I couldn't get a job anywhere unless it was going to go back to the adult industry, which I said I would never do. So I got a job cleaning toilets. I did it with a lot of pride. I built my business up very quickly, made a lot of money actually as a janitor, was able to franchise out businesses to people from my own company name, sold that, reinvested my money in myself. I ended up building this innovative hybrid boat that you see me riding in my picture. I sold that invention. I had 2 patents. I'm licensed to build boats by the Coast Guard. So I just turned everything into a success because of that switch in mentality. And so many of the people that are in that industry, the reason these girls and guys go into the adult industry is because they had the same thing as myself. They had a lot of bullshit happen when they were a kid. They don't understand this guilt and what it does to the guilt they're carrying around that they shouldn't be blaming themselves for. And they're not willing to take responsibility for their own bad choices. So I would say to anybody and any situation in life, whether you're in the adult industry or whether you have a drug and alcohol problem or whether you're just fucking off in school and not applying yourself, or it's some dead end job you don't care about, and whatever your situation might be, because we all have something going on out there. Look at yourself and look at your mentality and how you're approaching life. Are you blaming yourself and carrying a lot of guilt for things that are not your fault? On the flip side, are you actually willing to take responsibility for your own choices and then, acknowledge, hey, look, I screwed this up. I need to do whatever I have to do to make it right. And the number one thing to make it right is to never do it again, to change the behavior. And if you do that, I think that you could succeed no matter where you're at in life right now. That would be the shortest, quickest answer I can give to that. I'm sorry.
No, I think you gave like a 3-prong answer, really, is that isolation actually, instead of, you couldn't run from it anymore. And that can be a devastating thing for some people. But if you can turn it into some introspective time to realize what you were talking about guilt that people try to drown themselves out of with, I guess, drugs and alcohol and other distractions. And then if you can pivot that into being able to look at things with some compassion, which I think for you had a few people in your life extend that to you, and that makes such a difference too. That combo of silence and some compassion, and believing that you have worth, and then pivoting that and turning it into also, okay, then you can look at having accountability, because I think people that feel too terrible about themselves, they're scared of accountability, I think, for sure.
I want to hear from Cornbread and the other people on the panel, but if I may just say one more thing really quickly, and we could get off of this or whatever. But when it comes to sex, a lot of people use sex because when somebody else wants to have sex with us, it makes us feel like we're wanted and desired. And you know what I mean? And so it fills a need for us. And this can be actually very dangerous. It can lead to a lot of problems because we start substituting real relationships with just physical things, right? And so I would really consider people to, or encourage people to consider their own sexual relationships with people. Because again, I'm not kink shaming anybody. Sex is great. I'm all for it. Do whatever makes you feel good, as long as you're doing it with consensual adults and you're doing it, because it makes you feel good and not because you're like, you have some big, huge hole in your own self-esteem that the only way you think you have any value is to spread your legs to somebody or stick your dick in something, right? It's you probably as a human being have a lot to offer the world. And if other people the people that are around you aren't recognizing you for the things that you have to offer other than your body, you're probably surrounding yourself with the wrong people, right?
For sure. And Cornbread, funny introduction, but we talked about a lot of different things earlier, and it all kind of ties together, all this technology and how it interferes with family life and how free speech is different for military people than it is for civilians. And then now pivoting into this adult entertainment industry topic.
Well, I was wanting to touch bases on prostitutes because I have set back. I know it's awful, and it's my opinion. Just I know people might not like it, but I've met when I was a kid a couple really older women that were prostitutes, and they didn't have no other choice. Mm-hmm. Okay, and I seen them, and they was retired and living off of somebody else. They was some of the kindest people I've ever met in my life. And then OnlyFans happened. And I
Mm.
see that as legal prostitution. Like prostitutes was getting arrested and put in jail. Some of them was sent to prison if they was connected to somebody else. Their pimp was a drug lord.
Mm-hmm.
But these nowadays OnlyFans, they're doing it legally.
Right. Right. I see what
They're
you're saying.
selling their self for money. What is that? That's prostitution.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And prostitutes back then, most of them didn't even have a choice. They was picked up at 13, 12, even younger than that, sadly. Picked up so young and threw right into it. But these people nowadays are choosing to do that, to sell themselves, because they didn't have nobody in their life that told them that they was more than that.
Yep. Yeah, and even the celebrities that have OnlyFans too, they're already wealthy. They don't really need it, and yet there's
Yeah,
some
most of the
void
people
in
that's on
there.
OnlyFans, they choose to do it.
Yeah.
With prostitution, it wasn't a choice. It was either that or die.
Right. Right. Especially in the instances where you're talking about a young, what would be a minor still, a child who's thrown into it. I saw a story about a young lady. They did a documentary film. She went to prison for she was being abused by her pimp, and this was a girl that was like you're talking about, since she didn't even realize she'd been coerced into prostitution, but it was like her mom's boyfriend, and then she ends up being pimped out by the guy, and this is her whole life. So then her boyfriend, who becomes her pimp, is abusing her, and so she gets her family members to scare him, or that's what she thinks they're going to do. They end up goes too far and they unalive him, and then she ends up being considered a co-conspirator, going to prison for years and years and years, decades. And she gets out, and in prison they had them dismantling computers for computer companies as a job, and they get a little bit of money for their commissary out of that. So basically, prison labor. So she got exposed to chemicals that caused cancer. She did get out, and after she got out, she was only out for a few years before dying. This is like the American tragedy. I mean, it's like in a lot of cities we have people that, from cradle to grave, they're used.
Well, too, it's like, I'm sorry if I cut you off. I didn't
No,
mean
no
to.
worries.
These prostitutes, retired prostitutes, and they proud of it. They'll tell you that, I'm a retired prostitute. They do not lie to you. They're not proud of it, of course, but they're not ashamed of it. And to find out that some of them have such beautiful singing voices, or they are amazing painters, but what they was like, two of them I met, they was in foster care, and they was way older than me when I met them, and I was a kid. And they was in foster care, and the foster parents didn't care nothing about them and let them do whatever and sold them off to some man.
Wow.
Didn't tell the system or anything, because back then it didn't matter. And one of them was 13 and the other one was 15 when they started becoming prostitutes. Both of them had such great talent that nobody else seen. They could have became, one of them could have became like, what's one of the famous artists people, whatever. Gosh, I can't even remember now. But they could paint Starry Night identical.
Yep.
And the other one can sing almost identical to Whitney Houston.
Oh, wow. Imagine all the talent that's out there that's squandered away. And
yeah, and then you got the people on OnlyFans that sign up for it and do it because they want money.
Yeah.
But
also,
really,
go ahead.
It's really funny that we live in a world that tells you that the highest achievement is to set up your own business, buy your own home, and raise some well-functioning children. Yet everything, and I'm talking about all around the world, it does not matter where you go. It seems to be that just those simple achievements, they place so many roadblocks in the way, and it is so easy for a group of well-organized people to capture the attention of young people and abuse them. It's mind-boggling, and every day when we watch our local politicians they're telling us how things are going to improve and how they have a fantastic plan. But this hasn't changed essentially for the last 200 years. Uh, this darker world that it exists alongside us, it's always been there. You know, maybe our reach has got bigger. You know, the people that are speaking out, our reach has got bigger because of the internet. But it doesn't change the fact that darker side of life has been with us for a very, very long time.
I think the evil is spilling into the world so fast now that I don't think nobody can control it. It's taking hold of the kids. And where I live, there was 3 teenagers and just became a 20-year-old. He just became an adult. Murdered a woman for $250 and some alcohol.
Yeah, and the things that obfuscate the ability to be connected, that was one of the things we touched on earlier, and you're touching on it there. To the people around them, and we're all guilty of that on some level because of the kind of lifestyles we're having to live in this world. It's very easy to get that way to one degree or another. But then you look at something like that and you see complete disconnect. So connectedness, real connectedness, not to a device, but to where are you? Like in the beginning of the show, I talked about presence. Like, are you in your present moment? 10 years from now, what will you remember about the room you're sitting in right now and what you were doing with yourself? And that pain of nostalgia could actually serve a purpose. It's not supposed to hurt us. It's supposed to remind us to remember, because nostalgia is always about remembering something that you loved that maybe you weren't noticing at the time. So there's something in this time right now that you should notice, and that should be what you put your focus on. And but these people, like you're talking about, are so harmed and disconnected, and that's the job of all of us, is to reconnect everyone to each other and themselves.
Well, too, it's like them teenagers. They had a great home, great family, and they even made good grades in school. But it was what everybody else was doing. They wanted to join in, and it goes back to technology. They was online and got influenced by it, and then they went and killed this woman for literally nothing. And I was thinking to myself, I was like, I was a teenager not too long ago. I'm 27. And the most I ever did to get in trouble was I would tell my mom I was going somewhere, but I wasn't going that way. I was sneaking out and going fishing.
You wild woman, you, Cornbread.
But you did want me out at night. I understand it now since I'm a mother myself. So it's,
Right.
I get it, but teenagers killing people for absolutely, a little money and some alcohol. Who does that? Like, what is going on in their head?
It's absolutely
They've ruined their
amazing.
entire life.
It's an absolutely amazing that that young people can get to that place. But like you said, you had somebody that you felt that you should offer at least some kind of explanation as to where you were and what you were doing. Many young people, they don't have that. They can have 2 parents in the house, but they're so busy with their careers and trying to pay the mortgage that they're not there fully present. What
Yeah.
I think uh, can help for everybody, because most people, is when you ask people what they want to do, it can be difficult to to get an answer. But maybe people should spend more time concentrating on the things that they really just don't want to do, because that can be a way of finding the answers to what is it that I do want to do. If you can confirm, like, these are really the things that I just don't want to do, then maybe you can avoid some of the tricks and traps that ends up pushing you in the direction of the things that you don't want to do.
Yes. I know, too, that people need to sit down with their teenagers and tell them, hey, if your friends are doing things that make you uncomfortable or you know that it's wrong, you don't have to follow along to seem cool, because it's not cool. Because most of the time in this group of teenagers that's, rolling around doing things they shouldn't be doing, there's always one who is the leader of them all.
The one interesting thing that I know people throughout my life who have been just unusually normal. Like they just seem to make the best decisions all the time. They're so grounded, they're so mature, and their life is very good because of it. And when I get to know any of these people personally, the one thing that they have in common that I always found very interesting is they've all said that they could tell their parents anything. Like they didn't have any secrets with their parents. Their parents were so good at parenting. And it's not like their parents just wanted to let them do whatever, get away with anything. But the fact that however their parents built their relationship with those people as children was very effective. Because if you feel like, I'm not a parent, so I'm just, kind of looking at other people's lives for this, but it seems like if you can have that open communication with your child, you can't expect your child is going to be perfect. Obviously, we all make, we got to grow up, right? And go through some hard knocks, get some bumps along the way. But if you're hiding things from your parents, that just starts such a bad habit, in my opinion. I think that people that I personally have known personally, that I've gotten a chance to get to know really well, they've all said the same thing, that they had such a healthy relationship with their parents. And it wasn't always two parents in the home, but usually it was, in most cases, two parents in the home.
Yeah, I have good experience on that because my niece comes around all the time and she's only 12, but she's allowed to have her phone, but she's not allowed to use it at home, only at school as in case of emergency. Well, she texts me randomly when she's not allowed to be on her phone at home. She'll text me. And I told her, I said, did your mom let you have the phone? I texted her that and she said no. And I told her, I said, well, you better put your phone up and listen to your mom. And she said, well, I just needed to tell you this, and would tell me something that was very private. Because her mother is so strict. Like, she will count the Oreos in a box. And if them Oreos are missing the next day, she got 4 kids, she's hunting down and smelling their breath.
Oh my God. That's a bit much. But I echo what he said, what OE said about parents and what you're saying, because I actually used to think it was strange but it makes sense now. If you have a healthy relationship, you feel guilty for lying to people that are taking good care of you and care about what you're doing. I would tell on myself when I was little. I was that big of a little dork because I would feel terrible. It's like I snuck out of the yard and I went to go look. One of the kids had like strawberry shortcake bed sheets and I wanted to go see them. And I wasn't supposed to leave the yard, but strawberry shortcake, hello. So,
yeah, it's so bad.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend this for everybody, but I know for me, and a few of my friends, right? I took psilocybin mushrooms, and that made me really apologize to my parents, right? And I don't know what the deal was, but it put me in a weird mood where, I wanted to apologize for lying to them and all this stuff, and it really brought us closer together, right? So they didn't take the mushrooms, right? I did, right? And I also gave them to one of my friends, and he admitted, right, to his dad that he was a drug dealer in Louisiana, and he started using the drugs and all the stuff, and he was addicted to, OxyContin and stuff, right? And he got, off of those drugs, and it really fixed his life, admitting to his dad all of these things, right? It brought him closer to his dad, and so I think OE, what he's saying is absolutely true. Right, having a close relationship with your parents, right? Even if you don't have one right now, right? Trying to reach out to them and trying to reconcile things, right? It really helps.
You got to wonder what part of the brain. Sorry, Cornbread, just was thinking. You got to wonder what part of the brain that might affect where we have that need to, like a confessional need. It's really weird.
Yeah, too. I have 13 nieces and nephews, and their parents are so strict, and I've always told them, I don't want to be the fun aunt, but I am naturally because I don't have that, I don't know what you want to call it. I can't be serious. Hardly ever.
You're not counting the Oreos.
Why would you do that? Why would you hide them? Why would you count the Oreos, damn it? Let them eat the Oreos. But I cannot fathom being that strict on my own child. Is like, if she wakes up in the middle of the night and she's hungry, go in there and get you a cracker or whatever and a water and go back to bed. But I want them to know that I'm an open space is when they think about doing something bad, they can come to me.
I think that's wonderful. That could even save them a lot. It's good that their parents care enough to have some ground rules, but then they also, sorry, that's the microwave. They also have that need to have a place to go to, you know, if you don't have a parent where you feel like you
Yeah,
can
it's
tell
like
them
I'm not going to
anything,
let them just get away with anything, of course, but
of course.
I
But if
want
you,
them to know is, if you're going through a hard time and you can't talk to your parent about it, you can talk to me. If you want to show up at my house at 2 a.m., go ahead. You're
and
struggling, I'm here.
and that's a need. I mean, just as much as discipline is a need, is that openness. A lot of people don't have that either. So that's wonderful that you're providing that. But yeah,
My oldest, I'm sorry.
oh no, go ahead.
I was going to say, my oldest nephew, he is now, I believe, 21 or 22. And through his teenage years, he could not talk to his mom about certain things because she was going through struggles.
Mhm.
He said, I don't want to put this on my mom. He said, but I'm thinking about ending my life.
Mm. Wow.
And he knows that I was in the same teenage because I told him all about it and made sure that they do. If you ever feel this way, come to me. So they did. He told me, he said, I'm so tired of everything. I'm getting bullied and all this other stuff. And I told him, I said, I'm not going to say nothing. Just tell me exactly what's going on. Tell me how you feel, and then I will go from there. And he told me everything, and I gave my advice. And he's got a good job. He's got him a woman, his own home,
It's amazing.
and only a 21-year-old.
Like what OE was saying, it can just take that one person, just having somebody that believes in you for you to be able to look inwardly at yourself and do what you need to do.
I just can't believe that parents don't, take from what our parents did. Just like my sister.
Mhm.
Our mother was that way. She would count food. If she heard the refrigerator door open, it was like an alarm in her ear. She'd be on the other end of the home
God.
and come run and wonder what we's eating. Let me smell your breath. Oh, boy, you eating bologna at 2 a.m.
I can get it from one side. If you live in a low income family, and if it's a single parent family, then it's up to that mum or that dad to budget for the month, and especially if you've got more siblings. So I understand the economical aspects of that, but everybody needs somebody that they feel safe with and can talk to. I think it should start when you say your first word, and it should end when you say your last word, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
That safety network is invaluable, and it cannot be replaced. But like I said, sometimes talking to somebody, like if you're going through a problem, you can only see the problem. By talking to somebody independently, they might be able to see further than the problem.
Yes.
Okay, so this is the problem, and these are the things that you could do next to escape that problem,
Mhm.
or find forgiveness for something that you've done. And that's ever so important, which is why us losing our relationship with our grandparents, because they had the wisdom. They've managed to make it from childhood to adulthood, and be pretty wholesome people. So just talking to somebody else can give you so many more options than you can
Specman?
find on your own.
Specman, that's awesome. Just 1 second. I know TML, you have to get to your live stream, so I want to give you an opportunity here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a pleasure talking to you guys. Yeah.
You as
So,
well.
yeah, if you
Thank you
guys
for
want to
making my
talk,
stream. Thank you
yeah.
for making my stream amazing.
Oh,
And
absolutely,
I'm going to drop
absolutely.
a
Well,
link here too.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I didn't know if I could call in since I mean, I just asked you yesterday, so I was yeah, so
Yeah.
I wanted to call in and show support. But yeah, the thing is yeah, Heidegger, I mean, a Skolomowski and a Lul, obviously they're challenging thinkers, but I think if we put our mind to it, we can get through them together. Blessings to the people, and talk to you guys soon. I greatly appreciate your time.
You as well. Very much appreciate you stopping by. It's always a pleasure and always an honor. So I'm going to drop a link before we leave to that. And we are hitting that 3 hour mark. So I was planning on wrapping up pretty soon. But Spec Man, you were kind of not quite done there. So go ahead and finish up what you had to say there.
No, the gift that I've been given now, in now that I'm 50, and that is I have the gift of time, which is a beautiful gift. I have a kind of space in my mind that insulates me from what's going outside in the big world, you know, and I can find my own space for me, and uh, yeah, I'm a happy person. I'm so lucky that I managed to miss all of the pitfalls that some young people go through. And I managed to do that mostly because the adults in my life were more than willing to say, well, I did that thing and the result is not great. So, you know, nobody can stop you from digging a big hole for yourself and jumping into it. But once you're in the bottom of that hole, it's really hard to climb out, you know. Just having somebody around that was willing to say that probably helped me miss so many pitfalls that I could have fallen into.
For sure. And Joe, I could let it run for a minute. I'll take a break, but if you want to pop up and if any of these lovely people want to have a continued conversation, we could do that. So let me drop the link again.
I was about to be sad that we're gonna leave so soon. I mean, I just joined. I know I was late to the party.
No, no worries. I'll let it roll. Let me put the link back down, and you guys can continue. Oh, that's the Machine Lies. So I added also, guys, a link to this Machine Lies. He's going to start a stream up here in a bit. So after this one, or yeah, do check that out. He runs long streams, and they are amazing if you're into reading philosophy, plays music as well. So
I feel like y'all are my therapist right now.
Yeah, it's so great to hear a Southern voice. And whenever you talk about these things, you know, like it reminds me of my mom's stories about her mom, who used to like didn't want them to turn the heat up and stuff. And so my mom never did that way with me. In fact, it's funny because my parents were, it was funny because like chewing gum, for example, my mom thought that was horrible. So that seems over the top to some parents. But I didn't have a bedtime. I could watch TV in bed if I wanted to. I could eat whenever I wanted to. So my parents were not strict about any of that kind of stuff. Just stuff that they thought was like literally harmful. Then they were a little bit helicopter parenty about those things. But, you know, but I get it. Like Speckman was talking about, out of deprivation comes some of that strictness sometimes. You know, we don't have enough food. You can't just eat whatever you want.
I know my mom, she wouldn't let us have Play-Doh or what's that? It was not called slime back then. It was like fart putty. And I loved it. And I was not allowed to have it in the house. I could take it outside and play with it, but it was not allowed in the house. So you can't leave that stuff outside. But as a parent myself now, I told her, which I've done this ever since my kid was old enough to start playing with it. You can have as much Play-Doh as you want, slime you want, fart putty, and I sit there and I will play with it. It's like I'm being a kid again, doing things I've never got to do.
Yes. I know
I'm sorry, sister. I'm sorry to interrupt. Did you just say fart putty?
Yeah.
What?
We need
It
to
was
know
like
what that is.
this slime that was in a little bucket, and you pushed your fingers down into it, and it would fart.
Oh my god, I can't believe I'm so interested in this. But so what? Like, did you say it makes sounds like farts or it smells like farts? Because this does not.
No, sometimes if you play with it too long, it might start smelling like a fart.
Oh no!
But most of the time, it only sounded like a fart, and of course, kids always find that funny. But we was not allowed to have that stuff in the house. I get it. Mom didn't want to have to clean it up, but as a parent myself, I don't care to clean it up.
Wow, you learn something new every day. Fart putty. I would have thought. That's amazing.
Like, I'll spend my whole day scraping Play-Doh off the kitchen floor just because I sit there and watch my kid laugh and be creative and have fun. Or she want to go outside. Mom, why don't you spray me with the water hose? I said, are you sure? She said, yeah, that's okay. We'll go out there and I spray her with the water hose for about 10 minutes and we come in and she said, I had a blast.
Yep. It's simple what people want. And you gave me a couple memories. One would be, I absolutely think some of the things that my mom especially did for me was simply because she didn't have any of that. And it was like a novel thing for her, and that she was able to, because some people, you talked about how you're different from your sister who acts like your mom, and then you're very different. And I think in families you have that. So like my mom managed to figure out a way to be very different from her mother. And yeah, like she roller skated with me, and she, you know, we had a garden, and we hung clothes out, and we played with everything, and we did art in the living room and all
Mhm.
that kind of stuff. And other kids came over, neighborhood kids came over that she would watch, and yeah, it was a totally different experience than hers, I'm sure. And you don't appreciate that till you're grown, and you hear
Well, I
people.
did notice something. I did not know this until I talked to a specialist. Is the way my mother was so controlling over me, and then once she passed away, I developed OCD because once she passed away, I took so much control over my own life that I was constantly washing my hands, I was constantly cleaning, and everything had to be perfect. And come to find out, it was because I let my mother have such control over my entire life, even as an adult, that once she passed, the way I grieved was cleaning.
Ooh, this
Mhm.
conversation good already. That took 2 seconds. I'm sorry. But that was interesting as hell, right? Your mom, got you doing that as a kid and you recognize that as an adult. This is off to a good start. I'm a smoke and trying to seal my lips. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you as well. Yeah,
Please
you're.
continue. That was pretty interesting, man. I was
You,
just talking to a chick. Maybe I'm not going to keep my lips yet. I was just talking to this chick and trying to explain to her. Her and her mom have a very contentious relationship. She's grown, uh, and she's trying to recognize the little responses and things that her mom does, that and the responses that she get back out of her. Her mom needs to play the victim, in my opinion. So she always finds shortcomings in the girl that I'm talking about, and she's just learning the little ins and outs. That's what I think was really interesting. That I can't tell who that is talking on a little phone, was saying that she still has, leftover stuff and from the mom, and she acknowledges it. All right, now I'm trying to be
Mhm.
funny.
Well, I mean, it just happened. It's like I was perfectly fine living my life, and once my mom passed, it was like the reins let loose of this horse that's been cooped up for too long. But I took it in the wrong direction of cleaning and constant. Felt like I'm still, I had all this control and all this power now, and I could do whatever I want.
Yeah,
And I chose to clean and wash my hands
that's
because I always constantly
fascinating to
felt
me.
dirty.
Fascinating, fucking fascinating. I just lost my brother. I don't know, maybe a couple months ago now, and I've been grieving by being
Mm.
angry at like police, maybe accidentally at friends, but intentionally going out and grieving by taking my shit out by chasing police. That's like my little stress relief, filming cops and stuff. That is interesting. Cleaning. That
I
is
didn't know that. I
interesting.
don't know if that's rare, but the
Yeah,
person who's specializing in that told me, he said no, it's not rare. But some people who's been controlled all their life, even when they move out and their mother is
yeah.
still alive, the one who controlled them, they still feel like they're under these rules, even in their own home.
Your
And
prayer
when that
sounds like a
parent
sharp person.
passes, it's like they lose control, but take full control at the same
Right.
time.
Interesting, man. I'm not high enough, but I want to wrap my head around that. I'm just finished eating up in the smoke. It's interesting, though.
yeah,
I can remember a time when I was a kid and my mum got so angry, and it seemed extremely unreasonable at the time, and we laugh about it now as adults.
Right,
It was a horse paddock, and in this horse paddock there was a massive mud puddle, because basically they used to fill this giant horse trough full of water, and then occasionally they would just dump all of the water out and then
right,
give the trough a good clean. So we were spending some time in the countryside because I'm a city kid, so we were down in a place called Severn, and we decided that we would play in this mud puddle, and it was great fun. And I was running as fast as I could and trying to jump right into the middle of this mud
right.
puddle. But of course, mud puddles, once they get hold of you, that's it. They've got you now.
Oh yeah.
So I'm steadily sinking. Now, I don't know how long I will be sinking. And
Right.
I suddenly remember that I saw this cowboy movie with this guy in the quicksand, and I know now that I'm in the quicksand and I'm going to get got. And so there's panic, and the other kids are running around, and like I'm like a stick, a stick, a stick, and thank God they managed to, but they pulled me out, and of course my Wellington boots. I don't know if that's an American thing, your mud boots. They stayed in that mud puddle and they weren't coming out. And I was glad to sacrifice them. So when we went back home and told my mum, and I had like three kids all on my side going, he was going to die in the quicksand. We had to do something. But my mum she went ape shit. She was
Right,
like, you and who's going to pay for those boots now?
right.
And like, that's it. You're
Ooh,
never getting another pair of shoes in your life.
mm,
She was really, really angry.
I
But
dig
I
it.
think she was relieved that nobody got hurt or anything. But now my sister will bring it up as an example of just how stupid I was when I was a kid.
Leave it in the mud puddle quicksand.
So this
Yeah, Dirty Low,
question,
you're right.
yep. So yeah, you think he's right that
Yeah, that's what it was. I'm telling you, it was something that overpowered me to the point that I had to stop myself from cleaning because I was cleaning so much that I wasn't spending enough time with my kid.
you're not alone there. I've seen stories of that, and hoarding is the other after someone dies. And they
I
don't.
never
Well,
heard
see,
that
too,
either.
what followed with that is my mom was a dog hoarder for 7 years.
Yeah.
And she never took care of the dogs. I was the one having to feed and water and groom them, bathe them, and wash their herds out of their kennels every day. Mind you, this was not just little dogs, big. It was everything.
This is you
It,
as an adult or a kid?
that's when I was trying to. I was so before my niece was born. From
Washing out the
11,
kennels and shit. I'm talking
11 and up,
about. Okay.
I had to take care of dogs nonstop. And after I moved out, I could not stand a dog. I could not
Mm,
stand caring for a dog.
right. Interesting. You probably tied that to your mom too. It was a negative thing because the entire experience was negative.
Yeah, because she would not take care of them. She would get them to breed and to move on. If she couldn't sell them, then they sit there. The poor things didn't even have names, most of them. I picked out names for them and
Damn.
I talked to them. Even had a pig over in one stall that she got because, oh, it's a little tiny pig. It's so cute. But once it got bigger, threw it in the stall with the dogs. And I took care of them all, named them all.
So yeah, you notice this question. Dirty Lowlife asks, "How did you notice it and change it?" I think about your cleaning OCD, and if you don't mind sharing.
Okay.
That isn't
Well,
right.
I noticed because my kid pointed it out to me.
Okay.
At the time, my kid was 4 years old, and she said, "Mom, is that all you're going to do is clean?"
Smart kid.
And I stopped, and that right there was in my head for weeks. And I kept thinking to myself, I get up, I fix my coffee, I fix her food, I clean. I stop, fix her lunch, and then I clean. And then I stop and I fix dinner, and then I clean. And it was nonstop.
Need you over here.
I got to the point that I was washing my hands so much that the skin started coming off of my knuckles. And in the
That's
wintertime,
crazy.
I had cracks and bust in every knuckle. Every little piece, like around your nails, was busted.
So this went on for months. Yeah.
And only because that I got the full control and I let it overwhelm me.
So that one moment of connectivity with your child, and
She made me realize, hey, Mom, in my head, it was telling me it's okay if there's toys on the floor. You don't have to pick them up. Or, hey, there's like 2 dishes in the sink. You don't have to wash them right away.
I got that part down pat.
Or it was if I touched a doorknob in our own home, I did not have to wash my hands because it's us.
That's the interesting part.
Even my husband told me, he said, your hands look like 70-year-old woman hands.
I gotta ask.
He said, you're washing my clothes to the point that my jeans got holes in them and they're new.
Do you? Okay, you acknowledged your kid made the statement. You acknowledged that maybe the excessive cleaning was part of the grieving process. I'm curious. Did
Well, my
the
mom was an
cleaning thing?
organ. Wait, go ahead.
Yeah, the cleaning thing is my question. Do you think that you still have something, or better yet, does your husband and kid think that you still have something where you clean too much? I'm wondering, is it something that's left over still from
Yeah,
your mom?
it is still there. It's just not as bad.
Yeah.
It's every time dinner's done, I have to do dishes
Yeah,
immediately,
that type of shit. Yeah.
and I have to feed the animals. I do
You'd have
have
learned
dogs now.
that
That's
from
what
your
I was getting
mom.
to earlier.
Yeah, you'd have got that from your
I
childhood and
did
your
get
mom.
dogs, 2 dogs, only 2 dogs, and these 2 dogs have to have a purpose. If they don't have a purpose, we cannot have them.
So I'm assuming you have a farm because you got a purpose for the dogs.
No, I live in the middle of the woods.
Oh, that's close enough. Yeah, that'll do. I mean, that's what I meant. Just
One
space.
dog is for
The kids,
security with the
one's for
couch, and the other
outdoors.
dog is security on the house.
I dig it. That's smart. House
But I will
dog can be
never own
small.
a animal that does not have a purpose, because seeing all them dogs in the kennels with no purpose, only to breed and only for money, made me sick.
Okay.
But I didn't even get to say goodbye to my mom. I think it's another thing that hit me too.
Oh, for sure. That probably impacted the trauma aspect.
My mind is not working yet. Normally, I'd figured out, I'd be making connections in my head. It's definitely left over, but there's nothing popping in. Probably because I don't know nothing about. I've never heard about coping by cleaning. I've heard about the hoarding and self harm, and coping by cleaning is new to me.
Yeah,
Joe.
it's common. My Dutch grandmother, and we used to laugh about it. So, my stepfather was the first of her children to have children, and she got kind of extremely lucky and unlucky at the same time, because she instantly got like a 10-year-old and an 8-year-old
Mm.
on the single in one single day. Like
Right.
my stepdad got home and was like, "Hi, mom. Here are your grandkids." And after it, during when we were visiting, like, you know how kids, they can just occupy the whole space, and
Yeah.
she had this beautiful wooden furniture, and she would literally sit where either me or my sister had just sit, and then pull up her sleeve on her cardigan, and start polishing polishing it.
Interesting. Right
And
after y'all touch it, huh?
yeah, and me and my little sister, we thought it was absolutely hilarious, and my mum forbid us from um you know mentioning mention this thing to her. And the
Right.
funny thing about it was that her doing that started making my mum kind of follow me and my little sister around,
Make sure you don't leave prints,
polishing
little
things.
muddy prints
And
everywhere. Yeah.
as a result of that, my Dutch grandmother, she got the idea that my mother was so in love with the wooden furniture that she donated this gaudy wooden furniture to my mum and my
Interesting.
stepdad as a wedding present. And my mum hated it, but she
Yeah, she's
accepted it.
right.
She
She's a nice lady.
accepted it, the gift, because she knew that it was done out of love.
Love.
So,
She's
yeah.
thinking more fucking cleaning fingerprints.
Yeah, yeah,
She's
yeah.
thinking.
She's thinking now every time that your grandmother comes round here, I'm gonna have to polish that damn thing.
Right.
You guys, I've got to actually go. My wife brought some dinner she surprised me with, and it smells too good. I can't sit here anymore. I got to go eat. But I do.
Very
Enjoy.
good. Get
I
your
do want to.
Thank
priorities
you so
straight.
much.
No, no,
Thank
absolutely. I
you.
want to just, if I may, just really quick, some closing thoughts on my way out the door. The first of all, Joe, it's always good to see you, brother. It's been too long.
Thank you, same, yeah.
And I want to say that 2 things were mentioned in this conversation that really struck me as interesting. One of them was, Emily mentioned, what part of the brain do you think this this behavior comes from, about this telling on yourself. And I know that was a while ago in the conversation. I'm not trying to derail entirely here, but
No.
I don't know that I could say what part of the brain it comes from, but I do talk about, when I talk about objective morality, I believe that there's this normative behavior, and it actually applies even if you were the only person on an island, right? You would want to treat yourself well. And I derive this because I think that ultimately all living organisms, especially moral agents, want to live a good life. And I think that that's what this taps into, is that self-respect is a necessary precondition to really living the good life we all want to live.
Yeah. And treating others properly too.
You have to. Absolutely. I don't think I've said before, you can't have self-respect if you don't know how to respect other people, and vice versa, right? And so that's really key, Joe. I agree 100%. And I think that while a lot of people are very confused about the things they chase to try to achieve this good life, I think that understanding, and this kind of taps into what Emily was asking me earlier about how do you get people to turn their lives around when they're doing dumb shit, this idea about self-respect, understanding how important self-respect actually is to your own goals of living this good life. Yes. And the other thing I wanted to mention, related more to the current topic about this OCD cleaning and stuff, it's so fascinating to me because I don't believe in libertarian free will. I take the compatibilist position, but it's so fascinating how the early years we've been talking about childhood and things that happen to us as kids, and then how we respond to these as adults. And these formative years are so instrumental in what happens in our decision-making processes as adults.
Good.
And so we talk about like this OCD cleaning and stuff. And the young lady, she did have a chance to eventually curb this behavior to a certain degree, but how much of that behavior was happening because of a subconscious motivation in response to her childhood?
Studies would say that, if you missed that little gap of growing where you, let's say you didn't get the proper touching and hugging, you never get that opportunity again. It keeps you off kilter. If whatever it is that caused her to have the OCD thing, and at a certain young age, if that's what caused it, it's logical that she could shake it some. She might not be able to shake it all, or it might be very difficult.
That's true. And, another thing that people don't realize is that when we talk about formative years, a lot of times people just misunderstand how big of a gap in our childhood that actually is, because it actually starts in the womb, because the fetus is affected by all of the chemicals that are going through the mother's body, both natural and unnatural chemicals, right? Manufactured chemicals. So the food she's putting into her body, the natural endorphins that come from, is she a mother who's listening to beautiful music and surrounding herself?
I was going to say perhaps outside stimuli too, not just her endorphins.
Yeah,
perhaps,
exactly.
If she's doing those things, if she's around some loud noises outside, is she in the city? Is she in the country? What's the kid hearing inside?
Is she fighting with her husband? Is she a single mother who's struggling to get by? And all that's happening before the baby's even born. And all those chemicals are being flooded into this child as its brain is starting to form. And then, of course, the child is born. Are you listening to your parents say loving things to each other? And is the child being held when it's crying? Or are you listening to your parents yelling and screaming at each other and throwing the dishes across the room at each other, or whatever it might be? All of this is so formative to our behavior as adults. So when we start making these decisions, we have to really look back at our childhood, at our teenage years, our adolescence, and say, what was I going through and how am I now responding to those things without thinking consciously about it, right? Because so much of this happens in our subconscious. We just react to situations most often. And as a compatibilist, I think we do have the ability to make choices, distinct choices. We can talk ourselves off the ledge, so to speak, right? But it takes
to a great degree. If you're very aware, you can achieve it to a higher degree for certain.
Must be focused, because naturally most of our processes happen subconsciously. We're not even aware of it. Most of our awareness is actually just trying to understand decisions we've already made.
Trying to justify and understand them at the same
justification,
time.
Exactly. Understand. It's not really we're not really making new decisions. We're really just understanding the decisions we've already decided to make.
And again, to get out of that, it's going to take some excessive self-awareness, right? It's going to take cats like you and people having these conversations, right? I was thinking today, and it's funny, it's right along these lines, that this is just, I got to just accept it, and I think I come to that place where I accept that people are going to do these things that seem so obvious to me, like, running from because they think they're about to get pinned down in a conversation, or acting out because, they're embarrassed, or whatever it is. I think, this motherfucker 50 years old, surely they're not afraid to say, I'm sorry, or I apologize, it was my fault, or whatever little shit that these people haven't learned. I think you just got to accept that. A lot of motherfuckers are not gonna pick up on those little lessons and change them, and just
Yeah.
you know.
No, you're
Mhm.
absolutely right, brother. As I often find you to be, you're a very very smart guy. And Socrates said, I think it was Socrates that said, the unexamined life is not worth living, right? And
Yeah.
so we need to really, like you said, self reflection. So I'm going to get out of here, Joe. I want to
All
extend
right.
my
Before
condolences
you
to
leave,
you and for your loss and to your family. And I want to say thank
thank
you to
you.
everybody for the great conversation.
And before you leave, when you get back, I want to have a conversation with you. Not when you get back, but when I see you, I'll see you again. I've been out of town. That's why you ain't seen me. Um, I want to talk about morals, right? Because I'm not so sure you can make it there just through nature and the obvious. These extremes and the zealots and the morals just seem to go further than you would pick up in nature or regular. And I need somebody to bounce that off of.
Yeah, that's a conversation I love to have. If you ever, for one thing, Joe, I don't know if you're aware of this, but I host a live stream on my own channel every Sunday at 4 p.m.
I'm
Eastern.
sure I'm sub to you. I'm sure I'm
Yeah,
sub.
check that out if you want to. Any Sunday you want to stop by. Sometimes I'll have a guest speaker, and so I
Yeah,
might talk to somebody for like 60 to 90
I'm
minutes, and
used
then
to it.
open
I'm
up the
cool.
panel.
I'm used
But I
to
do
it. Yeah.
always open up the panel at some point. So you're
All
welcome to
right.
stop by. And if you want to just
My bad.
shoot the breeze some other time, we could set something up. But I do the argument, the case for objective morality. It's really fascinating, but it really, in order to understand it, you have to break it down to whether you're talking about the grounding for objective morality, which is where we talk about nature and
That
evolution and
part's
being a social
solid. I
species.
can grasp that. It's the people that go further. I don't know
Yep.
what stimuli they get out here that makes them go so much further.
Yeah, why don't you get into at the top end to get to the teleology? We get to what we call the normative, right? The behavior, what ought I do or ought not do. To
Yeah.
get the objective argument there, that takes a little bit of work and philosophy and stuff, but it's not that complicated, to be honest with you. I take the argument that it's goal driven. So all of our actions are motivated. We don't do shit just randomly. It's
Right.
motivated by either chemicals, outside stimuli, or intention, will, whatever you might want to say. But all of our actions are motivated by either emotion or reason or a combination of those two things. So when we
Mhm.
set goals, which as a social species, we have a justified motivation to engage in what we call normative behavior.
Agree.
That gives us a goal, which can be subjective, right? We could subjectively select whether we're going to cooperate or not. But once we select that goal of cooperation, there are true facts that lead to that goal. And true facts are always objective. So not stealing from people is a true fact that will help lead to that goal of cooperation. And a really simple analogy, and I got to get out of here, but just a really quick analogy to help kind of put this in a nice bow, a package with a bow. If 10 people agreed to cooperate, amongst those 10 people, and their fundamental principle was cooperation, among those 10 people, there'd be no stealing, no SA, no murder, no nothing, because they've agreed to cooperate, right? If
Right.
we extrapolate that to 100 people, it becomes more complex to get those 100 people to cooperate, but the logic still holds. The true
Okay.
facts are still there, that nobody would be stealing from each other, nobody would be essaying each other, murder, whatever, because they've agreed to cooperate. And we could
Right.
even say, what if everybody on the planet agreed to cooperate? There'd be no wars on this planet, no hunger, no nothing, because we're all working together. We could effectively eliminate all these world's problems. And we have this normative, what ought I do, ought not do, built into this, or baked into the axiomatic principle of cooperation. And we
There's
could make a cosmological, one last thing, we could even make a cosmological claim and say, if every moral agent in the entire universe agreed to cooperate, all the logic still holds. We could effectively, literally eliminate war entirely. Eliminate poverty.
If we agree on it, it would still hold.
Right.
There's a name for that normative behavior. There's a scale, and whoever named it, it's his name. I'm also interested in what makes people. Some people are less care about the normative, and some people will kill and die to stay dead center. That interests me as well.
That's where getting into human behavior and sociology, it really pays off, because the truth of the matter is it's actually is selfishly motivated, which sounds kind of paradoxical, right? But the truth is that for me to live my best life, the best
Right.
chance I have of doing that is to make sure that my neighbor has everything they need. If my
Agree.
neighbor has everything they need, they're not going to come steal my shit. They're not going to come try to hurt me. They're not going to be motivated to do anything to me, because they're
Yes.
totally have all their needs met. And like I said before, all of our actions are motivated, right? So if I
Yeah.
take away the motivations for people to do bad shit to me selfishly, then
Oh.
we're all living this good life together, right?
All this dope. We're gonna get into it. Let me let you go eat, because I'll keep you here forever. Do your
Always
thing,
good to
man.
see you,
Go
brother.
ahead.
And like I said, my condolences
Same.
to you and your family. Emily, thanks for hosting such a great show. Spec Man, I love talking to you, brother. I think Machine Lives was up here. And the Sister Cornbread, nice to meet you as well.
You
Be
too.
easy, man.
Thank you for making it a great panel along with the other guests. It's always wonderful to have.
TFL is cold too, isn't he, man? I love that too.
Man, I wish it was so much easier than, just stopping it. I did get what he said about there's motivation behind everything that we do. As in, I got to figure out what is the motivation behind why I wash my damn hands so much.
That's what a doctor would tell you, right? They'd find out. They tell you, it happened in your childhood. If you can find out exactly
All they
when and
want to do is
where,
put
you
me
can
on
break it.
medicine.
No, no, not the
Even if it
medicine doctor, the
comes
head
down to
doctor.
just the point of, if you know that for your life to be good, you need to do these things, you can add the extra routine of literally taking more care of your hands, because you use them so much, you know, and there's always a way that anything that you do every day can be improved,
Yeah,
and
it's too. It's like I can't even touch my nose or my eyes or anything on my face. If I touch my face, I have to wash my hands.
Okay, well, that's now I think I can finally offer some advice, something I can grasp onto. The way you would break that is the obvious. You would, just like any habit, the chains of habit are too weak to be felt until they are too strong to be broken.
Mhm.
You'll unchain yourself the same way. You'll make yourself go 5 minutes without washing that hand, then 10. You do this per week, then 20. Eventually, you get there, but that's the way you do it. You have to deprive yourself, and hopefully, you've been depriving yourself for a long time. You're an adult, and
Yeah, and it's like I've cut everything else out, but I mean, I still do clean because I'm a stay-at-home mom. That's my job.
Yeah,
I
and that
do.
gets hard for regular people that aren't struggling with doing it compulsively. Is that you have to clean all the time anyway. And I think I noticed a lot of people, if they get outside of their home, they like calm down about when you're somewhere all the time, you notice everything. You get away from it for a while, and you come back, and it looks like Xanadu, and you're like, "What was I so worried about all that?"
the
You know?
Mm.
so
Well, see, we went to Cumberland Falls, took our daughter there for the first time because it's an adventure and she needs to see the natural beauty of her home state. And I was doing great until I hit a spit wad on a handrail.
and
Someone spit on the handrail.
and
Let's
the
see if anybody thinks that's disgusting.
And the entire time, that's all I thought about till I went to the bathroom and I scrubbed my hands and scrubbed till they was red as they could be. Even my husband, he did it too, and he didn't hardly ever washes his hands.
what do
But
you I like your husband already. What's gonna happen if you don't wash your hands?
I'm scared I'm gonna get my daughter and my husband sick.
But that's not a reasonable fear,
And
correct?
I know it's not, but it's like something that in me
Okay,
says
that's what I need to know,
if you
Tess.
do not wash your hands, you will make them
Yes, I
sick.
get it, but I just needed to know that you understand that it is not reasonable, because that'll help in you breaking the habits and all of that
Mm.
stuff. If you still think it's reasonable, then I'd be trying to give you different advice.
That's the thing about OCD. There's different kinds, but it's always that the person does have the rational part of their brain in play. They know that what they're doing is irrational, but
Yeah, it's like I washed my hands earlier. Just washed them when I got out of the bathroom.
Yeah,
And I went to the kitchen and it was like I kept saying, I don't need to wash my hands. No, I'm not going to wash my hands. And then
Oh, it's
my brain was
bad.
like, wash your hands, even though I just washed
the
them because in my
irrational,
mind, it was
Yep.
the germs in the bathroom was still there.
The irrational part of your brain is screaming to make you do something, to compel the action. So, and then the other types of OCD are similar, like the ruminant thinking about something. And sometimes this can be honed into a craft. Like if you're a scientist or a researcher or something, you know, the person can get very obnoxiously wound into their work in a OCD kind of way. But you know, nobody needs to like play medical advice here. Like, I'm glad you're speaking to somebody about this because it sounds like you're kind of on that.
Whoa, I disagree with you. I'm sorry.
No, I don't mean that we can't give her advice on because I agreed with what you said. I'm just saying, I'm glad she's seeing somebody, and then if what they're doing is not working, other advice, you know.
Oh, you already got somebody to talk to about that. I was
Well, I was talking to
It's a
somebody that laid
disclaimer.
out exactly what was wrong with me, and they wanted me to get on this medication that I cannot take because I have a heart condition. So I
don't take the
cannot take it.
medication. Anyway, listen.
I
I'm
don't
sorry.
believe I
say
don't
this
take
again.
medications at all.
Just putting a disclaimer that we are not giving medical advice.
Yeah,
Although
yeah.
I do think it's fine to
Yeah, this is an honest opinion and advice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I saw
But
dope all my life.
I can actually
So I can-
highlight
this is
instances
not medical
where
advice.
where this works the exact opposite way around. There are literally millions of people all around the world that have given themselves the 3-second rule.
Yeah.
And we've all heard of it, right?
Yeah.
You know? And they've given themselves that 3-second rule. And as long as that rule gets obeyed, then the world is going to be absolutely beautiful. Yeah. Now, to somebody else suffering from the exact opposite of that would just be the end of the world. So we can make rules for ourselves within our own lives that apply to us, and we can abide by them, and we can change those rules anytime we want to because it's our life.
I was going to say the same thing, just repeat myself and repeat him now. You can change the rules at any time. It's your life. And I would say
I need to change the rules.
I would say you must. And I'm going to say it again. The first thing you're going to do is deny yourself 5 or 10 minutes. When you feel that urge, you're going to look at a clock and deny yourself. You tell yourself, I only got to wait 5-10 minutes. I don't know how bad it is.
I'm gonna definitely do that.
You can do that for a week. Next week, you take it up a few minutes, whatever you can handle. But you keep going up. And eventually, you get there. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, same thing with there's people that have checking behavior. They'll go check the stove 500 times, and
yes,
and they
I've done the deal of the check-in.
Kill someone if they don't check the stove again. You know, so quelling that anxiety and absolutely exposure therapy is something that they would, you know, a doctor will do as well. So
exposure therapy. That's
like we have to turn our AC unit off of a nighttime because it starts running hot of an afternoon. And I have stopped myself from getting up throughout the night multiple times to go check and make sure I turned it off because I know I have turned it off.
Very good. I wish if I knew you all this time, I'd have been on you, bro. Because I'm just that type of dude.
But I will tell you something else to do that pisses me off is if I'm fixing my husband or kid's plate and one, let's say a fry hits the counter, even though I have cleaned that counter, I will not put it back on the plate. I will eat it myself because I'm afraid it's contaminated, so I'll eat it so they don't get sick.
Now, see, that was
why in the world am I scared of sickness?
Listen, no. What you just said, it was interesting. The first time you said that, when I asked you about what's going to happen, you said, I'm afraid I'm going to get one of them sick. Here, you said you're willing to eat the fry. So that tells me that you are serious. It is that you're more worried about getting them sick than you. So let me run that around in my head a little bit.
And your brain is knowing what it needs to do to keep you in the loop. So that's like, she's not going to be so worried about herself. Let's scare her about her kids. It really is like a sinister desire to make you do something that you really don't need to be doing. And if you really can see it that way, you can really start training your brain to know that these fears are irrational, which is very hard. It's easier said than done. And again, we're not giving medical advice, but exposure therapy really is a thing. And that matter of denying yourself the relief of doing whatever the behavior is. It could be someone that wants to, you know, we have someone that joins the panel sometimes, and I suggested there might be that element because he raves at us until we give him the answer he wants. That's kind of a thing with some people.
Well, one of my friends told me, they said it's because your mother had an unexpected stroke that you're believing that what the dinner you guys cooked beforehand is what caused it. Because I mentioned that one time.
Okay.
And they said, oh, you know, that you're thinking this and then you are portraying it and casting it out into your whole life.
Wait, but that, but you would have had this before, right? Before your mom, you cooked that
Before
meal.
my mom passed, yes, it was a
So
constant.
yeah,
Felt like it was a sense of control of her control, not
but
mine. And
you
then
did
when
you
she
have the
passed, it was
ADD?
just
Did
on
you have
me.
the OCD habits before she passed? So that if I assume you did, and that tells me that it is not that merely that you cooked the meal, which is causing it to happen. Could be as causing it to escalate some, but you already had it apparently.
I just want to be normal.
Well, what Joe said, really, you won't be instantly quote unquote normal, but if you can sit in that discomfort, our friend Andy made a comment one time, everything good is on the other side of discomfort. And there's a lot of truth to that. So if you can sit in that discomfort and not get what you want, meaning
Right.
relief, feeling like, oh, my kids are safe, I didn't touch that or whatever it is, touch it anyway. And I know your brain is going to trick you and try to tell you you're doing something terrible, but the logical part of your brain is still there, and you need to let it rule. And get help from a professional if you're not able to do that with these
There's a
movements. But
there's a
it is a known to work therapy over time.
there's
Mhm.
another good thing
There
about
is
what she's telling you.
can
If
I one moment, Joe? There's this part of the Vietnam veterans, and they were in, dense jungles, and they really had to rely on all of their senses and combine them into almost like a sixth sense. And many times it saved their lives and the lives of their comrades, their friends. And then getting back into ordinary society and not being able to turn that whole, you
off.
know, and letting that unconscious part of the mind rule the conscious part of the mind. The unconscious part of the mind has a function, and but it should be in the background. And sometimes I think that we can just forget that, and we lose the balance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Um, if you do the exposure thing,
Well,
or
I have
and
sat here for literally over 5 minutes, haven't washed my hands once, but the urge to.
check this out. If you get a few small victories, if you manage the 5, then the 10, then the 12, or whatever you set, a few small victories will change your life. You'll know it's possible. So that's something to look forward to.
For
And
sure.
remember this: anything worth doing, if you want it, let's say you want to play the piano, or you want to be good at anything. You understand it takes time.
Mhm.
It takes a bunch of failures. It takes a lot of practice, dedication. This will take that. Understand that.
Yeah, it's like I'm naturally good at working on vehicles, weed eating, taking care of animals, of course, even though I don't want to, but it's easy. I know everything about them.
Yeah.
But I don't have that. There's not constantly broke down vehicles, and there's there's not dogs to constantly take, and you can only weed eat so much.
Yeah.
Uh,
But
Every time after I get done weed eating, I'm like, I can't wait till I get to weed eat again.
all right. Now I feel bad. I feel like we might be giving you a little too much attention to this.
yeah, no, if you no, I'm glad you feel comfortable sharing this here, and you should be comfortable sharing this here. I think what he just said about small victories is really important. And also, don't have people around you that reinforce the messed up behavior, which can
Very
happen
good.
easily because they love you. And
That's
then
my sister.
Very
they'll be
good.
like, well, it's okay that she's washing that counter for the 500th time. They don't want to upset you by telling you to do it again, because they know how, they don't want to shame you, or they don't want to make you feel, and there's a lot of shame with things that are,
Mhm.
That's why
I
I said
didn't.
if
I've
I was a
never
friend,
told
I'd have been
anybody
there
what I've
then.
told y'all. And the only reason I feel good to tell
Uh,
you guys is because
That's
you will not pick on me for it.
no, it's not. It's not in my nature. That's why I just said what she just said about your friend enabling you, your sister. That's why I said wish I'd have been your friend all this time. I don't have that gene. Every time I'm gonna try to tell you what I think is best, healthy, and how to grow. I'm not gonna, be help you with codependent behaviors that are unhealthy.
And Bex has entered in. Welcome in, Bex.
Thank you, Emily. Good to see you all. Nice to see you, Speckman and Joe, and
Hey,
nice to
Bex,
meet
good
you,
to see you.
Cornbread.
Nice to meet you too.
Nice to meet you too, Emily. I don't think we've actually been on a panel before.
We haven't.
Yeah.
Both of you guys are bright. Emily's bright.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I really have enjoyed when you join the panels I'm watching, and I've really enjoyed listening to you, Emily.
Oh, I appreciate you. I enjoy you as well. Did you have anything to add to the current convo or any of the things that we've been kind of dipping into tonight?
Not immediately so much. I really appreciate Cornbread's earnest approach to this conversation. I definitely have something between OCD-like behavior. Could be to the point. I've always said I have a OCD-like behavior, and I'm a crippling perfectionist.
How does the
crippling
OCD
perfectionism,
behavior,
right?
how does it manifest in your life? The OCD
Well,
part.
for me, the sort of standard stuff that I had when I was younger was definitely lock checking, stove checking. I've never been a hand washer.
I'm more interested
But
in what you have
definitely.
now.
And then, so I actually worked on those. It's lock checking is important because when I became a
Still.
landlord, can I just finish, Joe, or you want to, appreciate it, but when I was younger, I used to miss the bus.
Wait. I don't want to let that go there. No.
All right,
If I
go
think it's
ahead,
interrupting,
Joe. You go ahead.
I'll
You
do
can
it.
have the conversation. You can just
Well,
talk
that's
to
not what I
yourself.
was saying.
Have
And
a
I don't
nice
care
time,
about
you
people
guys. Thank you very
whining and
much.
acting out either. I don't care. If I wasn't interrupting or doing anything rude, I was asked you a question and you went straight from my question. So I was trying to bring you back to answer my question. I wasn't trying to be rude. I didn't need to be chastised there. Go ahead. Remember, the question was, how does it manifest now? And you strayed.
Okay, Bex, did you want to get back into it? Are you there?
Bex would rather bounce.
Okay. Sorry,
Are we
Bex.
okay?
You had a hard time there, but yeah. Sometimes, Joe, you'll if somebody's not answering you, you'll kind of dip in and be like, "But that's not what I asked you," or whatever. So I guess she didn't take kindly to that.
Yeah.
But
And I don't
hard
have,
feelings, Bex.
I'm
We'll
not
just
going to
see you
do,
back up sometime.
I don't do the step on eggshell shit. I'm a polite fuck. But I don't step on people who create eggshells out of nowhere. I don't fear them. I won't do that.
Yeah, I'm
You,
not
you
sure what
guys are some of the best people. I literally opened my entire brain to you guys. You did not pick at it. You just
We gave our best.
rationalized it and gave me advice that I'm taking. Still
Yes.
now. I haven't washed
Yes.
my hands. I'm still taking it.
that is
That's
awesome.
right.
But I do think that we should all remember that this is WoW, and for
This
the
is
one
what?
day a
I'm
week,
sorry. I hope I don't. This is
for the one day a
wild.
week, the ladies' voices
Oh,
should just take a little bit more precedent because D&W is normally extremely liberal. Everybody gets a chance to say their piece, but I feel honored to be a guest on WoW today. So
I feel chastised again. But I'll take your advice.
No, Joe, earlier in the show, and this kind of, okay, Bex, we hope to see you again sometime. Yeah, earlier in the show, we talked about presence, and I showed like a Japanese cherry blossom. And I read there was a man that was wrongfully convicted for a crime he didn't commit. He was on death row, and he spent 18 years in jail before he got out. And he talked about nostalgia, and he talked about how we miss things. And it kind of ties into her Cornbread talking about missing her mother, and it kind of tripping off this mechanism maybe. So with the cherry blossom, it's here for a little while and we enjoy it and then it's gone. And with nostalgia, we feel a pain when we think of things. And we might have been miserable at the time, like the time that we're remembering. But when we remember it, all we see are the good things. And this kind of reminds me of a movie I saw not long ago set in a period of time that I thought wasn't the best period of time. But the movie gave me all this nostalgia for different things. And I thought about all those things and how they felt in that time period. And I thought there were some kind of beautiful things during that time period. And so that teaches us, instead of feeling pain by it, we should remember that the present moment we're in, there are going to be things that are beautiful that maybe we're not seeing. It's supposed to make us do that, to look into our present moment and see what we should see.
That's dope. It was supposed to make us do that. That is interesting.
Well, I think it's crazy that smells can trigger memories.
Yes. Right? You can smell that smell, and you're suddenly back in the halls of your school. You can smell that high school or the pool
Mm-hmm.
somewhere. Just the smell could take you back into the fucking, in my case, the 70s. I'm old. When I was a little ass kid, man. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and have you
Right.
ever been in oh, sorry, go ahead, go ahead.
No, it's okay. You go on.
I was just gonna say, have you ever been in like a thrift store and you see something like it's a pot or pan that you know your mom had, or it's a record
Mm-hmm.
that you're like, I
Mm-hmm.
saw a pencil box and I'm like, I had one like that, and you just start
Yeah.
flooded with memories.
My
Oh,
ex loves thrift stores.
well, that's like too. The smell of chlorine
Yeah,
reminds you of all your times in the pool,
yeah. A
and
bunch
then
of
the smell of
music.
rain. I don't know if you guys can smell rain, but apparently that's a gift that some people got and other people don't.
There's a name for that. The smell of rain. Hey Siri, what's the name for the smell of rain?
I have that gift too.
The name of the smell of rain is petrichor.
Petrichor. Siri said it wrong. It's petrichor.
Everybody I know can smell rain.
Yeah.
And when it comes in, we all know, especially when it's hot in the summertime, everybody's so excited, and it takes us,
Yeah.
everyone, no matter how old,
Yeah, it
takes
makes
us
you
back to
feel.
when we was kids.
Yes, it makes you feel. And music, right? Music does the same thing. You can be teleported and transported if you hear the right music from a certain time period. And usually when you were young, studies say 14 years old is when you had your strongest stuff. But you can go back to that first party. You can hear music, and I know this because I know the record. This actually happens for me. I can go back to the first party when I got up the courage to ask the girl when to walk across the floor and ask the girl to dance. And I was supposed to be hip. Don't nobody know it was difficult for me to do. It takes me there when I hit a certain record.
Yeah, I always thought that some of those things were were Southernisms or something strange that only Southern people can do or think about being able to do.
Well, it's like we can smell deer. Want to go deer hunting?
Oh, okay.
That's interesting.
We can smell deer. We can smell bear or skunks. Skunks,
Yeah,
if it's
yeah.
there, you run away. We can smell copperheads.
This is, don't beat me up for this, but I did sell drugs all my life and did them. I could smell heroin. If I walked into an apartment building, I knew if someone had heroin in that apartment building when I walk in the hallway because I was around it so much.
Mm-hmm.
And no one else, well, average people be like, no, I don't smell nothing. It'd be strong as fuck to me and my friend who grew up selling it and bagging it and shit.
Yeah, I can smell cats. If somebody has a cat in a large facility, like not that this is the same as heroin, but for me, it's a strong sense of smell. Like there was a like assisted living facility. It was like 3 stories tall, and I'm like, "Do y'all have a cat in here?" And like, "Yeah, how did you know? We have a resident cat named Peter."
Oh,
And
it's so
there's
easy
nothing
to
like
smell when
wet
somebody owns
dog.
a cat.
Wet
Did you?
dog is one of the most distinct smells.
Yes, yes. And that
It's like
take you back
like
to
the farm smell,
the farm smell. Yeah, that nature, wet nature shit.
the cow manure, horse manure.
Oh,
You know
that's
it.
just irritating. I live in Colorado like half the year, and I got to pass. I think they're slaughterhouses. I don't. Maybe they call them something else, something lots or something. But oh my goodness, the smell is just like wow.
Oh, see, we harvest our deers every year, so that slaughter smell is something that I look forward to because I know our family's going to be fed for under one bullet for the entire winter time, and it's
Did
a
you get your
blessing to
moose?
us.
So,
What's
welcome
up,
in, Bad Gemini. I have never met you before.
Gemini?
How you
What?
doing?
How's it going?
Smooth as
Oh,
voice, right? Gemini. I thought all you do is like troll and crack jokes. I saw you on a panel with another brother and you niggas was kicking wisdom. I was like, he got that gear. You didn't crack nan joke, man. You just broke down whatever the fuck y'all was talking about.
Hey, I'm all business. You know it is. You have to be multifaceted. Since y'all talking about distinct smells, 2 smells I think I'll always know to my grave is the smell of Subway bread and a Big Mac sauce. I can smell that a mile away.
Right. The Big Mac sauce. That's interesting.
I
And
feel like Big Mac sauce doesn't taste or nothing in food tastes or smells the same as it did a while ago. You know.
Can you
I
guys
know that's
imagine like being an elephant or a dog and their senses of smell are so much more prominent than ours? The way that they see the world must be kind of like being in an ultimate dimension.
yeah, like having a third sense or a third eye that other people don't have. And yeah, because like take hound dogs for instance, they use their nose before their eyes. So that
Hmm.
shows you how prominent that shit is in there.
Well,
But
too, I found out when you live in a certain area for certain periods of time that you become immune to certain things. As
yeah,
in, I was bit by a brown recluse twice,
yeah,
and I had a pretty nasty sore. It was about a little bit bigger than a quarter.
yeah,
But then I got on the news, and there was a woman who lost her entire leg and was only bit once by a brown recluse.
yeah. I've seen
And I
people.
started doing studies on it, and come to find out that when you live in certain areas with certain animals and certain arachnids and stuff like that, you can be bit multiple times and show no reaction.
That is interesting. You're right. Most people use at least lose a chunk of their flesh. So that is interesting that it happened to you twice, and it healed. And it's also logical because that's why you play in the dirt and all of these and play with
Mhm.
other people. So you get all those germs and shit on you, and you develop immunities to it, that type of shit. So
Or
you don't
even,
want to be too clean.
yeah, they're telling people if you kill or harvest a deer that has chronic waist disease, don't touch it or whatever. Oh, we've done it so many times and we're fine.
Yeah, right. I
Elbow
dig it.
deep in blood and guts
And
and
that's
we're
another
fine.
thing, Cornbread. Another thing to help that Joe just said, with those kind of thoughts is hospitals, because they do disinfect to the point of killing out everything. The microbiome gets disturbed, and then you have these weird things like MRSA, all these weird
Right.
illnesses and things. So, there
Oh
really is
gosh.
something to be said for being too clean. You know what I mean?
Yeah, play in the dirt from time to
Yeah,
time, man.
that's a deal though. Is going into doctor's offices. I feel dirty in my own home. I feel dirty, but out in nature, I could play in the dirt all day with the worms and the bugs and the grubs, and
That
I'm fine.
is fascinating. That is fascinating. Now it makes me think of something to do with your mom again.
So,
It's it. That's all it is. But we're moving on from that.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
bringing in Bad Gemini and Joe. Earlier, we talked about there was a man in the military. Let me pull up my thing again to get his name. Jason, at least I remember now. Yeah, Jason Watson. So he's a U.S. Air Force major. He was arrested, and since you deal with these kinds of things, this is a little bit different. But he was arrested for the second time in August after CNN interviewed him criticizing Trump. Wearing his uniform, he's been placed in pretrial military confinement, and it's under Article 88 of the like a military code. And let me see what the name of that section of code, UCMJ, the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Now, a lot of people like myself were thinking, okay, how does this not violate our First Amendment rights to free speech? But of course, they're under military rules, which are different than civilian control. But some of the scholars are saying, wait a minute now, because you're only keeping them from making contemptuous remarks against the president and Congress and whatnot, you're only protecting certain people. So therefore, the scope is too small to really be fairly applied. So this will be really interesting. He's the only person that's ever been arrested under Article 88 this way.
That
And one guy was arrested under Biden, but not under Article 88, similarly for criticizing the Kabul bombings. So, but this is really interesting. It's not being talked about big time in media.
it is interesting. I saw it and I was thinking, who could I call who's in the military? I need to see what that code is that you were talking about because they do sign a contract. And if it's in the contract that you can't criticize, that's one thing. But like you just said, it wouldn't be used uniformly because I also heard that it was so rare, which means I know people criticize all the time, which means they're not being punished for it. And you chose to punish this dude for criticizing. It is. I want to see that code because it looks like this dude has a case. In fact, without knowing the code and what he signed up for, it looks very egregious. It looks very bad. And that's given that I understand that, the police can't criticize the police, the military can't criticize the military. It's interesting to me, bro.
For sure.
Yeah, for me, I just, when it comes to the law, we have to think about it too. It's held. So let's go to everyday life teachers, right? You're like, I'm a teacher. I want to go out and have a drink or two. But there are certain things in their contract that they can't do because at this point, you're a public official.
Right.
And people looking at you, in terms of your impact with the school, right? So
Right.
now you're dealing with kids every day, minors. So when you go higher, and you're talking about the military, I can understand why this happened because it's no different. See, we're treating it like it's dictatorship when we hear this because we think about the right to free speech, but we know what happened in other countries when you speak against the military. These people disappear. They cease to exist.
Right.
Like, what happened to them? So it's not like his life will be threatened or anything like that. This is just in the same faction where people are trying to overthrow their governments and stuff. You don't
Right.
want to incite this because you can't co-sign bad behavior. He represents the U.S. Army.
Whoa, whoa,
So
whoa, whoa, whoa,
by
whoa, whoa,
default,
whoa, whoa.
no.
No. I want to
Regardless
address
of how,
that before you move on.
okay.
Just that one thing. And Emily, can you pull up the criticisms that he had? But just because you said address bad behavior, I'm
I
curious.
got it
Was
free. It
it
said,
bad
look,
behavior?
he said, not only is Trump a failure as president, he is flagrantly violating Constitution, breaking the law, engaged in rampant corruption, and is killing Americans. Watson told CNN's Aaron
Thank you.
Burnett
I
during the
don't think
interview.
you can argue that. I think that's okay even by the code. I think what that would be standard criticisms right there.
They're considering
That's
it.
not standard. Not when you saying and he's killing Americans and he's the
Yeah,
U.S.
they're
president.
and it's the particular word is contemptuous. So what constitutes? There's a whole legal set of arguments about what constitutes contemptuous words.
It'll fall under that definition, I guarantee you.
Right. But we are allowed under the First Amendment to criticize our leaders. So the legal arguments in the other direction, let me pull this up here really fast. So the cases they're using, like Parker versus Levy, the experts who oppose this argue that that case dealt with orders, not political speech. And the court also did not approve viewpoint discrimination or criminalizing criticism of the officials. It explicitly only warned that military speech restrictions are narrowly tailored. So it's too broad, vague, and subjective.
If we leave out the last one he said about the president's killing people, Gemini, what about the others? I know.
Wait up. I personally believe that Trump, and I'm not an American, I think that Trump dialed the ICE agents up to 11 and it caused people to get permanently harmed that might not have been
Very
otherwise.
good. I agree with you, by the way.
Yeah, so just to recap, once again, he said not only is Trump a failure as a president, he is.
Sorry, Gemini. Can you agree with that one? You think he can get away with that one? Is that Gemini?
I don't think he can get away with any of it being a military active.
Interesting. Even saying the president's a failure.
I'll put it this way. Apple sucks. I hate Apple. I don't want their products. This is just me, conjecture. It's not real. They stink. I'm saying that as a consumer. If I say that and
as
post
an employee,
I'm fired. And as soon as they catch
you got
me,
an argument. Damn,
that's
so strict.
But we're talking about criminalizing his speech, and under Article 88, it'll be very important to see those other arguments. And you got to realize he's also been arrested under Article 92 for dereliction of duty for 5 different reasons, and Article 133 for quote unquote conduct unbecoming of an officer for 2. Look how the intensity with which they're going after this man.
Yeah, those other 2 are reaches and stretches, and they. The first one that you said, or the second one, whatever it was, that won't even work. The one that it's dereliction of duty, that only holds if he's found guilty here. So I wouldn't even worry about them other 2. This is the one. The one we're talking about is the one that matters.
Well, the one where he was arrested under the DC code, that would be Section 22, Section 22 and Chapter 1307 for crowding, obstructing, and incommoding, which I'm not sure what that is exactly, but it has to do with him wearing the uniform and carrying the sign that said impeach, convict, and remove under the Removal Coalition news conference.
I would have assumed, and I did assume that anyway. It's like them calling it disorderly. If I criticize them, they throw that charge. It seems like something of duty. It looks like shit that he probably and other people get away with all the time. But you suddenly, and they do it for police too, when they want to get the police out of there. You suddenly charge them with that type of stuff. For instance, this one cop, he videotaped his boss telling him to go after black people, and someone saying the quota that the police the union gave them the number 65 of these a month and 30 of summons a month, how many people you had to arrest, and he's suing them and all of that, but he's still on the job, which is weird. So there's a white shirt, a lieutenant waiting around the corner. It's like 53 degrees outside. And then the guy comes around the corner and tell him, I'm going to write you up for wearing that hat. That's your winter hat. You can't wear it when it's this warm out. He says, sir, you're wrong. I checked the temperature before I left the house. It's 50 degrees. He say, what, now it's 54. It went up 1 degree, if that's what it was, over what it was. He waited and watched the thermostat and went and wrote him up. So I think it's one of those type of charges he'll overcome.
Yeah,
I think a key thing too. Oh, I'm sorry. You can go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say he did it in uniform. See, you did it in uniform, and then you did it on CNN. We know military officers are just anybody in the military. They're humans, right? So we know when new presidents come in office, especially long tenured military members, they're going to hold certain opinions. They're going to hold opinions on presidents. Yeah. So when they have these opinions based on who's in office, they're valid. And so what they're saying is this is the first time that they're aware of that this punishment has been issued in public. Because when these instances happen, even with officers, right, it's behind the scenes punishment. They keep it silent. We're going to do an IA investigation.
And this chump hops on CNN and on the Capitol steps in uniform.
Had he not been in uniform, it's like, because you're not going to find an officer in uniform talking bad about it.
Right.
Anybody who talks in uniform, even if you're everyday employee, if you're in FedEx, outfit, UPS, all that, and you're talking bad about your employer. We've seen people get fired from American Airlines, Delta, because they're talking reckless in uniform. So that made it even more egregious, in my opinion.
Fired is one thing, but criminalized is another.
Criminal is good, right?
Here's the thing. So what they're saying, the arguments for and against, let's look at that real quick. So Article 88, contempt toward officials, and that can include, you could be in this kind of trouble if you said something about a member of Congress, for example. So it's the president, vice president, Congress, secretary of defense, secretary of a military department, of Homeland Security, or the governor or legislature of any state.
Yeah, he's definitely falls under contempt. Yeah.
Yep. So these statements were considered contemptuous, and then he disobeyed orders when he wouldn't put his uniform on at one point, and then his conduct unbecoming is what they're doing under Article 133. Why it's almost never used. He's believed to be the first major in U.S. history charged under it. Most political speech, like Bad Jim and I just said, is handled more informally. His were unusually public and done in uniform, which is what triggered all this. But Article 88, they claim, does not violate the Constitution, according to the courts and the military law experts, but it's in tension with First Amendment principles. And I kind of agree with the second school of thought that it's in full violation. So what they say, their logic as to why it doesn't violate it is two cases, Parker versus Levy, Goldman versus Weinberger. They affirm that military service is a special legal environment, discipline and hierarchy are essential for it to operate, and speech that undermines the authority can be punished. But the alternative opinion says that Article 88 does violate the Constitution and the First Amendment protections.
Of course it does.
Because of equal protection. And further, the core challenge would be that it's only criminalizing one type of speech, criticism, contempt, or a negative opinion of one of these political figures. And it only protects certain people, the president, the vice president, Congress, cabinet, and governors. So that's viewpoint discrimination self-determination in the mind of the First Amendment, which
If that's their
forbid.
best argument, dude, don't stand a chance.
I know, but I think the argument, holds weight with me. But I
Yeah,
agree.
but the courts, it won't be enough to overrule all these years of the way they got shit set up over something that's like they'll railroad them on that shit, whether it's right or not. This is neither here nor there. But do you guys? Let me ask: why do you guys think that he did that?
Oh, I
Anything in
think it's like
particular?
we talked about this earlier because I spoke with a lady on TML's panel the other day. We both have worked in hospitals. I do legal work in hospitals. She worked in medical, and we've seen a lot of stuff. They have laws in place so that you can't talk about some of those things. They have laws in place if you work in the legal field, the medical field, and the military and things like this. This is to keep you from talking, and it's like, even if you see someone do something illegal, you can't talk about it, or you're breaking the law. So I think
may I add something as a non-American citizen?
Of course.
I've always believed that they said that it was the Americans' military's duty to protect Americans from enemies, both domestic and foreign.
Great
And
point. Great argument. Great argument.
Now they, unlike your McDonald's worker, they should have the right to wear their uniform and voice concerns about the safety of the nation.
He would have had the
because
duty to do so, if you're correct.
It's
Right.
literally part of their job description. So
Yes.
I agree.
they should be the exception.
That was brilliant.
That's brilliant. And it's the full Edward Snowden, Julian Assange type of argument, is like, when is it okay? And we have whistleblower protection laws. So this gets sticky and really interesting.
Wait. Outside of whistleblower, I think this falls squarely under the contract he signed. This is his strongest argument, I think, because I signed a contract saying foreign and domestic, this guy is going against the Constitution. I must do my duty. Now he suddenly has the argument, even under the contract that he signed. That's a good one.
The pushback I would give in this instance is because it's not a dictatorship, it would hold more merit. But when we're talking about there are checks and balances. So when you think about all the branches of government, even if he felt that way, there are so many checkpoints between other people that are involved in making decisions that it kind of shifts it. And so that's how I look at it.
Wait. Let me that argument. Don't move on.
Okay, go ahead.
Rebut that a little bit. If it's the checks and balance argument, if that's a true argument, meaning the Senate and the checks and balances will take care of it, then you don't have the right or the duty to go do a thing, because those checks and balances are always there. You don't have the duty. You got to sit back. And the Constitution says you have the duty. So if the Senate ain't doing it, you have the duty.
But the Senate's not one person. So when he targeted one person, and that's the whole point I'm trying to make. So when we
checks
have
and balances aren't working, it's his duty.
But that's all perception, because he would then have to show evidence of, I took these steps. This is the threat that I see in America. And then this is another thing.
That's
if
easy.
You felt that way, well, no, it's not easy. That's why it's politics.
Sure it is. All you had to do was show that he's breaking the Constitution, right? And
you talking about Trump?
Trump. That's who he criticized.
But that's all opinion based. Because now
no, it's not. If he broke the Constitution, it's not opinion based. We can factualize that.
In what aspect of the Constitution? Because we have to go back to what he's saying. He made it seem like Trump is unlawfully eliminating people. You would have to prove that, because you have military order and structure.
That one's easy.
And so, I mean, you say
easy.
that, but can we say that in all aspects of war?
No. We can prove that one, that he is killing innocent people. We now know that those boats,
those are called casualties in war.
Not really. We're going to go that route. We can go the casualties.
Every country has them.
Well, this one is an exception. When you look up war crimes, the definition of war crimes, they give you an example. It's to kill people who are defenseless, on the enemies who are defenseless. The example that they give in the book is if you've blown up an enemy ship and there's nothing left and the guy's floating in the water, you kill him. That's what a war crime is, and things along that nature. That is exactly, we know what Trump has done multiple times now. He has an argument that he's killing innocent people. He can say that, and it's true. He's breaking the Constitution by killing innocent people, and not only that, I don't know, 40 some nations, all of the nations in the UN, and another one have come out and said it was a war crime, except for two, Israel and America. But the world would be on board with this. Even they think it's a war crime. He's murdering innocent people. So
Have we
that
ever?
one is not so hard to prove.
if we double down on that, I'm pretty sure that the American legal system has numerous other ways of silencing this person if they want to,
Yes.
without denying him a right that they explicitly gave him
Of
when he
course,
signed up.
they'll find another way if it's not this route. Yeah, they'll get them.
And this happens with corporations. Earlier, we touched on that, and I brought up the guy that worked for Boeing that said, "Hey, he worked there for many years, and he said to the people above him, hey, these cheap parts you're using and the way you're doing things, you're going to start having problems. This can't work." And then he saw that they didn't care, and we saw planes starting to fall out of the sky a few times. You remember those crashes from those Boeing planes, and he put together a case. It took years. He went to the first hearing, delivered all of his evidence. And then the next thing you know, he gets shot in the parking lot and doesn't get to go to his second day. They claim
Holy
he
wow!
unalived himself. Yeah, I don't think he prepared for years and delivered an entire day of testimony so he could say, you know what, screw it, I'll just unalive
Right
myself in the
on the
parking lot.
second day.
Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of that same
Yeah,
principle.
that is the advice that every single child should hear from their parents. Sometimes doing the right thing is not worth the consequences that it will be for you personally.
I
Yeah,
guess that's true.
even though you are doing the right thing.
Yeah,
Like I said, but I mean, society should at least try to play by its own rules, right?
it should try, but here in America and there too. Just speaking about America, um, we have class. Is it class separation? Word I'm looking for, an us and a them. The ruling class, yeah, and the rest of us. For instance, take cops and judges. They'd be immune to tickets. All of these people, doctors and so on. So they'll get special considerations. The wealthy get away with murder.
Yeah, basically you've got the backroom deal guys and you've got us, which are
Right.
standing in the pulpit in front of the judge guys.
And there are clearly two sets of rules. They all society should to the same rules. They don't. They give us lip service. Oh, he's a judge or a cop. He's more accountable to the law and all of that. He should be held to a higher standard. That's just lip service, though.
Joe, let me answer your first question.
Go
Well,
ahead.
not your question when you
Just go.
started. So the reason why, uh, you know,
He did
if
it.
I had to think why he did it, it's because there were a consensus of people that felt that way. Usually, when you're an
Yes.
outlier, you have to be very brave to just
Yes.
come and just go off script. But he
Yes.
got comfortable. And when you do it on a national platform, he felt he was in the right because he probably had private conversations with a
Yes.
fraction of people
That's
that
where I was
agreed
going.
with that. And
Not
so
just agreed. I
that was
think he
just,
saw something. Emily hit
yeah.
on it. She was saying, I drew from it. I don't know what she was saying anymore, but from what she said, I can tell that he's seen people who have been hurt and possibly killed, which is why he went out on a limb and made that last part of the statement. And that boat, the Lincoln, I think yes, the Lincoln is a good one. A couple people done jumped off, trying to commit suicide and shit like that. They've been sneaking out information on how horrible it is up there. They don't have food and the water's gray and all these complaints and stuff. So he'd be privy to those things. And I think literally saw these things and talked to the right people. Like you said, he talked to someone. And that's why he felt compelled to do that shit. And
Well,
go ahead. I was just gonna say, and it is becoming the popular belief. It's all over the news every night that that the families are coming out saying that these people are writing, and they're writing. They're taking pictures of the graffiti over there where they're writing about how evil Trump is. Why am I over here? The press are getting pictures and shit of graffiti that the soldiers are writing.
But I think we really have to emphasize in most political systems, it doesn't matter who's up there. The stage and the platform that was built for them to stand on is already corrupt to its
We agree.
absolute foundations, and there is no man or woman that can get up there and not
That's why you'd
become
have to.
not become part of the problem, because becoming part of the solution is impossible from that.
You'd
You
have
know?
to change the system. He's right.
Yeah,
You cannot compete and be a high-ranking senator if you don't take the $300,000 bribes from motherfuckers and agree with everyone else, because you don't get to be there if you're not going to toe the party line and all that bullshit. He's right.
Well, I think too, we talk about the rich people getting away with a lot. We
Yeah.
don't realize. I mean, some people do, but not everybody. The amount of people who do not work and draw thousands of dollars in food stamps, and they're young and eligible to work. I think that should be investigated as well.
One, I don't know about people who get thousands of dollars worth of food stamps.
I know tons of them that get
Wait.
thousands of dollars. Is
You mean over time?
going
You
back to
don't
my
get.
sister.
You
She
mean
has
over
4
time?
children. Her husband hardly ever works.
She
And
has
he,
thousands of dollars a month.
yes, thousands of dollars. Sometimes it's 2,000 a month.
Wow, that is
Exactly.
impressive.
And
Yeah.
she gets that help. But when my husband had surgery and he could not physically work at all, they told us that even him only getting $100 every other week on
Yeah.
his part-time disability, you know, with work,
Yeah.
that he still made way too much.
Don't you wish that your husband would have got that help? And the answer is yes. So it's weird that it's not weird. It shouldn't be that you'd hate on another person. You should hope that they get help as well. The system, it is not those people getting those thousands of dollars. It is the system has told you the only reason I'm not helping your husband is because I'm giving them the money. And that is not true.
And believe it
Hold
or
on, let me
not,
finish this. If they got rid of every fucking immigrant and killed all them hoes, closed all them hoes, they still wouldn't give your husband that money. They wouldn't feed the homeless and all of that shit. It's not a thing. It's something they've been lying to you about since before I was born. I'm sorry, go ahead.
and believe it or not, there are actually systems that will actually help every single person equally across the board, except the way that society formed from ancient Greece all the way through to the modern day North America. What we've constantly been doing is adding on to a broken system and
Right.
adding on and trying to fix one part which will break another part.
Instead of
And
doing it.
because we've been doing that, it's the system is so beyond repair. There is literally only one way to fix it,
Tear it
and
down
that
and
is
rebuild it.
that's to rewrite the Constitution and start from scratch.
Whoa. There's nothing, well, there's little wrong with the Constitution. The problem is we've strayed and made all these laws that go against it. If you went back to the Constitution, suddenly you have a strong foundation again. There would be some changes, but as it is, I mean, the Constitution says you can do all these things. You have all these freedoms God gave you. Here, we'll tell you a few of them. But our law tells you you only have the few that we wrote down on here, and we get to take them from you on Tuesdays and after 8 o'clock at night. The Constitution isn't wrong. The Constitution tells you before you can stop a man's movement, even ask him a question, you got to have evidence that he's actually done the crime. Him, not a nigga that look like him. But they got all these rules, stop and frisk in Mills versus
Yeah,
Pennsylvania.
but now if somebody breaks into your home and tries to kill you and your family, if you shoot them, you go to prison for it.
Constitution tells you have the right to have a gun and to shoot that guy. Now
Yeah, but
you go to prison.
they don't
It's not the
follow it no
Constitution
more.
that's bad. That's what I'm trying to tell my man. The Constitution is not horrible.
Here's
I
the
didn't-
No,
I
not every
didn't say-
sense,
I
but
didn't say
they don't
that
even
the
follow by
Constitution is
it
horrible.
anymore.
That's my point. They don't follow the Constitution. If they did,
If
we
they
wouldn't be
did,
complaining.
everything would be different. I wish
Those
some of them would
checks and
follow the Bible,
balances.
an eye for an eye.
Those
But
checks and
there's nothing
balances
in
would
the
work.
Constitution that, for example, would have helped Cornbread's husband get decent help when he needed it. And so, do you see what I mean? So I think we've got to a point now where every single nation needs to reevaluate the world that we live in and start building systems that
I hear you.
actually work for the majority
You're
of
saying
people.
put in the Constitution. See, now we might form of
I think
disagreement because
it's already there. It's already there if you look at
My husband is a working man, literally has worked since he was 14-year-old, and he is 41-year-old, has worked his entire life and at a steady job. Certified forklift driver. You know how much people need forklift drivers to load their food up and load everything else up?
yeah,
He
he's
was
good at.
loading semi parts for
Yeah.
11 years and had to have surgery because he was so bad down in his back because of the work he was doing. And when we needed that help, as I am a stay at home mom, that's what he wanted me to do. I wanted to work, but he told me no. And when we needed help, we've never had government help. He pays his taxes, land taxes. We own our own land, vehicle taxes, multiple vehicles. We own our own home. He pays the taxes on them and he pays extra. And every bill, always on time or before, even doubled up on some bills.
We
And
got you,
when we
baby.
needed
Where are
help,
you
we did
going?
not get it.
You didn't get help. If that is that. But you,
The
But
thing
my
is that
sister over there drawing almost $2,000 worth of food stamps
it
in
don't
junk
mean it
food.
goes
let me
to
say this
her.
though.
They
This
also
can't.
bought a $1 trillion jet last week,
Yes,
which was
Joe.
way more money than the $1,000 your sister got. You're not mad that they just gave so and so all of this money to blow up a bunch of Palestinians and Iranians.
Now
Well,
They
yeah,
just
it's not
gave
even that.
$35
That
billion
doesn't even
for a
that
data center
She's
there's
not
somewhere.
connected to all of
And
that, Joe.
why are
You
we
they're
you're talking
spending
talking
about what
billions of
she
about?
dollars to
sees.
send
Why
people
Joe.
to
are
the
hang
we
bottom
on,
of the
talking
ocean. They're
about a
spending
few
billions of dollars to
$1,000s?
send people to space.
hang
But
on, Joe and
you
Cornbread.
understand?
Joe and
You
Cornbread, hang on
understand
one
where I'm
second. I
going?
want to let Bad Gemini jump in here. He's been trying to say
Joe,
something.
but
Let's
Okay,
okay.
He
I'm
was
Joe,
trying to
sorry.
you're
interrupt you is
Yours.
what
going.
he was doing. Go ahead, Gemini.
No. I'm waiting. I've been listening. Joe, you're going. So when we're talking about state laws, the reason, so we have to understand the Constitution can't address all of these things. That's
We
why they
agree.
said these
Right.
things we're going to leave to states. We're going to leave to certain counties, because once you do that, it's too much to deal with. They have the umbrella, right? And then each state can add subsets, because that's why you have states with their own constitutions, right? I'm in
Right.
Florida. They have their own constitution. I
All
can go
states
look
do.
it up and stuff, but people don't do that, right? I'm just saying in general, people don't, they
I
think
do
about
as a
the
cop watching.
American Constitution. Not
Right.
many people are saying, let me go look at my actual constitution for the state that I reside in
Right.
and press those issues. And so that's what we have to do. So when we
That's
hear the Constitution, it sounds great in terms of let's keep adding, but they've added the Bill of Rights. We have amendments. We have all these things. Now everything has to go to state. And so she doesn't care, Cornbread, about the children. That's going to happen anyway. But what she can do is see her sister some tangible evidence of, look at what you're getting. And so that's more of an impactful, direct example that she can see every day. So that's why that annoys her more than somebody spending $1 trillion.
Well
It's
done,
because
everyday
Gemini.
impact.
Well done.
because of the state, how much money the state spends as opposed to the
And
entire
let me answer
United
something
States.
too, because I kept giving examples of jobs earlier. Let me make it a practical human example about when we're talking about speaking out. I can say Congress sucks, the House of Representatives sucks, Senate, all of that, right? But if I start putting names to it, I might get a strange knock on my door the next day from the FBI, whoever it may be, if I'm given a specific name. I hate this specific senator. If it were up to me and I could do it, I would eliminate this and give a name myself. That's when they're like, man, I thought I had free speech. I'm not out here really trying to threaten the center and do that. But they're like, we don't know. We couldn't tell. We just have to knock on your door to see where you're at. So we can't act like these examples don't also happen to just everyday citizens when they're super outspoken and they start naming specific people and they start demonstrating certain actions they want to have. You hear these, oh yeah, they pulled up. I didn't know what happened. I was shocked. Right. So they do that. You can't mention certain things in certain public establishments, or people will come in and escort you out like, oh, I was just playing. I didn't really mean to threaten y'all. So there are other examples that when we thought we have free speech, it happens to everyday citizens, not just in this bizarre situation, which I agree with you all that it is bizarre, with this major and how it happened is stupid. It shouldn't happen. So I'll give my personal standpoint. I was just adding balance in the previous
free speech
conversation.
The
Yeah,
free
I
speech
was
thing
just
that you're saying, I'll I'll agree with you, but not in entire context. Mostly because the examples you gave were not really good examples where people get penalized, or
It
there
happened.
are
You can't talk reckless. Can you go talk reckless in the public? Can you say something reckless on a airplane
yes, you can.
without getting escorted out and getting?
Not nowadays, you can't.
It depends on what you're calling reckless. It does depend
Yes,
on what you're
that's
talking
Yeah,
my
about.
point
not like,
exactly. You
man,
know, I talk
these
reckless every day,
flight
right? I'm on
attendants
YouTube
suck.
talking about particular people. I'm naming names all over YouTube
Yeah,
about
there's a
powerful
difference
motherfuckers.
between reckless and dangerous. You can say things
Yes,
that are dangerous, and you can
right.
say things that are reckless.
That's what I was gonna say. If you'd have took it over to what's illegal, free speech, and and rolled that line
Well,
a
we know
little
what we
bit.
can't say on the airplane.
Well, that's one word. That's a small example. That would not cover your. We know that there are a bunch of examples. That's one word in a fucking airplane, right? What are the bunch of examples where you can't criticize a motherfucker? I can think of
But
very few.
also, you made a very valid point of it's different in every state because it is. Every state follows the Constitution
I'm not sure that this
differently.
is different in every state. This would follow the Constitution, which is federal.
Yeah, on to something that Cornbread said that you guys were talking about for a while about the food stamps and whatnot. Made me think of, so the Constitution, I mean, if you want to go all the way up to talking about treason, which touches on both things, that is mentioned in the Constitution. Article 3, Section 3 defines it. Article 1 of Section 8 gives Congress the power to punish it. But how often do the top people get punished? The second thing I'd say is that the other problem, which ties into law too, but not the Constitution particularly, is corporations being people.
Right.
While people like for example, I understand her irritation, and people like that live in Utah that watch the FLDS quote unquote bleed the beast by having 18 kids by 3 different women, and they all are on assistance and they drain those funds. People see that and they see that as an abuse of the system, but comparatively speaking to a large corporation, it's nothing. So like in the 1800s is when that started. Dartmouth College case, 1819, Santa Clara County versus the Pacific Railroad case from late
I
1880s.
think that goes against the Constitution too, by the way.
Yes,
Emily.
it does. It does. Legal personhood for corporations absolutely was not what the founding fathers had in mind. We all know that.
Well, you have the right to face your accuser. You can't say Joe Cool versus the state or Joe Cool versus the corporation, because I can't put him on there and ask him a question. They're not a person. You can't make them one. It's not even logical.
Right.
Hell, when we went to go try to get food stamps, the woman told me, she said, honey, there's only 2 options. Either file for separation and don't say, she said, you can say you're separated on paper, but you don't have to be. Just make sure that you file under a different address. And she also said either that or go home and make more babies. That's the only way you're going to get food stamps.
You're in
this is
Kentucky,
what we
right?
discover when we
Well,
go
you ain't got to
when we
tell me
go
where
to
you are.
state
You're in.
education.
Yeah, it hurt to say it to me, and I can't even have more kids.
You are old, just in the state that you are in. The land, all of this land belongs to all of us. So the oil or whatever, the gold, whatever is found, you're supposed to get a chop. The same way if Alaska it gets oil, all the citizens get some. And, if they hit it big, because all of this is ours. The government is taking it and doing what they will with it. But you are entitled. You and your husband are entitled that money, period, without kicking into the system, without paying taxes, and none of that shit's mentioned in the Constitution either. But if you're gonna rape the land and all of this shit and take all the land away and especially to what you do, like you buy a piece of land, it's yours. I don't see how you got to keep paying on it every fucking year. That means I'm renting it.
It's never truly yours because if you miss a payment, they will put it up for
Yes,
auction.
I'm
Just
leasing
like a
the land.
vehicle. You buy the
Yes.
vehicle at the lot, you take it home. Guess what? If you don't pay payments on it, they take it from you.
Even if you
As in
finish paying
taxes.
for your vehicle, they're gonna make you pay every year. They're gonna make
Same
you
with the
pay on it.
home. You buy a home. You don't pay taxes on it, they put it up for auction.
Yes,
There it is.
you're
They say home
leasing.
of the free and land of the brave. There ain't nothing free
Yes,
here.
none of that shit's in the Constitution.
We don't own anything we have.
So, like I
Right.
said, the entire planet needs to
You'll own nothing
renegotiate
and be happy.
renegotiate the rules, because back in the day when the Constitution was written, the population was not nearly as big as it was, and there were no mega corporations that owned everything. and are buying space now. So
Internet.
it's time for we the people to renegotiate the terms of the lease.
I'm not sure that we're in any position to do so because we, the people, are weak. You got to negotiate from a place of strength. And we do nothing. They've taken away all of this. If we go to the renegotiating table, we start with where we are now. You don't get to have guns on a Tuesday after 11. If there are this many people living in your city, especially if you got blacks and Mexicans, we're going to give you really strict gun laws. That's where negotiation starts. Shit has to be reset. No negotiation.
Well, negotiations really begin not from the citizens. It begins from that next tier up. So the authority, so we would need officers, judges, and all those people to line up and say, okay, now we have people on our side who have impact and influence to go against the government. If it just were citizens,
they are the government.
Why do people feel that? Why do people feel that? In China, there was this famous guy. He was called Mao, right? And he thought, things aren't going so great in China. I'm going to step up. I'm going to get my brothers. I'm going to get my sisters. And I'm going to change the way this nation works.
The government never
and
changes
he
itself.
is extremely famous for doing it.
Yeah.
Only problem with that being is he was an evil.
He lost his mind and killed him.
So no, we've always had the power to renegotiate.
Right, Gemini. What you said, the government.
We have all been brainwashed into thinking
we gotta let other people do it.
that your local mayor, your local
police
has
or
more power than
government or
you.
whatever.
This is not true.
What I'm saying is they would have to be aligned with us.
Together.
No,
hang on, yes.
Wait,
what were you saying, Gemini?
All I'm saying is they would have to be aligned with us. So it's not me thinking that, oh, we can't do it on our own. I believe we can, but the thing is the hurdles start coming from a legal standpoint because this is what upper government will do.
This is what his point is.
No, they will implement all these other people to have a blockade against us. So are you trying to say if we wanted to strike, say everybody said I'm not working tomorrow, like every single person for private enterprise, not government, because they're held to another duty, right? They would even have to agree. If we all said we're going to stop working, they would feel that impact, right? But people are like, oh, I don't want to miss a check. I get that. Everybody has to be on board. But that's from, if you want to see change from a social standpoint from your employers. Now, if we're saying we want to see governmental change, to see governmental change, that's when we're saying, okay, the officers,
we not paying taxes. The same shit happens. We not paying taxes no more.
No,
wait a second,
they operate in the government.
Wait a second.
No,
you
you're expecting the people who are the enemy for the path that they provided for you. You think they're going to give you a path that actually works? It's not even logical.
Because we're all
to
people
bring them down. They're going to
thing.
get. The people would have to do it. The people would have to say no. There is no go to the cops and the judges and everybody and convince them.
Why not? Because these cops and judges are married to regular people. It's not like they're always married to other cops and judges. So you would have people, right, whether significant others, cousins, sisters, moms, who also want that. So now it's like,
that is my point. Those people make it happen, not the government.
But they're looking at those officers like, hey, baby, hey, this person, we need you on board because it's more impactful.
Yes, but we're not pleading
we can have a great
her
impact?
Husband because her husband's a cop. She's going to stop paying taxes. She's going to stop doing whatever it is that we think is the bad behavior. She's
and guess what he's going to say? This is a bad look for me, babe. You know I'm an officer. Like, come on, like, yeah, I'm just saying at some point.
Yes, and we have to say no. Oh, poor dude, we got to change the world today. It looks bad for you.
Look, it's just better when
side.
you have help from a higher level. It's like anything
it's
you
not
see.
A thing, though, guy.
No, it is a thing. How many times
how many times have the country's been has the government changed
Can I
itself?
say this, though? I'm going to say this calmly. There
Tell
are
me
plenty of examples where
give me some.
you maybe come on my Rico Suave voice.
You're very good. Give me some examples, bro.
There are examples where
the government has changed itself.
Who, and this is what I'm going to say. Somebody may have been wrongfully convicted. They have all the evidence. They did everything they needed, but they need one of these nonprofits, right?
Dude,
that
don't
have
you
the
give me
pull
no
and
one example
leeway.
of one person. Give me where a government has changed itself, where said you right people, you get your rights back or your money back. Give me one time the government had started with doing that, as opposed to the people overthrowing them and doing it.
Oh, the government on its own? Is that
Yes,
what
which is
that's
what you're
specifically?
saying. Yes, go plead to them to change. This is what your argument is. It's never worked in
No,
history.
listen to what my argument is. My argument is let the people operate with certain factions of the government, because it will be more impactful than just the
What
people
does that
always
mean?
trying to
Can you tell me
operate it.
what that means? Because I don't
Yes.
understand. Let the
And
people
that's why
work.
I gave examples. So if you're saying citizens, say right now, if we say these taxes are ridiculous, right? And we're just
Right.
going to go to a state and I don't want to pay it. Like I shouldn't pay property taxes. I'll use the example y'all gave earlier. Y'all have me renting my land. This is unacceptable. Well, you know who works? You have your town, your county tax collector's office, right? And they vote and elect these people who align, right, on the better behalf of the state of Florida. Let's just use that because I'm there. If this person who is now representative, who is elected, says, you know what, this is out of control. You know what? I stand with y'all. I'm going to help y'all petition the governor of Florida and say, you know what, we no longer should pay taxes for our properties because if I bought it, this
So
is my
beg
land.
the governor, try and talk him into it. I think you just did all that to get to what I said. Beg the governor.
No, it's not about that.
You
person
said
has more
petition the
power.
governor is what you said.
No, I have a petition, but I'm saying let this person be aligned with you. That's the person who's over your county taxes for your specific area.
What
If
person are you
every
talking
county,
about?
your Leon County.
Eventually, in 5 minutes, you guys will let me in.
Yeah,
Oh
he's
yeah,
talking
my
about the
bad. I'm
government.
about to
You're
end it up.
saying the government
So
will
I'm gonna
do
tell
it
you,
from
each
within
county
again.
elects. Each
Hang on, Joe.
county
Let's let him finish.
elects someone to hold a position. I have to get the appraisers, right? Who operates for the appraiser office. So if you get every county for your state, in Florida we have what 67. If each one of those elected officials all aligned with
Beg
the
the
people,
government.
that's more impactful. But you're saying beg the government. The government is going to be confused because it's like
The
y'all
government,
67
those people who you are
government.
saying are government employees, and I'm
Yes.
saying that your argument is get the government on board. That's what I'm saying, and I think you're
With the
saying the same
people,
thing.
because what you're saying is get the people by themselves. We don't need any
Right.
government officials to get
How
it. But I
so the
say
next
it's more
question, Gemini,
impactful.
is how do you get the government on
Hang on, Joe.
board?
Before you ask that, let Spec Man jump in because it might
I'm
not
sorry,
fit.
Spec. Go
No,
ahead.
no
I
worries. Spec,
apologize.
what did you want to say?
Yeah, there was a suggestion made that if all of the people decided that they should stop working, they could very easily stop working. And that's true. But everybody would instantly understand, or anybody with any intelligence would instantly understand that everybody stopping working would cause chaos, death, destruction.
Yeah. Stopping paying taxes would have been a better
people
thing.
can't stop working because somebody needs to drive the truck that brings the food to the city so that people can eat, so that families can feed their kids. So that's not a solution. No, what I'm saying is actually come up with a working solution that you can present any governmental official and just say we are going to be doing it this way. Now, if
Very
you can
good.
refute the logic of what I'm saying and prove
Very
that it
good.
will cause harm to others,
We'll consider
please
changing it.
please stand up. But
And do it now.
until that point,
This
we are
is
going
what
to
we're doing.
operate. Wait a second. We're going to operate under this system. Yeah. And by operating under a better system, proving that the roads stay repaired, kids go to school, hospitals stay open, yeah, you can slowly but surely convince people that don't know better that what you're doing is great. And it's not against the law because nobody's bothered to make a law against it. Now, for people to say that the evildoers in the world will try to find ways to create laws to stop you doing from what's right and what works for the people, that's a different story. But without a plan, humanity has no chance of saving itself.
What do you think, Gemini? I think he laid it out and he gave a little rebuttal to your arguments that the
Look,
people
I don't
got to do
refute
it.
anything he's saying, but the thing is, you will now have to understand that when these systems are placed, because these are not legal systems, these are coming from an aspect of what we believe we should be doing. So right now, this is the opinion we have of what's correct. This is the effort we're going to be putting in towards that, but then it still has to be signed into law. And so if you don't have anybody on your side from a legal standpoint, they're going to laugh at you and be like, yeah, we're going to stick to what we've been doing because it's profitable to us, whether it's the state government or the U.S. government, and you can kick rocks.
I
Because
think he
people have
is
tried to
saying
do
that.
this for a lot of
What
time.
if it's not profitable?
It's all about money. If it's not profitable, they definitely going to laugh in anybody's face.
No.
'Cause that's
What if
the-
it's not profitable for the bigger system to join the smaller one?
They won't do it. There's
You
no trick to
literally
that.
just argued that we, the people, are the ones that elect the officials that make the laws. And now you've created a completely separate entity of they that won't do it. Which
We
one
see
is
it every day. You know how many things people plead? They go on Capitol Hill. They go to their local governments. We would like this. We want more of this. I'll give you a personal example. Or locals, just to get a community center. I'm like, y'all blowing tons of money on this.
What part of pleading did I mention in what I had to say? There was no pleading. There was just telling people this is the way it's going to be.
Whether I use the word pleading
it's
or
not
whether
against
you
the law.
whether you say, because you're talking fact, we're going to do this and accept it.
Meanwhile, we're going to live the way that we've decided that we're going to live. You can run off and make it against the law if you want to. That's what. There's no.
What
pleading.
way is that though? That's what's confusing me. Like we're going to live this way and accept
been
it.
done. Any revolution
I've got a really good book for you if you want to read it, but most people can't be bothered.
Yeah, but we understand when you're talking about revolutions, but to what effect? Because what impact, what dictates you need in a revolution, right?
No,
so
the United States, what dictated our revolution?
I'm talking about creating a parallel
we
system.
Understand they wanted to be
I'm
free
not talking about revolution. I'm talking about creating a parallel system that works so well that it overwhelmingly blows the current system out of the water. No revolution.
So the people would have
wait,
to
wait,
run
wait.
the system.
You
No,
are
Spec,
talking
I
about the
want to
system,
just hold
and you're
on,
talking
Joe.
about a revolution because the system doesn't get initiated without the revolution part. Just creating
the people
them,
running the system
and showing them they're not going to do it. The people got to actively stand up and do.
Because of what
That's
Che
the
Guevara
revolution.
said. Che Guevara said you can't have a bloodless revolution, yet you can have a bloodless transition to Spec.
Well, you explain to me how the people it's just a semantic argument. We don't have to go down that road. I'm gonna call it revolution just because all the people got up and changed and did a thing in a day. I'm calling it a revolution. I'm not going by whether there was bloodshed or not. Go ahead.
No,
Jonas.
basically, I was just
revolution.
watching a small documentary. There's a place somewhere in Alaska or something, and it used to be a military base. And it was when they were scared that the Ruskies were going to walk in, so they had a military base. And they built some infrastructure and some stuff. So because the military was there, the native population that lived in that, they started using that military facility as a hub. When the military finally abandoned it, the entire village decided that to save energy and be more economical, that they would move the entire village into one single building, which they did. It's unthinkable, but they did it. Everything
that's
was there. The police officer, the supermarket, the school, everything was just in this one building, and they did it. And the reason that they could do it was because they all wanted to do it, and there was nobody to tell them that they couldn't.
Listen to what you said. The military left, but they were not going to fight the military to seize and take this building. That's a different thing, though.
Who mentioned anything about fighting, which is why I called Joe up on this.
I'm saying they didn't have to. I'm mentioning it because they didn't have to.
Let Gemini respond to what you were saying, though, just for a second.
So listen to what you just said. The military left. It's like right now, if there's people do it all the time. I'll use squatting. I'll make it very practical. This thing is abandoned. I'm finna go post up and take over it. Now, can they eventually be taken out and put out? Yeah, because the military could come back one day and say, you know what? We built this our structure. Y'all can keep your schools and all of that. It just won't be in this building. And we're going to get rid of it. So we're going to make all y'all evacuate. We're going to destroy it. And you can still be in the same spot. It won't be in the building, right? Same way with squatting. Hey, you got mail here, you're going, you're squatting. We're going to have to do all these things to legally get you evicted. So when you're saying who said anything about fighting, what I'm saying is they didn't have to fight. It's easy to go take over something that
When no
was
one's there,
abandoned.
you don't think the police are going to be called the day we come up with your plan and walk up and tell motherfuckers this is how we going to do things? They're going to arrest the 60 of us or 1,000 in that room to start, and we either got to fight or we lay down. A bunch of us are going to go to jail.
I actually think that if people do it properly, local government will help them achieve it.
Okay, you're back to Gemini's point. You think you're going to get local government on board?
Because it makes more sense and it's better and it saves them money.
Yeah, so why were you beefing me earlier, Spec, when I was saying that? Like, that's what I'm trying to understand.
No, because you've got the inception point wrong. The inception is first you need the people to all agree on a plan of action. Once that has been achieved, they're not asking permission. They go ahead and make that plan of action a reality. And the reason that plan of action can become a reality is because the so-called people that control us can't find any reason for it not to happen.
Spec, I want to ask you, is DNW going to have you have a Spec night?
He's been talking about it. So
we need to tune into that because we need to hear this comprehensive plan. And I know you have a lot uploaded to the Discord. People want to get on there, but I think we've reached a good ending point. And I'm so grateful for the new blood of Bad Gemini. That was interesting.
Well
and
done, Gemini. You made the night, Gemini. Yep. You coming up with that opposing point of view at the last minute at the objective at this left. Good job.
I enjoyed letting you guys.
I love chatting with you guys. It's so much fun. Thank you.
And your time is good because I'm rolling up a blunt to go chase the police. So you just made it easy on me.
Yep.
You guys have a good night.
Y'all take care. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming and come again. Yes, absolutely. Everybody have a good night. All right, guys. So let me get my camera back on. So as always, keep on trying to figure out what's going on and what we're going to do about it. And until next time, everybody have a good night. We got some really good audiences coming up. The one with Vital Vicar tomorrow is Kenny Givens, I believe. And then I know, so that'll be Thursday. And then I think it's Sunday, Vital Vicar has his, the one about Terminator and its relationship to, tech and whatnot, what's going on in modern times, how there's a correlation there, and also how it relates to his Eastern Orthodox faith. Very interesting topic. So everybody take care and keep tuned in to see those episodes and others. Bye-bye.